stop a plant, and more spam from that snowman defender side, like basically through the tube onto the default plant.
Yep.
So the more that I think about it, I think the Sage does still have a place. That wall just needs to be used a little differently. And yeah, so it does look like we are going to get that. So Gucci going to lock that one in, and we'll see. Maybe there has been one of the biggest gripes with Sage on Icebox is the map has changed. So I want to see change with the way that the Sage is being played if you are actually playing it.
I mean, for this team, my dream comp would be Gucci plays a lot of Viper, put him on that agent, flex calm over to the KJ, a comfortable role for him. If the Kompeki experiment is one you like, you can keep up with that, or you can put him onto a secondary duelist or onto a Sky, both of which are roles that I think he would do well in. This is just kind of theory crafting, but in way of the comps that we actually do get to see, it's that KO that we discussed. And starting on the defense, I'm wondering how they're going to set this up. There's a couple different options around the KO, one of which is taking up that mid-anchor position that you normally see your Sova playing, right? Because the reason that Sova is so often playing that mid-anchor is because his darts can go B main, they can go cloaks mid, they can also kind of bounce over towards that A site if necessary, and you can get that done with KO, but it looks like he'll instead find that position over towards the A site. If we do get ready to hop into things, it's another one of the weeklies, it's another quarterfinals, one of these teams will be sent on home. It's a best out of three format between a crew and YFP.
Revealing area.
We get to get right into the thick of things, and YFP want to jump right out towards mid. This is a familiar play, and Neon absolutely ready for, knows you want to plant on top of tube, so he plants his feet instead and takes down 3. YFP, a very unfortunate start. You can see the cogs turning, but they just get jammed.
Oh yeah, the cogs, they are completely stopped at this point. We see a lot of that play on the split these days, because you can throw that default wall out towards B, right? And it protects you on the hit through mid as well as if you're pushing through main. But the thing is, Neon had the read, he was ready for it, held the angle well, and I mean, unfortunately for YFP, Neon did not even need to see them. The push through that orb was a pretty rough one. And again, this goes back to Mimi being an absolute Sky fanatic. You have a Sky there, you can flash through, he's even more blind, and maybe you're able to get your way on out, force him to fall off that angle, but none of that happens. That's not the world we live in, so it'll be an investment, and it should be a pretty surefire round for a crew, should they play their cards correctly.
Yeah, so are you saying, are you kind of profiting or manifesting?
What? Okay.
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 That's tough. That's Chemicals doing chemical things. It's a good start. Unfortunately, the weapon a bit too far out of reach, and although at a numbers disadvantage, a crew should be able to secure this round. Gonna spot the first, the swing of the next. Nilly goes down. Oh my goodness, okay, the classic, the left clicks weren't nerfed. Mimi, what's going on here? This is how we start our day?
This is getting a little funny, a little funky. Ares Spectre, they need to re-clear the space, spot it out too. But you won't find the shot. Instead, his priority's on recovering the Phantom. And I mean, so much damage is done. 3 players down to 1 HP, but not a ton of AoE damage left. Maybe a molly on... What? Chemicals, your jets! How does that happen? Just hold the space bar. This is just disastrous. Thus far, a man up above, but Gucci can contend bare. Working the flank around, has the side showing, but now he's stuck. Tough position, no HP. This should be locked on down, and Jonah in a nearly impossible position, but he's making it look doable. 1 versus 1, a drone to work with a tap on the spike, and Gucci now scanned out through the wall. He's gonna try and force this fight. Jonah has to go now. The stick is just coming through. Gucci does not hop off, tries to take the gamble, and YFP steals the round. That is a ridiculous one.
Wow, that... Well, alrighty. You know, that's... I don't know if that's good on YFP or what the heck are you doing, a crew. Of course, you can never account for classic kills like we saw out towards mid. Obviously, this right here was almost the tables being turned back in a crew's favor, but fortunately, Chemicals getting a little crazy on the Jets. It didn't really matter at the end of the day. And with that, our economy is completely reset, and this isn't a normal anti-eco buy from YFP. It's basically a full buy across the board.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, you take a couple free guns, get things rolling. It is a stack out towards this A site, so I suppose a chance for some tomfoolery coming back the other direction, but YFP playing this one close to their chests. Turret holding on that flank. Cut noise, exec off of this molly and off the drone on in. Chemicals will take that space top floor 10, as so many Jet players like to do, and this is cheeky. The wall actually allows him to sneak on forward, find a frag off of that. Site's been taken. It's just a matter of holding against the retake potential. Pancakes. Oh, right click's not there in time. Chemicals will elude him, so should be YFP taking their lead to 2, supposing the crew cannot get too jiggy with the sheriffs.
I think it's a sheriff for Kempeki and Calm as a shorty, just trying to play exits here, trying to steal something away from the dent in that YFP economy. I think most importantly, outside of winning that thrifty round in round 2 after losing the pistol, now taking this round, Sofa's got that lockdown on the Killjoy. So when a crew can buy up in this next one, they're gonna have to concede whichever site they're playing at. Is Calm gonna go wide on the shorty shots. Jonah will have to rebuy some armor into the next, but I'm sure he's fine with securing the round there. But yeah, now lockdown online. A Hunter's Fury 2 pips away. This is looking like a really strong attacking side, whereas for crew, sure, you have the weapons. I think all eyes on Neon here in this round, who might just be forced away if he can't find an early pick off top generator because of that lockdown in play.
If the KO knife can be well timed too, that can delay, because you can throw it on that close wall, and that'll limit normally where you see that that ult come down. This is actually a play at aggression. Kempeki already up close, and the ult has the line, but not the shot.
Oh, okay. Has the next one though. Chemical is gonna be taken down. Neon now backing away.
Shoot, shoot, shoot.
I believe. Yeah, I know. You see the X-rays, and
you should run.
Unfortunately, they can't see what we can. Here comes that lockdown. Kempeki gonna go aggressive on top of it. Fortunately, Nilly is there to trade it out, so it won't be the KO. Taken down. The lockdown of the defenders. I mean, they're just holding pretty on the side. Gucci doesn't have too far to go. He's already outside the lockdown. Will move away, and with nobody detained, a crew should be able to just march their way back onto this site. No Sage on the attacking side means that that default plant, it's a whole lot harder because you have the high-low to worry about. And with the spike falling, Bearcoon following, it's a crew to tie us up.
Just the aggression looking good there. I mean, that swing forward from the KO, despite only getting a 1-for-1, was good enough to stall out that offensive. And because of the positioning of the Killjoy lockdown, being in such a safe position, the retake force could come quickly, and it was really never too much of a retake whatsoever. I mean, Neon hitting shots like that, I suppose it helps as well. Still, for YFP, there'll be money in their back pockets. There wasn't too much of a reinvestment into that previous round, so they'll be okay for at least this buy, as the op will be posted for Chemicals, trying to take a duel out towards Zach.
And I'm happy about how that last round went. It went just like that. This time, Neon to find Sofa on the pick. Gucci awards himself a nice alt pip just for backing up his jet, and will make his way on out. Forced to use that healing orb nice and early, though, so it means it won't be available. But a crew player ahead, so should Gucci need to, he can hang out, not necessarily look to take the next fight that presents itself towards him. Meanwhile, the operator on the other side for Chemicals, yet to find anything here on this A site where Kempeki been playing for most of the game, if not all of it. Is able to find Bearcoon on the cross. That's controller down. Fragment looking to delay the plant here. Nilly forced to reposition, and I mean, it's just falling apart here. The KO starting to get some value. Is Chemical gonna find the next? Make it 2 on the round. Pancakes falls as well. Now we're in a tough spot here for a crew.
Oh, and they have Hunter's Fury for the post plant. Maybe the spike doesn't even need to come down because it's Chemicals across the board. A man disadvantaged situation with not too much control whatsoever. And from that 3v5, it's just Chemicals on his own to fight back in. You cannot swing like that. You cannot give this guy duels.
And I feel like Chemicals has so much weight on his shoulders to perform, just given where he's come from and where he is now. In this server, Chemicals needs to be that guy. And that round right there was kind of that statement saying, all right, here it is. Like, I've got my confidence. I've got the momentum moving forward. I'm going to be the guy for the rest of the game. And I'm going to keep opping on this attacking side. We're going to continue to see that. We'll see how long these ops can get juggled. And with the Bladestorm at the end of the last, Neon going to pop his at the beginning of the next. So round 6 might have a one-sided anime battle as Neon plays up on top of the box. And it's always Gucci right here in his back pocket.
Are you that guy? Absolutely, I'm that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's him right now. Chilling out, being that guy, living his best life. I like the setup here. They throw that one high to deny any sneaky rope play, and then don't actually sit in the pit. Give more options. The drone will pass. Not seeing anything whatsoever. Nearly wants to try and put some pressure, but it would be suicide to actually make a commitment in towards this pit without at least pressuring this B side enough. And the thing is, no matter how much they pressure it, they have to contend with this jet. Neon, he sits atop the castle. Blade storms out. What a great position for him to be in, and a tailwind available as well.
Huge drone. They push before it pings. Yes, they are. Neon good for one. So that castle, unfortunately, just a sand castle, does come crumbling down. Wasn't able to get too much, or didn't have too long of a rain. With the toxic screen up across the side, we finally see that plan. Gucci just gonna go right over the top. Find a nice little headshot, but the trade is there. Unfortunately, with the spike down, it's up for YFP to make a move, and Jonah is doing just that. It's all up to Calm, who's got that toxic screen for himself. We'll send that one up across the map now, looking to stabilize the core. Fake on it first. No res just yet in the health. It's fairly low on the opposite side. Finally, Kempeki going to be taken down, but what can Calm get done? Viper's pinning you, trying to find something nice and early. Now in a 1v1, which Viper comes out on top? Both of them thrive inside the pit, but it's going to be the Calm to be receiving BDK as he looks to push on through. The opposite side, the wall is Bearcoon, and it's YFP to 4.
Another round that looked pretty dire for YFP off their early map control that they just fight out of. On top of an individual performance, it was Jonah to find that frag towards the player top boost. And, I mean, off of that, by keeping that 1-for-1, they could just parade things onto the site, play their trade game to success, and even commit some ults into the post to ensure that everything stays all hunky-dory. Now going forward, things start to get a little bit worrying for this Accru camp. The money is drying up. They've invested a lot of these ults into the previous rounds, and nothing has really been consistently working in their favor. For YFP, this is just a round to bolster that lead, start to get your jet again closer to those knives. We know how strong they can be. Chemical's hands is, it's tapper shied off.
And just pushing forward with it, trying to find something early. Chemicals on the high ground. Nilly looking to be the tip of the spear on the low ground. Nice snake fight. Gonna force Neon away. Shock dart. Also right on top of that. Jet unfortunately doesn't net too much. Nilly pushes towards back inside the dismiss to get away. Pancakes falls. What more can they find? It's Neon to steal one back with the Sheriff. Chemicals still going over the operator. The site opened up and the weapons not really in favor of Accru. YFP look to secure the round.
One enemy
but
remaining.
the vulnerability. No, Calm goes wide with the shorty once more. And unfortunately, it's not everything you could have hoped for with that short barrel shotgun. And it's Sofa to close us out as YFP to 5.
Riddle me this. How did that shotgun not get the kill? Because he was debuffed, right? That should have been
vulnerable.
double damage. Sometimes the shorty just be like that. This is truly a tragedy of the ages, but for Accru, that won't be the end of their story just yet. They look to write this into a redemption arc as there's still 5 rounds left in the half to make it work, and the guns will come on through. Neon has been a shining light amidst the sea of darkness for this squad, and he's positioned not quite in the correct spot. The lean is pretty heavy out towards B, but that spike's positioning shows that maybe they're just going to apply some pressure, try and fake things out, finish towards that A site. And well, the pressure, it's coming down heavily on Calm.
Narrowly escaping there. Nice ping on the recon bolt. The op shot just a second too late.
Is ready.
As they play for the orbit. Sofa now with the lockdown once more online. That spike still out towards the A site. Well, here comes the bait. How much more can they sell off of this? Right, at least 9 seconds to play with before you can really make a call. You would imagine the attackers want to wait for that lockdown to completely subside to be able to push on through to see if anybody's detained. Meanwhile, out towards the A site, Nearly going to find that first frag. Now things are, well, basically known for Accru and the defense. The site is basically open. Neon going to find one more before backing away. And Gucci finds an out towards mid, sends a few through the wall out by screens. Not going to get anything there. The player ahead are Accru after a pretty unfortunate start.
Pretty unfortunate, but they're working their way back through, and a Hunter's Fury queued up. Pancakes pops it off the tap, but Jonah's just looking to bait, and the Pancakes, he's bitten into a delicious little bite of that one. Now down comes the plant, and the positioning here for the post is pretty strong. They have Yuto both on the KJ and the Sova, as well as that ult to work with the crew. They'll look to move quickly on this one and dispel Jonah's positioning.
Such a tough spot to be in, unless Neon can really get something done with the operator. You're really looking at a 3v3 as you look to push on in and have so many angles to clear. Sofa with the high ground is going to back away so he can't be spotted by screens no more. Now Chemical's looking to find something else, and Jonah holds it down directly on the site. Go back and forth, but it's 2 to YFP. Now it's down to Sofa. The last one standing, health low on one.
Oh no.
Oh no, 1 round in the magazine.
Time?
Sofa falls.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Does he
Should
have
be
it? Oh,
okay.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Plenty. Not even close. But, I mean, for YFP, they did the best job that they could in holding that post line. I think taking the aggressive duels was good. It just didn't come out quite into the right recipe. And with 1 bullet in that magazine, there was no time on the reload, and there was no round to be won. These shots from Neon, again, just being the North Star for this team is... Sofa again. Oh, that's just a tragedy. An absolute tragedy, to be sure. Still, job's not done. Disadvantage still looms by 2 for this Accrue team as IFP again will put some pressure out towards A early on. But Tom has already farmed up another ult nice and quick. We'll pop it top 410. And Bear, you psychopath, just sprint straight through his own orb. But this can't go unpunished. Surely Neon gets the trade, and that he does. A dash in exchange for a 1-for-1. Not the best of trades, but both sides will take it.
Nowhere to run!
Well, that's a little unfortunate. Hunter's here going to be used for that resurrection. Well, Pancakes receives 2 deaths on the round as Neon just going to hop on up over that shot once more as the operators go toe-to-toe. Chemicals gives Neon just a bit too much. You see the shoulder, you take the life, and it's YFP down 2 here, courtesy of Neon. Kempeki going to be answered out towards the A site, taken down, leaving everything in the hands of Calm, who still plays inside the pit. Takes a round, gets a little bit scared, trying to play on the ropes, and Nilly gonna take him down. That opens up the A site completely, and it's Accrue. After getting a little bit of something, they're given nothing in response. With an Empress online, a player advantage, this is a really tough spot to be in. And here comes Jonah on the flank.
This round should be over. Neon is dead to rights, and Jonah will convert it now. Just up to Gucci in the clutch. 1 versus 3. He cannot even claim a single bag as now any semblance of hope at building this back to a positive scoreline that's lost in this round. And I mean, for Accrue, it feels like they just overcommitted in towards that mid duel, right? They lose out on that early player, get the trades, and then I think commit 3 to work towards that res. 1 Hunter's Fury, they find the information that there's a heavy presence mid, just hit it on the A site. There was only 1 man to defend, and Calm had to make a desperate play. It just didn't quite work on out. Now, tactical timeout caused a moment of respite for Accrue to think through their options, in YFP they can just chill out, let their opponents cool on off, and hope to keep their streak of momentum rolling.
Yeah, all momentum. It's full steam ahead for YFP. And a lot of it, I pointed out what Chemicals needs to kind of get done, just being who he is on this roster and where he's been. The rest of the team around him has been fantastic, even in some of the crazy aggression that we're seeing, right? And the confidence that YFP have. Bearcoon just sprinting through his own poison cloud. Obviously, the Sova inside the drone means you might have the leg up, but you could always expect somebody to be watching over that Sova. Fortunately for Bearcoon in that instance, there was nobody. At the end of the day, it does become a 1v1, and then somehow, some way, that round gets immediately flipped on its head. Calm gets a little too aggressive, pushes outside of the pit, and I mean, you look at where the weight is on this team, and it seems like Neon is pretty close to being crushed here. 12 kills. The next closest is 5. Now we have the Blades online here for the defense, and once more, it's heaps more weight on top of Neon's shoulders as they drone out towards B site. The Spike's still hovering inside the spawn, and I like this from YFP. They've really, I mean, they're making sure to check everything they can before finally making a decision as to which site they want to hit. This time it does seem pretty decisive that they want to play out towards B. They leave 1 in the spawn to play that flank watch, and well, we might see this Spike plan for free. No, we don't. Nice fragment there from Kempeki, gonna slow that one down, and now somebody has to retrieve the Spike's. Chemicals takes a bit of damage, forced to use that tailwind to get away with the high ground. Gucci not able to find too much, but a Sheriff shot takes Jonah down to 61 HP as they continue the back and forth around that Radiant box. Here comes Neon with knives online.
Oh, the Blade Storm is still up. That's good, and Chemicals just has to fall away here for a moment. Take a more passive line and cut noise. He's trying to bait someone forward. Knows that his opponents will want to try and recover the weapons, and he wants to hunt for that greed, but the greed's not coming just yet. Instead, Calm is just anchoring out towards mid. He has so much information, and the shots whizzing over his head will continue to confirm that no one over pushing this just yet. Chemicals, I don't think he can hear Neon. Now he knows, but It's one man that he sees, and there's still 3 positioned on this B site. The aggressive position on A, if that Viper allows it. If this spike plant gets denied the round, it might just be over. Only 10 seconds left to do.
No time for this. Kempeki with a huge position here. Pancake's gonna find the shock dart, but either way, that spike does get planted. So now it's a crew working against the clock and the weapons on the side of YFP. With the blades down, there's not much for a crew to be able to play with to get themselves back in this one. A Chemical still holding the angle with the operator. Now going to be forced to push aggressively, maybe into 2, maybe a collateral in his future. No, instead, Pancakes takes him down, has the flick on the next, and somehow, some way, a crew find themselves a thrifty victory.
Huge work out of Pancakes there at the end, because if that op gets a shot and finds its mark, there's a dash away. He gets back behind the wall, finds Sanctity. That doesn't happen. Instead, IFP slips away from the crew, do well on that eco. And early on here, okay, so I was trying to figure out how Bear died so quickly. I think that he got hit by a shock dart and then basically direct impacted off of that fragment. So a great combo of utility to deny that plant. And you see, that's not even an issue with a Sageless comp. That's just an issue with everyone planting default on that B site and the utility being so strong countering it. In this one, it's another look at aggression. The operator trying this line yet again. It'll find its mark. Neon, great shot at dash away. Early advantage for a crew, but we've seen YFP recover from these situations before.
Yeah, we have. Basically, this entire game, the 6 rounds that YFP have won, it felt like them recovering from really bad situations. And it's always Neon for this squad to get us going. They do it again. This time, they have a couple more tools, right, to be able to slow things down. If they get the information as to where YFP want to push, they can cut off all the utility with that null command. They also have that Hunter Shuri once more to try and stall. And obviously, we've seen in that last round, sometimes the clock is not the friend of the attacking side. So with just under 50 seconds, well now 50 seconds on the clock, and a pick out towards mid. There it is. It's YFP clawing their way back, and it's another lockdown. Sofa's 3rd on this half.
This might be the queue up for another one of these recovery situations. That lockdown should be countered either by the KO or just the Sova one, but you kind of hate to have to commit it so early on, because the site is going to be lost either way, and maybe the power in Pancake's ult is better put into denying plant, buying time for his team to rotate on the retake. And with that, utility popped and the Sova ult coming off of it, there's a chance to deny, and deny it will, but a kill won't come. It's bought time for Calm on the flank, and he'll strike. Oh no, not one just yet. He finds the second opportunity and stays in position, but Bear is trying to outflank him, and Bear, he'll find it. Nearly takes down Kempeki, but close on the side, it's Jonah. His role is crucial in this one. Still, the res comes through, but Jonah, he's hitting, at least in the dying breaths. Pancakes brought the robot back to life. Now Kempeki has to hunker down. A moment of silence, a flick up. He knows where Jonah is. He has all the information, but it's a crossfire, and it's time ticking down against him. It's planted up high. This is such a hard situation for him to build through, and the run and gun, it's good, but the defuse, that's what he needs, and he probably doesn't have the time. The movement, getting fumbled, the tap on the spike, and the jump on down. It sealed his fate. There's nothing left to do in this one. YFP, they managed to close it on out. Another round that starts strong for a crew, and another 4 versus 5 that YFP can win.
Last round in the half.
Another 4 versus 5 that YFP can win, and kind of a 4 versus 6 because they got the resurrection off onto Kempeki, so they bring another player back to it, and I don't know what happened. Chemical did some voodoo magic rubbing that operator before dropping it, because he put it in the hands of Jonah 6, and he just went absolutely crazy with it, with targets that are right in front of him, hitting those flicks. Shout outs Jonah for being able to secure that round in the way that he did. Obviously, there at the end, he had passed, but round 1, courtesy of those frags. Now, Chemical's getting it started once more for a squad. It's usually Neon to get it done this time. Jet on the opposing side. Gonna be just that in the last round of the half. A crew don't have a whole lot to work with, whereas on the opposite side of things, YFP flourishing, whether it be utility kills, whether it be weapon kills, they're finding it all and looking to find themselves a flawless round as they swap sides. 8-4 feels pretty good when you start your defense.
It is pretty darn good indeed. And I mean, for this attacking side, we're seeing how well YFP is using that killjoy. I know I've been shilling for KJ on this map a lot this cast, but the reason she's so good on the attack is just that free flank control. It's a role that I think that Chamber will start to fill once he is allowed in comp play, but for now, that turret can find so much value. The mollies into the post plant paired with your Viper utility is great. And now as we swap on over, she allows a free out anchor over towards A that frees up more opportunities on your Viper player. I mean, it feels like a defense that gives a lot more adaptability, especially to your two duelists, because they can roam wherever they want because they know they have two solid anchors on either side. And for this setup, it's the double duelist out towards mid. I imagine we'll see a quick push out of them off that initial pressure. This map is about information. And well, YFP, they look to get it done nice and fast. His pancakes, he'll break his legs, but Nelly might just break open this round.
Enemy mark.
It's not enough to kill you, fortunately, in taking that fall damage, but we've already seen a couple of players today take that fall damage, and in the pistol round, I feel like it means that much more here for a crew to be a bit lower in HP. Means those classics get a bit extra as that wall goes up. It's a second too late on the 0 point. It does allow for a safe plant. And now here we are in the full 5v5, making it 5v4 as YFP chipped away at one member down, that member being Jonah. Now Pancakes just kind of being a thorn in the side. The spike's on the B site, and now they have to worry about this Sova behind them. Finally, YFP looked to storm this site, looked to take the immediate 4v4, but they have to find some early frags to do it, and there it is. It's Nilly to find the first on the site, hop onto the spike, but they immediately get off. They're looking to flush out where everybody's at. They're looking to find and listen to where these shots are coming from and take the fight right to a crew, and Nilly's still alive. Unfortunately, running out of time, looking to just play some extra frags, work towards the Empress here in this round, and it's 4 out of 5, but it's a round to a crew.
I mean, look at how strong that Viper utility is on the retake. You have that wall to come on up. It provides you that initial pressure, and then the one-way will isolate the players that look to come out from main and hold for the post plant. But the secret that a crew had held away in their back pocket was just in the stall potential. They kind of played it like different sets, like a ship's bulkhead. Your first bulkhead that'll break is the positioning out towards yellow. Then you have your players back over towards that spawn flag. And while they're isolated from their teammates, locked off from the water in the second bulkhead, they're still able to get it done with the utility to delay and just to win out on the frags in the end. YFP, they've opened the door. They might have just let a crew back into this one, but a crew still need to win out on this second round, and it's a bit more than a formality. However, heading towards the B site, that makes the letter just a little easier to write.
We have seen a crew fumble this round already. They're anti-eco. After winning the pistol, they let it slip away to YFP this time. On the attacking side, it's a little bit harder to secure that one, especially when the stack is on one site and the spike is planted on the next. So now you're really just going to be struggling to find anything for YFP in way of kills. And well, with a knife out, Sofa gonna fall, and I think that tells us how the rest of this round should be going. And hopefully for a crew, they can keep everything to have a strong bonus going into the next. And Gucci making sure, or trying his darndest to make sure that this one is a flawless round here for a crew. Eric got one.
You got one. You got something, Nilly. I mean, it's damage.
I don't know how that does.
It's damage. You know, you'll take that at the end of the day. He'll shot that one down. That was the gun that Bear recovered, and Nilly will take a little bit of a final mission as his demise is found at the hands of the spike. Still taking 3 bodies there. Not too shabby whatsoever. Yeah. If you're on the side of YFP, that feels good, because it is going to probably force the reinvestments. I imagine we see rifles bought back in off of that, and yeah, there it is. This is not a bonus round whatsoever. You lose this one, and you're a crew, you're probably looking at a 6-10 deficit. So this round becomes all the more important because of that damage, and now we have to bring up the conversation of how are they going to set up into it. Thus far, they've been showing heavy presence out towards B. Normally, a bit of a default with pressure towards A to feel out any pushes there off the rip, and that seems to be what we're looking at again. Pancakes for the early dart, but no one's really aggressively contesting it. Instead, it's just another retake setup on this site, which the Viper utility, like I talked about earlier, allows.
And a bit of noise out towards B. Looks to buy a minor rotation. Just Jonah headed that way for YFP. Meanwhile, A crew looking to rally up outside the A
Spike
site.
drop.
Look to make the hit this way. Spike on up on top of Belt and being your only player up on top of Belt is kind of a scary place to be. I guess at the very least with your Jet still alive. If that Spike goes down, it's a quick updraft to get there. But for the rest of the squad, they have to make the long way around. Here comes that no command. It's looking to be a quick hit here onto the A site.
And it is backside to try and hold it so far. He'll find the first to Tracy even, and Chemicals loses space now. Already up above, it's Calm. He wants to push deeper. Oh no, the switch not well timed, and the resurrection attempted, but it's just a tap as Bear fights back forward. It's a crossfire set up across him and his teammate back towards screens, but he's found an isolated spot, still buying time. The resurrection, that's not coming. No sanctity for Neon as it's him alone. 1 versus 2, his position noted. He knows where both his opponents are, and he's baited out the push and updraft into the site and the plant to come on down. He's sticking this one. 30 HP. Is there a shot dart coming? Not quite, instead. And we'll post. Chill out for the moment. An opportunity to go high, to stay low. So many choices in his head, but no matter what, the final answer has to come. Shot towards the dome of his opposition around the corner. He goes in the peak. It's attempted, but Jonah 6 had the patience. And YFP, they have their 9th.
Yeah, shout out Jonah. Being so strong for this YFP, especially in situations like that, where 2v2s, that 1v1 right there, really stepping up in way of not only just frags, but impactful frags. I think maybe leading that scoreboard for his team. But this take onto the A side, they rip out that no command, and everybody dies, basically. It is, if you blinked, you missed it. The kill feed was absolutely flooded. Fortunately, with the changes to KO, that no command is still doing its job, but Kempeki died in such an awkward position that even if he had been resurrected, probably taken down from screens, and everybody who was trying to resurrect was then put in a tough spot to be shot in the back from the opposite side, that generator side of 410. So things fell a little flat for a crew, and we talked about it, right? Not really a bonus round in that last. They needed to win that one to keep the economy in their favor, and well, it went the way of YFP. Now Neon has to do it again. Bladestorm in hand, wall is up, Spike to be planted, and Viper's been so much invested in this round. A crew trying their best to secure a thrifty and get their 7th on the board, and they've got one player to the good to try and do it.
And Neon's aware of the possibility of a flank. If he can shut down Chemicals, which he looks good to do so, that would change the tides heavily towards their favor, but he has no utility. And now it's a mad dash in towards the site. Chemicals posted, takes the shot, but the rest is there. Viper's pit still up as well, so the tidings stay well, but down goes one. Still, the Viper's alive. That's the big player in this one. Pancakes is just trying to buy time. The tag not there, but the molly's still available. Calm throws one out. Nilly knows. Nilly has to shut this down. He has to go now, and he finds it, but the time's the issue. There's a molly on the Spike. There's no chance in this world. Pancakes finds the final frag, and while the game might not call it, it's a thrifty at heart, and it's a crew to win out.
Wow, this is, for the fans of these two teams, I can only imagine that you're holding your breath in this. Nilly doing so much again in that round, finding frags inside the pit, just not the right member. And then on the opposite side for a crew, it's Neon to get things started. And Chemicals did it again. Chemicals spotted out Neon on the flank, jumps off of Belt, and takes a bit of damage, which then makes every single weapon in the close angles on that A site that much stronger because you are already chipped away at. So maybe a little bit of nerves from Chemical after jumping off some of these high places, not using that jet passive. And at the end of the day, I don't think that's what lost YFP the round, but it definitely doesn't help. Now, in this next one, I think what loses YFP the round is the fact that they unfortunately only have pistols, and immediately the B site opened wide up, down to the last 2, and it's all about containment once more. Although we have seen a crew in positions like this. I thought it was going to be a flawless. YFP ended up finding 3. I'm not saying that's the case, but it is something that you have to be wary of. Somebody will find a frag. They refuse to give up a flawless round to a crew, and maybe another to be found. That right click goes wide. It's a near flawless for the squad, and now 1 round away from tying us up are a crew.
they're making this one look a lot more doable than it initially looked like. And I mean, taking stock of the ults they have in their back pocket, it's even better. Because YFB this round probably want to try and commit in towards a retake. They have that Killjoy lockdown on top of the Hunter's Fury, a strong combination to work back in. So keep things heavier towards A and play that retake game B with a fast rotation to leave your mid anchor in way of the Killjoy. But there's a Hunter's Fury to immediately counter that on out if a crew wishes. And their economy is in a better spot. YFP's is unstable, and if they can win this one, they set themselves on the course to find the advantage in way of rounds, but they won't find the A site early on. They'll apply some pressure, deny the aggression is calm. It's been a while since we've seen this, but he's working a bit of a lurk up towards mid still. That Killjoy utility has a job, and it's to deny exactly this play.
I
Wolf
don't know how
knife
I
and the
feel.
drone.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel with the knife and the drone, because the drone's job, you're not going to get much more past B long anyways, so it feels a little awkward to double up on the utility there. And unfortunately, off the back end, the crew do lose a player. Hunter Fury from across the map. Jonah, expecting something out towards mid just because of Calm. Maybe tripping some of that Killjoy utility. Stops the ult, so won't send the third shot. But for now, YFP, they can stabilize and they can look to play that one number advantage.
Hurt got pulled back in, so far. Oh, he just has to hold the line on his own, and he cannot manage it. It's Jonah to find the trade back through.
30 seconds left.
It's close angle, it's Bear. Bear has such a big role in this round. If he can take down Pancakes, it can change the tide, but he shows his positioning still. Wins out on the fight, and the knife is broken. The slow orb, that doesn't matter because this man stays alive, and Millie working on the backstab. Konpeki will push forward, but it's a bit of a pipe dream. He's pinched in. Every angle containing him to the sole box. He needs at least two. Make it winnable for his teammate in the 1 versus 2, but a flash. No angle. Oh, the spam's already coming through. Millie looks to shut it on down and finally concludes it. Now just Gucci for a 1 versus 4 clutch. It would be huge to come out of him, but so many guns posted on his line. A wall in his face and a bullet in his head. It's going to be YFP taking themselves to double digits and winning out that round. And so much of it seemed to rely on that Killjoy setup, finding great information out towards mid and just buying time off that clock.
Yeah, and I was gonna kind of mention before that too that we're a handful of rounds into the second half. There has been almost zero presence out towards mid from a crew.
Yeah, they never knew about the setup.
Yeah, and so it's like, it's super heads up for YFP to just continue to do that as well, saying, hey, we know they're not coming mid. It hasn't gotten any value just yet, but we're going to stick to our guns on this. We're not going to give that up just yet for the time that they do eventually hit it. And, well, you see that that outcome. Yeah, and also out towards B long, I would like to see a little bit less of that 0 point with the drone. Let the drone do its job here and clear out all the angles. Save that knife for when you are looking to push up onto the site, because a lot of what has changed since Sage has kind of fallen out of the meta is, you know, looking to play some of these lineups onto this default position. And, well, that also helps with Chemical finding that frag onto Konpeki. Means that knife won't ever get a chance to make its way on through here in this round. As Gucci looks to play the plant. Neon out towards danger. Called out, pinged out, tossed out a cloudburst. Tries to sneak away. Does manage to do so. And now there's going to be a Sage wall to try and block some of the shots coming out from this snowman position. So we're seeing a bit of what that Sage utility offers to the composition still at this point in the game. And on the other side of it, just Pancakes with the Hunter's Fury. Picks up a frag onto one, a tag onto the next, but Chemicals still going to work with the operator. 3 on the round. It's Nilly to find the next. Now Calm has a very tall task. A 1v4, just as we saw in the last round, but a different member here for a crew. And I don't think he's going to be long for this world. Maybe just hanging on to the weapon isn't the best call. Finds Nilly, picks up one, maybe some more. Finds the next. 2 on the way out. Thank you for coming, says Sofa as he finally shuts it down. But it's the round to YFP, no less.
Round indeed, and it was Chemicals here. When you were talking about that combo between the drone and the KO knife, I'm wondering if the goal of that is to deny a jet dash. If a jet is playing that updraft spot close, you deny the dash, try and trap her forwards and get rid of it. But the thing is, it's Chemicals. Even if you disable his dash, you don't disable his op. He'll probably still find a shot off of it, and we saw it in that round. Getting aggressive, finding the early man advantage. It's what a player like him does. Is now the lead of 3. A tactical timeout will come on through for the crew. Now, what do they work with? I mean, these hits towards B have been successful, but the op seems to be the linchpin to cancel it out. In the recent rounds that they've tried early on, it was success towards A on the faster hits, but their lurk potential is completely shut down by the basically double sentinel hold out towards mid and out towards B. So we really haven't seen that much impact from players like Calm when they go for those plays. It feels like execution heavy is the goal. Maybe you try and sell a fake out towards B, re-hit that A site, but again, it's that Killjoy who's been so immobile, so unwilling to rotate. Options being shut down, but still had their time to think, had their moment to plot it on out, and the decision seems to be a lean over towards A. You fake that wall towards the B site to keep that conditioning, to leave those options open.
Revealing area.
Big round here. A lot to talk about going into that timeout, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like a whole lot to work with in this round. A couple of rifles across the board, but I believe Kampeki's sitting on that Guardian. Something you'd definitely like to have a bit more if you could. This could quite possibly be the last full-ish buy that we see coming up from the squad. And yeah, I say full-ish because you have that Spectre here in the hands of Gucci. Meanwhile, Calm inside the hut here. Ooh, okay, Bearcoon gonna spot all the information that they need. The spike is here, maybe all 5 as well. The rotation's not yet to come on through. Here comes the Viper's Pit, the wall down as well. Lots of utility thrown here at this B site from a crew. The spike should be planted. Gucci hops off for just a second to make sure that no utility is coming on through, to make sure it pushes him off of that plant. And in the meantime, I mean, pushing to the pit is Neon immediately answered as Pancakes just holds it down with the Spectre. Takes 28 of 30 rounds, but it's a double kill picked up. It's the Viper's Pit to fall. It's the wall chipped away at. And the B site now being contested once more. There's 30 seconds on the clock. Bearcoon finds Pancakes. Now a crew not only running out of time, but running out of members to play with.
And look, they're already boxed in. No re-rotation is possible. They just have to plant on this site, and the orb is recharged. That'll buy at least 14 more seconds here, but no, it didn't have enough juice in the tank. Still Bear finds the frag, and it's left to Kentucky in 1 versus 3. The time, it's a factor, and a shot through the body. That'll close. YFP take map point. Over on Icebox, and they look to close on out a crew. I mean, the play there was put some pressure A, try and buy rotations, but it was what I was talking about during that timeout. There's these 2 immobile sentinels every time. Bearcoon does not rotate until Spike is practically already down. He is not going to leave this site open for you to take.
This is tough. I'm enjoying. I am a Viper solo on B enjoyer here on Icebox. We see a lot of this from Sonics, and it shows you how much faith that YFP have in Bearcoon to just get the information that they need, then back away and look to play as a team. And he's done it so darn good. It's worked so darn well. Now Sofa maybe expecting something out towards mid. The alarm bot does reveal Calm, forces him to hop, skip, and jump away. He doesn't necessarily look to link up with the squad. I thought maybe looking for a long lurk out towards B as the rest of the team pushes on the A side. They're immediately met by Chemicals. Nearly here as well. And the duelist doing what they do best. Chemicals gonna find some more, but can't go directly underneath. An unfortunate circumstance leaves everything in the hands of Bearcoon to try and close this one out. 13-8 on Icebox. Or else a crew will find their 9th and they'll look to fight another round.
Yeah, they have no ults to work with in this one. That Viper util isn't going to come up just yet. All they have is the orb to try and forward the cross out towards the mid-map, but Bearcoon might just expect this. He'll saying for now, plays that rotation, gambling a little bit over towards A, but Kitchen, that's the destination. Players push
30
towards it.
seconds
It's a game
left.
of timing. Where does he expect them to go? Options are open for a crew. Gucci can pop down that wall. They can try and take Snowman control and plant for there, or they can re-extend back towards main. World is their oyster.
Oh, and that rotation from Spawn
10 seconds left.
just got that much more difficult, and the position gonna be that much more telling. Calm should hear the footsteps. Bearcoon leaps up the stairs. Needs to check his angles here, and, well, doesn't peek too far to the left as a crew do, in fact, hang on for yet another round. A weapon tossed over, so an upgrade from Spectre to Phantom for Gucci. Now a crew down to 3. Need to string a few more together, get us into overtime. And they lost the round that they forced up in the last one. YFP were on 11. You could see what they were going for, though. They wanted to play for the win. Now, unfortunately, they're stuck in playing for the tie, and this just feels like such a rough spot. Backs against the wall. You have to be perfect. And Neon going to be opted into saving here in this round. Not looking to force up a primary weapon in a Bulldog or a Spectre or 2,200 credits. Instead, everything here on the Blade Storm. Chemicals goes up on top of the box. This is a chemical, or this is a castle, excuse me. And we saw Neon stand atop and rain terror from. Unfortunately, Chemicals won't get that same value. Nice tag out towards mid, and it's Nilly once more. I mean, the duelists just dueling and continuing to win them for YFP with an ult command once more out towards the A site. Everybody from YFP looking to back away, play retake with numbers.
KO ult is forcing them into this retake situation, and Neon called it correctly. He's fully gambled in on these knives. Two already lost in a rotation out through mid. That finds the frag onto Pancakes. Now they know about Bear, but he doesn't even have to stick to this lurk. He can just group with his team, retake as one continuous front.
And the lockdown, it's been so good. Sofa's had 4 or 5 lockdowns at this point. Gucci stuck holding it down onto the site. Now it's all up to Neon, who gets detained. He takes a step forward, a second too early before that lockdown dissipates, and it's not that 13-8, instead a 13-9. It's YFP to grab the first map.
YFP indeed look good to take the dub there on their choice over on Icebox. I mean, I liked what we saw out of their composition. I think the Killjoy is generally better on this map, despite some issues with the Sageless comp, especially when they were trying to plant on the B bomb site. They looked consistent. Chemicals was having a ringer of the game. His op was hitting practically the entire time. And on the other side of things for a crew, it just felt like I was watching some growing pains, right? Like the KO didn't feel like it was fully worked out. We had moments where the mollies were impactful, where the flashes were good, but I also feel like you can do that with a lot of other agents that don't have the same drawbacks of this KO. So I don't know how to feel about that one, especially if that's the one map they're investing into this new agent on. I don't know. My opinions are split, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat with that KO, especially because you have to have your post plant on the attacking side so polished on that A site, because a lot of teams want to play retake. If you're storming that A site and they're not immediately taking fights, they're going to back away, wait for the team, and then, you know, try and play that retake in the post plant. But unfortunately, it just does not go a crew's way. But as you said, that was YFP's map pick. They're going to hop away for a short break. But when we come back, we'll see if we can keep this one going to a map 3. We'll see what a crew can get done after this short one. And a short break as we look to get back on into the action. We're one map down here in the quarterfinals between Accru and YFP. And it was looking a little shaky there for a second. 8-4 at the half for YFP. Accru start to mount their attack and they put some things together. Unfortunately, things don't fully go their way. And we get what I would consider a close game in terms of scoreline. The inevitable 13-9 in favor of YFP.
A 13-9 indeed, and for YFP, the standout players, first of all, are Chemicals. I mean, just looking back at the replay, so many are just star moments out of this guy on his jet. He created so much space for the squad, and I mean, when you're talking about later into the rounds, it was Jonah 6's clutch potential. The individuals were popping off, and YFP looked consistent. I feel like the Killjoy play for them was working well. They had a strong anchor setup, both out towards mid and on this B site on their defense and on the attack. Look just as strong. And now as we take a glance at the map picks, we start to turn our conversation ahead. And well, ahead, that's going to be the map of Bind, one that as of late has been undefeated for Accru, but the asterisk on that is the teams that they have been beating. They beat Elmer's Glue, they beat Lennytime, they beat Elysium. You know, those are all ones you expect them to beat, but we did previously see them win out over YFP just 10 days ago. It was a 13-7, pretty strong scoreline. So this one is a bit of a rematch between these two teams, which should make it all the more exciting.
Yeah, that it should, especially. So I don't know how much to, I guess, put on that, just because this YFP roster has been all over the place in the last month or so. Yeah, even with this roster here, it's hard to kind of figure out where we're going in terms of what we can expect for performance.
For sure.
But I do think if this is, you know, a bad map for YFP and these players with this iteration of players, you're off to a really good start and kind of getting everybody online, everybody warmed up. I feel like everybody, for the most part, did their part. The one player that, I guess, in terms of being warmed up for kills and things of that nature, is probably Bearcoon, who didn't necessarily get the most action, but did his job perfectly, being that sole anchor on the B side, backing away, using that utility, waiting for the team to come on through, and then allowing Chemicals and Nilly to find themselves some entry frags, and if needed, Jonah to find those clutches on the end. But I think if you're looking at this one and Bind looks scary for YFP, yeah, I don't think you could be more prepared coming into this. Now, Accru, on the other hand, like you said, this is arguably one of their better maps, if not their best map. And I think it's another map where we just get to see Neon do Neon things. I'm hoping after map 1, the rest of the team is there behind him as well.
Yeah, that's what you want to see for this squad. But I want to put an asterisk onto the prior matchup I said before. Out of the players who played for YFP in that last time they met, 10 days ago, mind you, a little over a week, how many do you think are playing today?
I think so. If my research serves me correctly, 1.
And guess what team the 1 is playing for? He's playing for Accru. It is a completely different YFP. Pancakes was the only crossover, and now he's playing back with his boys on Accru. So, honestly, I don't put any stock into that whatsoever. For me, this YFP squad is a brand new team. No history really matters for them, to be quite honest. And even if we see similar comps coming out, which we will in this map, right? It is that same comp that they ran before. It's completely different players working with it, and there is actually a small change. Single duelist, just Chemicals onto his Raze and Nearly getting to play onto that Sky, which I really like. I was having a whole field day on that last map about how much I love Sky, and it gets to come back out for both of these teams. I think the only strange part of these compositions is Jet over Raze. I know it's a personal preference thing, and there's a lot of Jet players that don't really play Raze, which is Neon. And I don't mean to hurt the guy's feelings, but he's a little bit of a one trick. He kind of only plays Jet, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because he is an insane Jet, but you do lose out on a lot of that valuable utility for your Raze. Having a second drone on top of your Sova and your dog, I guess it's 3 then, is absolutely insane, but that won't be an option for the squad as we do hop on into things. It's quite possibly the last legs for Accru as YFP. They've chosen to start on this attacker side and they look to get things rolling on Bind with a setup out towards this A site.
So the one thing that stands out to me for these two teams specifically, right, is we're rocking that Astra Viper. For YFP, I wonder if we're just getting an Astra and a Viper because of this roster being so new, whereas Accru, having played together and kind of working out all the kinks that they need to work out, should be playing an actual Astra Viper and working in tandem. We get to see it starting on the defense where it's going to be the strongest, and we can see how strong it is. It looks like the pistols are going to be strong for the side of YFP, opening things up as Nilly Bearcoon getting himself on into the conversation, and I thought that was a backstab with shots going wide or maybe somebody lagging out, but same team as Nilly. Gets that spike planted, unfortunately meets his fate. Gets another alt orb. That one in way of death, but YFP a player ahead, and usually they're player down. And we see them secure the round. Now things are even for just a moment. That retake for a crew. Oh, the clock's ticking.
Ticking indeed, Calm. Ooh, quick on this push and stunned up his bear, but he'll still find the frag. It's a right click of formalities. Closes. Jonas 6 wins it. Off the 1 versus 1, YFP able to take the pistol off of a bit of a post plant there. It's a simple hit. I mean, that classic Viper wall to segment off and get you that plant. Little bit of pressure in the late round out towards showers allows you to pinch onto those retakers, and, well, it all goes swimmingly. I feel like when I say all goes swimmingly and hunky-dory, I feel like I go from, like, 19 to 91.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, I pull out my Werther's Originals. Sorry, Mike and Ike's. We're done. We got the old people candy now. But jokes aside, even if I'm 91, still rocking with the Mike and Ike's. YFP, I'm rocking with the better buy into this round.
Yeah, finally, I believe this is YFP's first pistol round 1. Now their first anti-eco, so you're gonna be feeling pretty jazzed about this. As the backstab just around the corner. No, Calm still gets some value with the shorty. I thought they were gonna be able to answer for that Viper before Calm ended up getting one, but not going to be the case. So YFP are going to take this one near flawlessly rather than the flawless that they had hoped for. And coming into these round 3s, whether it be the first half or the second half, I feel like recently I've been seeing a lot more teams actually force rather than bonus and just pick up a couple of sheriffs, the members that had fallen. I'm not too sure if you're also kind of seeing that same thing, but I wonder if what could have changed in the meta, or do you think it's just been the way that some of these teams like to play and keep kind of that pressure on?
I think a lot of it is just kind of preference for the team, how you want to play your economy and how many risks you want to take. And Pancakes doesn't put a whole ton of risk onto himself, which is that classic, but gets a reward out of it, right? A couple kills, a crew. Won't get anything more out of this round unless Nearly falls to spike. Nah, Matrix moment. He'll just hop straight on past it as YFP claim their lead at 2. Now crew look to have the buyback on in. I suppose we can get an answer to your question. Are they the kind of team that wants to reinvest into this? Generally, I'm in the camp of thought that doesn't like fully committing to bonus rounds unless like 4 or 5 year players survive. Because I feel like it's worth risking one guy being poor into your 3rd round to make it more doable to win in the 2nd, because this game is so volatile that Spectres can 100% win rounds if your utility play is right, and investing a rifle or 2 into that can change a round single-handedly. So I'm always for it, and well, it looks like YFP is as well, as they'll pop these secrets, hit things quick towards B, but they lose man early. That's bear down in the trade. It's just not coming. Kentucky takes a 2nd in the spray at range. It's wild. Sofa still wins that out off the Spectre. The dog is doing something, but all it'll do is information, and this one is a spike. Tilts tail and looks to maybe flush Neon out of this position. Do they know?
Yeah. I think they do, and there's no real way out for Neon. I think YFP understand that you'd have to be a crazy person to look to open that door, given, you know, the hit was looking towards this B site. So they're still able to play their game. You saw them kind of creep up and look to clear out that hookah position, then re-hold that teleporter just in case Neon wanted to come out. But that jet kind of stuck for the time being, and we'll have to be wary coming on through it. Jonah, not wary at all, pushing onto that side, doesn't even check the close corners, immediately taken down, but a nice upgrade. The way of Sofa will find him a Phantom, and here comes the teleport in response. You know, one more on the site, you know, one stuck in the teleporter, but where is the last? That guiding light, I don't think it got the information that they were hoping for, so they think that it's just a free taking on the A site, but Gucci has something else to say about it.
Indeed, he does. A lockdown to come on through out of the Astra. The Stoic Anchor on the site takes his value in stride as YFP now. And the punishment for the bit of a reinvestment in that one is it'll be a little worse for wear, at least in way of chemicals and Bearcoon, and they don't have any blade stoves. They don't have nothing. Even those odds even more so, as it looks to be a bit of a spread in this round. The spike postured out towards that A site. But for a crew, they have Seekers available on the retake. A strong piece of utility to work with, as With that same Viper wall, I want to see where he throws his orb, because you can turn that wall into kind of the pseudo nat setup that we've seen a lot of Vipers throwing these days, but that is a complaint point for me when Vipers always throw that lurk setup and then don't really do anything with it. Like, there's only specific circumstances, there's only so much, especially as a solo controller, you can commit to conditioning. But in this one, it's a setup I like more, where you have that wider wall and you still throw that orb out for U-Haul. Very long-winded setup, just to say, nice Viper setup, man. I like it.
Nice Viper setup. And it's Mimi approved. Mimi approves all things Viper. If you guys ever have questions, you can take to Twitter at @evilcats, because she'll let you know how she's feeling about it, especially with those Viper's pits on Icebox. As we go back and forth early in this round, a little bit of damage dealt onto a couple of controllers, as well as kills found. Kompeki made deep in it. Okay, I thought he's going to have some trigger discipline, but he does find one, and arguably one of the most important, that being the spike carrier in Bearcoon. Trailblazer, Guiding Light, Seekers, all thrown out. One more flash to work with the sofa. Swings back to the opposite side.
The lurk.
Oh, lurk for lurk. Lurk for lurk is where we go from spawn to spawn. Jonah will find Neon. The odds will be even, and we're basically in that same position that I painted before. A couple of members low HP. At the end of the day, 3v3 no less. 10 seconds left on the clock. An awkward interaction. I think Kompeki maybe queuing up a Guiding Light, but the spike is dropped. Calm comes out of showers, makes that spike doesn't get planted. Pancake's gonna do the same exact thing, and now Jonah has been so clutch, but this time he doesn't have the time to do it, and we're all knotted up.
That felt just a little bit sloppy from YFP in the mid round, right? They leave so many gaps off that cancel. Because if you're leaving yourself open to a cancel in that round, you have to at least apply some pressure somewhere, or commit the resources on the re-clear, neither of which happened. So Kompeki just takes his angle, and then there was no re-clear out through showers either, right? It was just flank upon flank upon flank. And I mean, the lack of a hard sentinel whatsoever in this composition seems to be hurting them just a little bit. Still, I'll have time to recover. Guns will come back through in this round as the double set up to fight for the shower's control, but the cloudburst is Neon safe, and the shot is just a tad wide.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic. The next one gonna miss as well. Pancake's trying to play that buddy system and keep Neon safe. Can't keep him safe in terms of health, but he does stay alive, and Pancakes is able to steal one at the end of the day. So YFP a player down. Paint Shells gonna go out off the back end of the boom bot and find a little bit of damage. Again, it's only chip damage onto a crew thus far for YFP. And they chose to start on the attack. They really need to start showing us something here. Now we'll player down as they set their eyes on the B site. And they still have to be so wary of the flank themselves. Chemicals. The nice frag. Kompeki will fall. That's Flash just taken off the table. Trailblazer as well. One going to be sent out from Nilly. Calm noted, position known. Snakebite goes through, Cosmic Divide from the defense, and it's starting to get crazy out towards B side. The spike finally making its way over, and we're back and forth once more as Chemicals finally to steal something away. Nilly is there to put the icing on the cake, and now in a 1v2, Gucci needs to go clutch once more. Is out towards the A site last time, and he just can't do it on the B site this time around as YFP will reclaim the lead.
Dude, Nilly has been so good on this Sky thus far this game. The disrespect on that Astro Wall was all off his flashes, right? You flash on through, create that space for the squad, and then just can scale your way on through that site. Now the economy, it is very weak for a crew. They've had to continually take damage, even on the rounds they're winning, and the constant forcing, it catches up with them. Couple sheriffs, Shorty, that's all there is to work with in this round. Is IFP have a chance to start to bolster a bit more of a lead to build their economy into a better spot as Chemicals use that blast pack for the early swing. The dart won't find Kompeki, but Kompeki is a nice guy. He'll give his position away off those sheriff shots, and Chemicals look to go hunting.
Go ahead and do YFP a solid. Let them know that not only is there a player in this position, but they're just going to be rocking some upgraded pistols kind of across the board. Chemicals low HP. It's only going to take a body shot to finally sit him down as Neon the first to fall. Pancakes the next, and Gucci and Kompeki, okay, going to work with the sheriffs. Some way, somehow, these thrifty rounds continue to deliver, and we're not even halfway through this map. Icebox was insane, and with this, Bearcoon, spike in hand, forced to use that Viper's Pit just to secure the round, and with this back turn, Kompeki does it again. The Shorty comes online. Calm is working on the Shorty montage. we've done it again. We're all knotted up. A thrifty round for a crew. But Kempeki goes absolutely huge with the Sheriff.
Again, it seems to be YFP having some of these difficulties in the mid-round re-clears, right? They lose a player in towards Hookah, and then no re-clear comes through off of that. Instead, you just walk in blind, eat a shorty bullet to the chest. Some of these small mistakes are starting to add up. You cannot let rounds like that slip away, and now it'll just be the Sheriff's. YFP have to do the same job, but look at the ults they have. It's doable off of this Hunter's Fury, Showstopper, and that Cosmic Divide. It's all good, but it's nothing assured. Neon, they'll post that operator. So round will start nice and slow.
Concealment.
Oh. I mean, I think that's the second time Gucci has killed somebody through the smoke. And I love the way that smoke is working, because it's kind of how... I'm going to hold that dot. Neon about to hit a clip. There it is.
Fire
Sofa
down A.
will eventually fall. Neon forced to back away. Goes at it again for the next. Now towards Showers. Chemical going to go up on top of the box and short. The Neon readjusts and will find another frag. And there's just no way to answer back with only the pistols. Finally, Jonah steals away one, but one is not enough as Gucci finds 3 on the round. And Gucci has such a good timing on those smokes where it's almost as if I'm going to compare this to a Cypher cage. If I'm playing Cypher and I'm lurking, I toss out the cage, I pop it, and I push almost immediately afterwards, right? And you kind of have that timing. Both times, Gucci has thrown a smoke out towards Showers. Somebody is pushed immediately as if that was kind of their own play. Okay, I'm going to put down a smoke, and I'm going to walk to the other side. And they've been punished twice now by Gucci, who's just been, I mean, complete lockdown in Showers. Every time this Astra heads this way, a crew is able to do so much in terms of defense on the A site. Now we get to see YFP with weapons in hand. Seekers out, looking to tie us up once more. And it's been a competitive bind thus far. And this might be the round where we start to see somebody pull ahead, and that somebody could be a crew.
Oh, and pulling straight out onto the site comes Chemicals, but the grab, well, these perfect combos with the Hunter's Fury. Pancakes lines up a double. The ult does strike back, a bit of bite to the bark, but might be the last laugh given over to this crew squad, because despite the map control gained, they still hold on to this man advantage. With the spike in the ground, it's nearly looks to even the odds, fighting his way forward towards U-Haul, and Hunter's Fury popped early to try and delay, but it's not going to find anything. No tag, maybe one, but there's no kill off of it. Now Neon, he's posted so aggressive on this line.
So aggressive. Fortunately, had a teammate there as well to deal with the recon bolt. And still unchecked is this Jet as the wall goes up. Nearly able to escape Jet this time around. Now pushed on the back end of the flash, only to find Kempeki and the rest of the team just on the other side to mow him down. And I want to Pancakes with not only a ginormous Hunter's Fury picking up 2 kills. Chemicals had shot the rocket and it propelled him backwards. Right there, he shoots the rocket and it lines up perfectly for the double kill. Oh man.
You gotta feel bad for the man. But I mean, you do take those if you're on the side of a crew still. The flash on through, it was a good attempt out of YFP. It wasn't enough. Now a reset down onto the eco here. Just a couple SMGs invested on. And I honestly wouldn't hate to see something a little bit quicker. Like, they found value. They're consistently able to get the site off these faster rounds. It's just a matter of holding on to that post. And I think if they can set up right for it, they have Astra Viper, they have a Silver, they have the comp to get it done, especially with that raised util as well. We just haven't seen the opportunity to use it just yet. However, this one, facing will stay slow. That nice, shiny new Sheriff won't net Chemicals anything. You can invest all the money you want, but you can't dodge a bullet.
And Gucci again through the smoke. Just understanding this is when somebody says, how can I up my game? I say, just shoot through smokes. Just start shooting through smokes. I guarantee you're going to start to find yourself finding these random kills from timings like that. And Gucci is just, you know, doing the things that the pros do best. Shooting through smokes and finding kills, putting a crew in really such a tough spot, or a good spot, excuse me, is YFP. have been in a tough spot, and I'm kind of pointing back to that Astra Viper. Like you said, you haven't seen a whole lot from it. It looks like we just have an Astra and a Viper versus having the Astra Viper working in tandem. Now on defense, we might get a bit more.
30 seconds left.
We get to
One
get there, and I mean,
enemy
9-3 at the half. Sure, you
Spike
could
down
put your
B.
stock in the curse, but you absolutely do not want to be 9-3 for YFP. It's Nilly just trying to grab whatever he can. Again, picks up one onto Kenpecky, so the performance on his counterpart might look good at the end of the game, but a crew going to be way happy with winning these rounds over that.
They'll be pretty darn happy indeed. For YFP now, we have to start to look back on that drawing board and find solutions. I was a proponent of trying to hit things a little bit faster. I feel like you can find some weakness in this B site because the only real anchor potential comes from Calm and his ratty setup. He throws that deep wall over towards Hookah and can kind of get some sneaky spots off of it. But ultimately, if you can just dispel this one man, dog him out, drone him out, you have so much information to be gained. You can hit on towards that site. But the new thing to be dealt with is this 3-strong push out towards Ace short. Only one man to receive it. This does open that B side up. Quite weak. Bear. Oh, he's been spotted and he doesn't know he's been seen.
Yeah, it's tough. On the way out, the leg spotted of Bearcoon, which gives some pretty good information, pretty good spacing, although maybe privy that somebody's right behind. YFP now just about completely corralled out towards the B side. They're going to have to pull the trigger here. Looking to go for the plant with Nilly for just a moment. He comes off, finds Kenpecky once more. This time, he goes unanswered. So still alive is the Sova of YFP. The Seeker's going on through. Gucci, it doesn't even matter. Picks up 2 kills of his own. Mr. Multi-kill for a crew. The Astra on defense has been absolutely huge. Now it's YFP once more with the spike planted, but they have to hold it down in the post. Dono's only able to find one as he swings out towards Hookah. He shots in the back, and it's Gucci for 3. Another Cosmic Divide online for the defense, but more importantly, another round.
The retake potential here seems to come so heavily off of the fast flanks that YFP is, or excuse me, that a crew is able to pull out. This is an issue I've brought up before with this YFP squad, where they don't really cover their flanks too much. They'll leave a lurk, but he falls really early, right? They had someone whose job, or it was Bearcoon, whose job was to deny aggression from A short, and he falls before he even receives that information and just commits to the hard B hit, which means that the second spike's down, there's already hookah space that's been retaken by the defense. There's already elbow space that's been retaken by the defense, and it's kind of just a formality to pinch onto the site. Another eco round here for YFB.
Toxins going up.
Inching closer to the 9-3, and I mean, this map, you're seeing how uncomfortable it is in terms of not only how the map has played out thus far the last 10 rounds, but Icebox was a map where YFP was feeling confident with what they had going into the round and finding these frags and trying to get thrifty rounds or winning when they're on the back foot. This time, they have not had that same success. Nilly, usually good for 1. Won't find that same success either. Kenpecky gonna find the next on the round, and this one looking to be flawless. If Calm can stay alive, sitting on just about 10 HP for that Viper. Bearcoon down to 5. Now the last one standing in is Kenpecky. Fall, so not a flawless, but pretty darn close for a crew as we go into the last round of the half, and they're looking to match that game 1 scoreline, but instead a crew are going to be 8-4 at the half. A couple of ultimates to play with. Most importantly, I mean, we just saw Calm have that Viper's pit out towards the B site, completely locked it down. It forced YFP to play that A site. They do a good job of getting there, but they just cannot hold it down.
Now I'm a little befuddled too, because YFB wanted to come attack. I was expecting something grandiose from them on this side because of that, right? Like, you think they come in towards this half, look to get something special done, but we haven't seen it just yet. And Kenpecky, he's the one dealing the special damage. Takes 2 before he falls and gains favorable trades for his side. Now Pancakes, he'll talk Sofa, actually looking to find the pinch, but the wall comes up well timed to keep him alive. Where's the other force? It's kneeling on the other side, and they both will stay alive. A heal not available as Calm. Oh, this timing. Nilly not looking just yet, and Calm adjusts. Now it's just Sofa for the 1 versus 2, and he'll hop forward. Looks to find an angle with the op, but what he has in the weaponry, he lacks in the positioning, and he lacks in the spike.
I And just a back and forth way to start the round. Now Calm just playing mind tricks. Meanwhile, his teammate in Gucci creeping on up to finally close it out. So 9-3 is where we find ourselves. And like you said, YFP, they chose the attack. They didn't really show us a whole lot, or maybe what we were expecting with them opting into that attacking side. If you take Sofa and Chemicals kills, it equals 11, and Nilly has 11. If you take Jonah and Barracoon's kills, it equals 11. That's some quick math that I thought was pretty cool across the board. But that's really all I had to talk about on the attacking side, right? Outside of the shortcomings that are getting that spike planted, then the post plant just completely falling apart, come crumbling down. Even in numbers advantages, a crew, or YFP, excuse me, fumble around. They find some way to do it. Now, a lot of it, I will say, is Gucci doing Gucci things. Completely just has that clutch factor here in this game. And that's what I was talking about coming into this one, where it can't just be all neon again, because we saw how that works. It ends in loss.
You need someone to be that extra force. So many teams, especially in our region, have that issue of a shining star and the rest of the sky looking bleak in comparison. Now, Neon, his job to get things going. Spots out Bear. Spam. Not enough to finish the job, so both walk away wounded as rotates will begin to come underway, but not in time for Calm to find a path on his lurk. Sofa, this is so aggressive, and it looks to work regardless. Will the trade come through? Yes. It's Kompeki to get the job done still. One man in the backside. It's Jonah, but it's Pinch from Pancakes. Well set up. Take this site. Do they have enough to close on out? YFP. Still too strong, the nade. Just a little too late. So Kompeki escapes all three over towards the U-Haul.
And this is definitely not something that you're expecting everybody to be out towards this U-Haul side. Nice boom bot. Gonna flush out one, but how much more can they get as Chemicals pushes on through, picks up two, and Nilly to close us out. YFP, it was looking desperate in the 2v3, but desperate is exactly what they needed. They get themselves a post-plant win, and most importantly, they pick up the pistol.
Let's see if this fairy godmother is on their side today, because YFP, that 9-3 curse will have to come through strong for them in this game. That's the way to get things rolling, right? For a crew, they put their all into anchoring close in towards U-Haul, and I like the setup because of the health being considered. However, when that shorty didn't find its mark in the close corner, that's when the round was all but done. Strong work to Chemicals to bring back through. I want to see him back to his normal form. He has had such a slow start to this game, but defense with Rays, strong combination, and a couple eco frags here might pull that mental. It's been a lovely spot. Is going to be a takeover towards U-Haul. They're going to maybe split in a late round on this A side just to get that spike on down.
And I love that when we see the sky, we start to see those ult orbs funneled into the sky. I don't think we saw the best setup around the attacking sky of YFP and the Seekers more specifically. It really felt like an individual performance for Nilly every time he was finding frags. So I'm hoping that for the attacking side, for a crew with those Seekers online, that they do a bit more with it. Again, a team that has been working together for a little bit longer. YFP, this iteration of the roster, they've only got this open at number 6 to their name. And for now, it's upgraded pistols on the side of a crew. They've got a bit of damage. They haven't been able to crack the defense just yet. And speaking of defense, Chemicals looking to go on the offense. Here's Barracoon able to bail him out for just a second through the teleporter. Calm will go, but right into Sofa. So he's answered just about immediately. And now Neon in a 1v5. A shorty in hand can maybe do something sneaky. Can maybe look to steal away one of these weapons and do a bit of damage to that bonus. But it's looking pretty good for YFP.
Are they gonna feed him? Come on. Don't put your head in the snapping turtle's mouth. Surely no one bites on this. Is there util on the other side for that Viper to throw through and try and get him out? Honestly, it doesn't matter. It almost harms him more to live. He's just gonna want to die.
Yeah, he needs to, yeah.
There he goes. And will fall round will be claimed. It's flawless for YFP, so this does create some inroads towards a profitable half here. If they can win out on this one, well, the train is heavily rolling down the tracks, and the crew start to have limited options on how to hammer on those brakes. This should be the round, though. They get rid of it before anything runs away. It'll be 4 out towards this B site. A similar setup to what YFP was running in so many of those rounds, but the crew look to find it a bit more success.
that
Revealing
Viper
area.
wall. A little scuff. I don't think it went as deep. No way. Gucci does it again. It's just the timing. Bearcoon tosses out the poison cloud, looks to push on the opposite side, but doesn't give it any time to marinate that play. And I mean, Gucci does it again through the smoke. I don't know how he continues to find those frags, but either way, one of them is stolen right back from YFP. And what I like about the Raze in a composition like this, where Raze is your only duelist, is you have the Viper, you have the Raze, you have the Sova. You have three agents who have utilities to really help you out, or utility, I should say, to really help you out in rounds like this, where you can count on the paint shells to do a bit of chip damage, the shock darts, the snake bites, and then your Spectres get that much stronger. So I think, although only Spectres on the side of YFP, still a very winnable round.
Oh, yeah.
Although Nilly, low in HP, I don't know how much utility this guy has, as you hear that guiding light go on through, and I've been really meaning to sauce in a Twitter / guiding light, and I'm working on it, and I'll probably get one out today. So make sure you guys, keep your heads up for that one.
Are you
30
plugging
seconds
your
left.
Twitter meme that doesn't even exist yet?
Yes.
All right, I'm with it. Here we go. Cosmic Divide. Excuse me. Just secrets to me. Pop pancakes for the first in the back sight. This man's hinged. Rocking a hard place. Neon, he'll be the hammer. Takes him down. For YFP, the retake with 2 utilities starting to dwindle. Should feel impossible. Damage here is good, though, as they'll have a perfect buy into their next round. Gucci, tough position, but he'll just line him up. He'll take him down. Gucci, he's got him dead to rights. 10-5 now, Garner.
Dude, Gucci has
so
just
good.
been insane here on Bind. That's his 4th or 5th 3K. And again, it starts off like this, where you gotta let that smoke or whatever is in the way concealing your cross, you gotta let it marinate, because if you don't, Gucci's going to punish you for it. That's the 3rd that we've caught from Gucci's perspective. 19, 8, and 4 on the Astra, and typically Astra's the agent where you slow down a little bit in the aim because you have to step up quite a bit in the brain, but Gucci is just doing it all. And I mean, momentum. Valorant is so heavy on it, than a crew, they've got it. Fortunately for YFP, it was just a bonus round, so they buy into this next. But if they lose this, I mean, you're just a couple of rounds away, and you're 5-11. You have to make that decision. Do we force up what we can and play for the win, or do we play for the overtime? And Gucci gonna look to make that decision. Sofa answers back for 1. Neon on top of Tube, gonna steal the neck. So YFP a player down as the Seekers go through, trying to reveal the position, but it might be a second too late, and Gucci's still alive, which means YFP still have problems.
Jump across. Neon not able to spot things out, as Nilly might just be spammed away too. There's so much damage done. I would consider a save at this point for YFP. I don't know if you go for this, right? You can be fine to concede 11, but if you go into the possible round where you're facing match point with a tough buy, that is not a good look. Jonah, though, does he even get across? That'll be a tough river to ford. Bravo comes on through. Neon will close things out, and Nilly will hold on to his Phantom, but that's all he'll take home.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Again, Gucci just in a decent spot to find a couple of kills. I believe 2 picked up in that round, and you see the immediate difference in the post plant, where it's pretty one-sided from YFP in their take on the retake. I guess that was an awkward way to say that, but that's where we're at now. But it's pretty one-sided.
Sure.
As soon as Gucci is there to answer for the flank, which is what we saw YFP lack, somebody answering for that flank, everybody else is just funneled into that same spot. You have nothing to worry about. And then you see the rest of her crew just holding it down backside, not letting those 2 players from YFP on or get really anything. Jonah crossed a couple of times or peeked a couple of times and didn't get anything for it outside of just dying on his own. And now with that 1 weapon save, you got a hero rifle, sure, on the side of YFP, but it looks like pistols for the rest of the squad. Maybe a shorty for Chemical inside. A Sheriff down now is Jonah. Not going to get anything there. Nilly looking to go out with that hero rifle. Take down Pancakes. Quite a bit of damage, but the drone spotted him out, and Pancakes will back away alongside Kompeki as the crew look to hit this A site.
Chemicals. Shorty close. Surely. He gets Surely. Oh,
Gucci.
no.
It's
Gucci
Gucci.
does him dirty. Close on the corner. He's ready for the angle. The crosshair placement is good, but Bearcoon is pretty good as well, and it might have found a well-timed distraction.
Last
though.
player
The 6
standing.
instinct 7th sense. It's all flowing through the brain. 1,000 universes in Pancake's hit. It's the one where he finds that frag. Now 12-5 on the horizon is Konpeki. Will confirm at YFP a mountain that they have to build towards.
Match point.
7 in a row. They did play for the overtime, right? Everybody saved up. It was just the hero rifle. Now they've got that full buy. Operator online as well. I'm not too sure if that was... Okay, that is going to be the hands of Chemicals. I thought maybe it could have been in the hands of Jonah, but it's going to be the Rays wielding that one. But this has to... I mean, this is it, right? You've... Not only do you need to start winning these rounds, but you need to do it in taking the most minimal amount of damage because nobody can really... force up comfortably. I'm pretty sure Jonah in this round is glass cannon on the Sova with the Vandal. So even in round win or YFP, you got to make sure that you're doing your damage mitigation as well.
You do. Chemicals close on this angle. He's containing so much space. It's a one-man army, and Neon, that feels a little overzealous on the peak. Still Sofa, he'll take it. Jonah, vulnerable position to take the drone through, but it's working regardless. Chemicals finally strikes his mark as now he can pinch from the shower. This setup is strong to keep containment the main factor, but Pancakes, he breaks out of his cage, and well, he is doing just fine. Tuck close on the corner. It's Bearcoon. Spikes down onto the floor, and Jonah, as the dart clear out the teleporter, they know that Konpeki hasn't made the transversal quite yet, is just trying to work this flank. Here's the footsteps. It's just a fake.
It's nerve-wracking. Jonah needs to go huge. Instead, Konpeki will be the one coming out on top. Now one frag away as well from the ultimate. And it's Bearcoon to worry about just on the opposite side. Through the smokes. Maybe the Viper goes down. Nope. On the swing. It's Konpeki to fall instead. It's YFP to hang on. The damage, they mitigated almost 0 damage. 3 members die. So that buy coming to this one for YFP, it's going to be worse than what they had in the last. This is, again, it just gets harder from here.
Still, in those hard-fought mid-rounds, it feels like this is the first time that YFP is able to come out on the bright side, right? Like, there's an early duel there out towards A. The Cosmic Divide looks to take that aggressive spacing, but... they have that position towards showers with the op of Chemicals, and he changes the tide, but he's lost it. Now it's just a Judge his ult to work with, and the spike is postured towards the B site. The Viper setup is a tad more aggressive. Wall down towards long that actually isn't going to be used quite yet. It's nearly like close around the Cloudburst.
And Nilly was a huge driving force for this YFP team in finding victory on Icebox. The Hunter series have been pretty good for both Sovas in the series thus far. That one only going to find a bit of damage. Unfortunately, not much on the back end of that. Is Gucci still alive inside Hookah? Seeker's going to force everybody back. Bearcoon actually going to get tagged up by that, but Jonah's there for the trade. So 1 for 1 as we continue onto the side. It's Neon to pick up 2 and unanswered is the Jet thus far. Now with the Blades online, a couple of ultimates to work with for YFP, but a 13-6 might be in their future if they can't do this flawlessly. We saw them in the pistol secure the 2v3. Can they do it again here? What could be the last round? Shots go out from the rock and the knives will fall. Now Sofa has to get it done. A 1v1. The Cosmic Divide. One player to worry about, that being Konpeki. Swings the corner, finds the frag. Will finally do it and close us out as a crew. We'll take fine 13-6. And Mimi, the first series of the day, we're going to be headed to a map 3.
Yeah, map 3, and that's Haven that's coming up on the line between these two teams. For me, when we talk about YFP on this map, I first of all question the decision to start on that attacker side because they didn't really show me anything special. Like, the mid-round looked a little tough. They were struggling with holding down against the aggressive flanks that a crew was consistently showing, and it never looked like they were adapting to that. A lot of issues cropping up, but still, these teams, they feel pretty evenly matched. And Haven, even more so than either of these openers. We'll see you guys with that final decider on the other side of this break.
2 maps down, 1 more to go here in the quarterfinals. And a crew, after losing Icebox, Mimi, they look pretty darn good. We could have guessed it. It was Bind. It's their map, one of their strongest. And they really showcased why.
New team for YFP. Same result. We're right back out at a very similar scoreline as Crew. I'll close on out. They send us to Haven. But as we look back in review, we talked about this a little bit before the break, but first of all, Gucci was having a nutter of the game. I know that,
yeah.
I mean, he's always been a player that I think gets slept on in these rosters. He's such a strong smoker and just a flexible player that can pop off when needed, and that's exactly what happened in this game. I still remember that that interview we had with him. I think when he was still with EC5 after they beat Shroud's team in the VCT. It was just, watch out for us. We're always here. He's a pretty chill guy, but he gets going. It gets going, and we are indeed watching out for them as we now head our way over to this map of Haven, one that is honestly all right for both of these teams. For YFP, historically, it's kind of been back and forth. They've taken some L's to V1, to EG, but they've beaten out some respectable names as well, taking down the Knights, taking down Cloud9 Academy, that brand new roster, and a while ago, again, with a different roster, beating a Crew. So I don't want to put too much stock into that for YFP because it is a new mix of players, but still, at least with some of the similar coaching and similar staff, that's what previous results have been. But the other side of things, on the Crew camp, it has been a map that has been honestly fairly solid for them. They've found some pretty good upsets here. They were able to beat the Knights pretty aggressively. I don't know if I'd call that an upset, but they did it regardless. They had a very, very close loss against NRG, and I think like quadruple overtime. They smacked BBG just the other day in the group stages of this event. I mean, it has been a consistent one for them. And my biggest thing for a Crew is that I feel like Haven, yeah, you can pug it. Yeah, you can go for that, and it works sometimes if you have strong players. But I feel like this is a map that lends well to a team who works together and has that structure in the mid-round, especially on your attacker side, because I think this is the map where IGLing is most important, and that synergy that a leader has with their players is most important, which a Crew has been able to build over quite a while playing as this core. And I don't know if that's so much the case for YFP. So I think that we've already seen some issues for them in way of the synergy, them maybe not holding down the flanks. That was a big issue back on Bind. These little issues crop up in big ways on this map, and that makes me a little bit worried for them. But still, with equally matched players, there's a chance for anything here.
Yeah, flank watch was kind of an issue for YFP, especially on their attacking side, and Haven is a map where it enables that a whole lot more. I think one of the scarier things too is in way of timing, Gucci, I mean, is just all over it, right? We saw it with those kills through smokes, kind of understanding, the way that YFP want to move in and out of these smokes and in some of these crosses. Well, Haven is another map where we get a lot of that, if not finding timings on things like that. Finding timings in quite possibly, you know, some of Gucci's own lurks, maybe if he's still playing the Astra come this map of Haven. That is an agent where you can look to play across the map, find some lurks of your own. Obviously, this is a map I love because of the Sentinels finally really get to come online, right? Your Cypher players get to do a bit more because you can play lurky, ratty. Your Killjoys can do a bit more playing off the turrets. What I think bodes well for YFP, although a Crew have seemed to have kind of figured them out after 2 maps, is that this is a map where maybe we go back to a little bit more comfort, right? Chemical's probably going to be back on that jet and off the rays. Nilly probably still rocking that Sky. I thought looked great on the Sky. Looks good on Haven as well, or the agent works so well on Haven as well. So I think you've got a lot of comfort, which is really what you need when you're a team who's only played now 7 maps together thus far. And Haven is, I don't think is one of those maps that they've played yet here in Open 6. So no, it's a scary place to be, but maybe feeling comfortable, if not on the map, in their picks coming to it.
Yeah, I think so. I think you bring up a good point there. But as we do hop into Agent Select, we can make that point into what might actually be the reality of the situation here. For a Crew, I don't remember if they run a Sky on this map. I'll have to double check, but I would like to see it. I know there was a time when they were maybe experimenting with the KO, but I think that they've gone back over to that Sky. I would expect probably Konpeki to play it if they are going to pick it up, and well, now that's the only options with the lock starting to come on through. You were right, kind of postulating that Nilly would go on to the Aussie agent himself. Bear onto Cypher, Calm onto a Cypher of his own. For both these Senti players, this is a comfort map for them. This is a comfort place for them, especially when you have to be a little puggier, when you're a little less experienced as a team. Getting to start defense and getting to kind of set your players up for success, especially for folks like Bear, is a good spot to be in. I think my biggest kind of question is, what is the aggression going to look like? Because I think that's the most demanding part of defense, is finding the well-timed aggression, finding the well-timed pushes, and that role, a lot of it is on Chemicals and on Nilly, especially is how they'll play in a duo if they're trying to work these walk-ups.
And now we're all locked in for both of these squads. It's elimination on the line or semifinals ahead of you. Map 3, quarterfinals, winner gets to move on. And I believe they're going to be playing... Okay, never mind. I thought Team Basilisk was going to take that series, but it looks like Flickbaiters and Team Basilisk are 1-1. So the winner of that one will be playing the winner of this map here in Haven. Across the bracket, TSM Academy have already taken down Radiance 2-0, and they're waiting to see if Knights can deliver that same fate to Nemesis in 2-0 fashion. Knights actually our week 5 winners. They also made that second place run in the Valorant Elite Showdown. So a team that's really been working their way up the ladder, and also officially signing Scuba. I think a fantastic pickup, but now we get to see how this one most importantly shakes out as we jump on into the pistol. It's YFP on the defense to get things started, and it's a crew to keep on moving forward after a dominant map of bind. And for now, it's slow out towards mid.
They're gonna try and plant B, walk out, maybe try and hit something over towards the link. Not sure just yet. That is what that early posturing is maybe showing me, but instead they'll apply this pressure back towards A, the drone for the reclear. This is something that a crew has done really well, and another issue with YFP was the reclear space in the mid round, and the double drone of both that dog on your sky as well as on that owl drone makes that job a whole lot easier, as it does like to be a split out towards A here. Only this Sky to anchor either needs to go good for one or just fall away. Has the flash utility to stay safe, as his dart will be queued up on the exact.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, star to work with as well. Sure, they call that one. We'll see if Sofa pops it, and oh, there it is. But Stars on the opposite side as they dash on it to the site. Neon looks to get a bit of damage onto Nilly, but that's it so far. As the shock dart comes on through, that one on top of the box. Maybe looking for the Jets. I imagine was looking for the diffuser. It just goes a bit wide as here comes the Batman. Bearcoon gonna come flying down in Chemicals here on the retake. Picks up 2 classic in hand and is an absolute menace, but Kempeki there to match. Meanwhile, Calm, the long con Pancakes, just needs to stay alive long enough for this flank to get the value inside the Nebula smoke. Both players. Wait, as that spike is halfway, Calm forced to rush inside, and it's YFP to once again secure the pistol.
Yeah, you could hear him counting down. He got to 5 seconds before he sprinted, so was trying to make that gamble. I mean, it's a 50-50, right? Whether you call the bluff and you just walk up or you don't, and he loses out on the 50. The flank was just a little bit too late, so his teammates fall on the site. Those options disappear. You got to give most of the credit to Chemicals. It was a great flash setup by Nilly. Chemicals drops on in, finds a double, and creates that space towards the site, and forces a crew into a pretty tough spot. So IFP starting strong on the recovery. Now the Spectres will be bought in for both sides. This force round for a crew packs a punch.
That it does, courtesy of that spike plant. Extra credits for the squad means they're bringing a bit extra into this round, although it's going to be the light shields versus the full shields on the side of the defense. And once more, it's that same kind of setup, right out towards mid. You saw Calm toss out a cage, a couple of stars recalled out towards A. So that Cypher really could be anywhere, which is exactly why Nilly going to use that Trailblazer just to try and clear things out. And with that, Calm going to go right back to it. Look to play the long con once more. Look to play the flank, but this time on the opposite side of the map as this team looks to push 4 heavy, 4 deep inside garage.
What is his timing going to look like for Calm? Oh, not yet. Now he's given away the game about the Spectres, right? They had been tapping away at the classics previously. Now they should be suspected that there's a force spy on in, but everyone's rotating off of B. This is wide open for the taking. That trip will be broken, and A-Link looks to pressure just a little bit as the spike comes on down, and they'll pinch their way towards this link to hold in the post.
I'm wondering if Calm is on his cam, right? Because he would have spotted that Sky looking to push on the flank. Jonah going to be spotted out in the spawn. Sofa just on the corner. Do we see the double swing? We go 1 for 1. Jonah stays alive as Nilly does eventually take down Calm. He wasn't on his cam. He didn't spot this guy.
Enemy remaining.
Again, it's YFP working against the clock. Now it's Nilly working against 2 and the clock. Full HP on the Sky with the flash to work with. Unfortunately, that regrowth doesn't get too much done. As Pancake's forced to hop away, low HP, and a crew just looking to play this clock perfectly. The recon bolt not going to get too much. Around the corner, the Sky will come. And around the corner, the Sky will fall as the crew, they force up. And, well, they reap the benefits, they reap the rewards, and they tie us up at 1.
They hid the Spectres so well. The only time it was broken was with that frag out towards short, so an over-rotation was called off of it. B site is claimed. Just a well-executed round overall from a crew, and now YFP, despite winning that pistol, are going to have a big punishment here. Just classics. They can't even afford to invest into the Sheriffs. Goal this round is probably to try and get some of these ult orbs up, keep the damage in, but even if you give damage to a crew on this one, it's really just like they'll be able to play that bonus round, or they can decide to reinvest. I mean, the world is their oyster. It'll be the shorty towards the sewers, 2 players to back it up, but the dog always doing something. Great stun to be found. Chemicals, he's so dead, but what?
No way.
The classic? The flash to find, too. The gun is recovered and Pancake bails him out, but a moment of panic showing there for a crew.
I don't get it. Sure, the left click wasn't nerfed, but how have the classics gotten this much value in all 3 maps already? We've seen something like that happen where somebody's getting this freak amount of value with those left clicks. A double kill there for Nilly. And you brought up that bonus, right? From a crew, they could look to bonus into that next round, barring, you know, maybe a flawless. Now I am expecting that they have to buy into the next. So at the very least, this full classic round for YFP, it's helped make sure that this crew economy stays accounted for, that they can't just continue to bolster that one up and have buy after buy after buy, even in the face of defeat. For now, it's a Spectre retrieved into the hands of Sofa. Site still on lockdown.
One
As
enemy
the
remaining.
Cyphers are about to meet one another. Neon can find a kill through the smoke this time around, and it's Calm to take down Bearcoon and maybe see if he had a weapon for him to upgrade to. It's just going to be Spectre for Spectre at the end of the day, but it's a crew to win that round. Not necessarily as handedly as I would expect it.
Yeah, I mean, that flash towards short made things really scary. Nelly did a good job at finding the damage, but damage, that's all it'll be. Now through comes the rifle investments for both sides, actually. And well, for a crew, they have the luxury of having money in the next regardless of win or loss. IFP don't have that same fate. Only 1 player out towards the C site, and that Cypher strips have been committed elsewhere. Only 1 for main to throw to that early info is Chemicals with the op post up, but they won't find any heads.
Oh. Okay, he did get it. I believe he did end up he didn't see it pop, so Neon wasn't too sure. Since a couple more shots to make sure that camera gets taken down will reset.
Recovering it.
They won't have that one online for quite some time. Bearcoon kind of hanging on to that as Nilly. Okay, there's the op shots. Trailblazer out towards mid. It's a couple of op shots out towards A and a tag from the drone. Extra reveals the position, but Chemicals looking to retake this spot. Not forced to use that tailwind just yet, but did not see the Cypher in the corner. Calm able to come out on top, retrieve the operator for himself. Now going to take that 1v1 with Jonah just around the corner. There's the swing. The shots go wide. It's a couple of body shots for Jonah as he will find that frag. 1 for 1 is where we find ourselves. And with all that action out towards the A site, the rest of the team here for a crew, they say, hey guys, let's rally up. Let's take the fight this way. Neon's going to pick one up. That one being the lurker coming out from that C site with the Cosmic Divide. And well, that frag across the map, a crew, they changed their mind and they looked to head elsewhere. That
Cosmic Divide gives so many options because it cuts the noise out towards A. So if you're on the rotation, you'll never know how many are up. And well, Neon, he's made his way past the wall, close in this corner. He has a dash to work with, and they'll line up for him. Finds the first Nilly on the trade, but Gucci, he's so fast on this flank. Rip rolling through the site, but look at the time. Now it's just down to the kills. He needs to find it now. Bear up above, and he gets it.
Oh,
the time is done. YFP have stolen this one away. A crew letting it slip. If that spike could have just came down, it would have been a surefire win, but not to be on this world.
That is heartbreaking for a crew. That was their round. They played YFP like a fiddle, and like you said, that Cosmic Divide, it cut off so much of the audible compromise that a crew would normally give themselves. I think one of the biggest things is Neon only getting one in that position. You pointed out that he had the dash still available, but just wasn't able to use it to get away. Goes 1 for 1. Should you find something extra on that site, that spike is planted down almost for free, and well, that one does end up going your way. Such a strong start, but a sloppy finish from a crew in that round. Finds us tied up at 2, and with that, YFP, they take their time out. It's nice and early. You and I always go back and forth with how late we get before we finally see a timeout. Well, this time, it's YFP probably settling some of their own nerves and clutching out that round, and now looking to further identify and understand the way that a crew have been kind of pulling them all over the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see how their setup might adjust off of that, because honestly, winning a round like that is not a door towards consistency. That is a hard one-off. A crew's not going to give you something like that multiple times in the game, or at least they very much should not, as it seems like they're resetting towards their heavy mid-control plays. I've honestly really liked it, not putting too much stock in towards that C-long position. They're fine to concede it, and instead focus on contesting the Cypher util towards mid and allowing that to catapult these pinches in the late round, but see how that one does come to terms, as garage door will be broken and 4 strong will pressure in that direction.
This is kind of the crew special thus far. Out towards mid a little bit, get a little noise that way, take these doors down, and now look to make that play once you've kind of ruffled some feathers inside garage here. Blades are online for Chemicals over towards the A site, and he's going to be the sole member of YFP holding it down. So will be a 1v5 should a crew look to head that way, and I mean, that might be the call. Fortunately, the dash is still available. Gucci finding timings. We saw it. Unfortunately, he ended up dying to Bearcoon, but he found that timing on the flank. It was actually Kempeki who was a little later on the timing and ended up losing that round, but that's what I was talking about coming into this. Now Chemicals spots out the play, spots out the push, sends out a couple of knives, now forced to back away and wait for the rest of the team to come on through. No fall damage. Chemicals, no fall damage is allowed here in this round.
None whatsoever, as Rowan will come forward, try and find some information. They want to keep their jet posted up in towards Hell. He plays the anti-flash as well. The amount of impact this player towards Hell gets, as well as the one in that close corner, really finds value in this round. Ooh.
Oh, updrafts. They just get nothing. Still, the knives have yet to find the values. Here comes the drop down from Sofa. They go 1 for 1. There's the knives coming online for a nice little reset. And Chemicals picks up 2, but Neon is there to answer. Now the last one standing is the best standing. The last one that you would want. Off the spike will come the diffuser.
No time.
Gravity well is there. Nilly. Oh, you're right. There's no time. They've done so much, but they still lose the round. It's Gucci to go clutch again, Mimi.
I mean, Gucci is so good in this round, and I love the setup from the likes of a crew, because they again kind of position themselves in that nesting doll of places that need to be taken. Right? Initially, it's the 2 players tucked towards backside, the man towards Graffiti Falls, and in Hell, more time is bought, and by the time that spike is even capped, Gravwell is ready. And despite the fact that Gucci goes down, he had already run the round off of time. The impact this man can find in these late situations is great. Yeah, he's a baiter. But he's a baiter who wins rounds, so why not take that if you're on this accrued team? Still, the economy's going to be punished off of that one. And it stays rough for both these sides. This round is going to mean a ton for one of these squads to start to shore up in a better direction.
No, okay, I was about to say the Classics about to do it again. Heaps of information now, not only finding that kill, but tosses out that neural theft just to understand where the rest of this defense might be playing. And I mean, you really got to hope for a lot. Basically what that neural theft gave you was anywhere you go, you're going to find a 1v1. There's no gamble stack coming out from YFP. And okay, Bearcoon takes a 1v2, comes out on top, a 2v2 as Pancake swings the corner and will finally answer back. So damage dealt. Again, for YFP, damage just has not been enough. The frenzy retrieved. The spike yet to be planted. Plenty of time on the clock this time around, though, for the attacking side. A couple of hunters, sure, he's available, but unless another frag is picked up, I don't think we see Jonah sending this one out. Wary of the flank. He still holds the angle. Sofa making sure that nobody's coming on that long flank themselves. All 3 stacked about towards C long for a crew, and Well, as this time ticks down, YFP is going to be forced to put themselves in tough situations to not only try and win the round, sure, that's kind of far-fetched, but just like we've seen previously, this is not a round where you need to save the weapons you have. So Sofa and Jonah, they just have to pull the trigger here soon.
They just got to send it, but 2 stars plus that Sova util still up. This one should be locked in. Unless they push quickly, it's not going to happen. And indeed, it will not. No damage to be found. Concuss on the way out, and Pancakes to garner himself 3. Off of that one, a crew. That was their chance to shore up their eco, and they've done just that. IFP still should be able to buy back into this one. The previous was their save, and their ult economy is sitting pretty, but my big question for them is contending with this mid play. Because practically every round, a crew puts pressure there and garners a heck of a lot of information off of it. Pushing those drones through B, through a garage, it allows you to really catapult either towards those late round A hits off of the redrone towards sewers, or just C, off of the presence you already have pretty much every round off the rip in garage. So they need to find a way to try and counteract this default just a little bit better. It will be that same setup I just spoke of.
A bit faster towards the B site this trip. We give information should anybody head out towards that A-Link area. And now the Cypher Cam gonna reveal Neon's position. A quick plant onto the B side. Hunter Shuri coming on through. Not gonna be in time though, so Spike does get planted. The defensive neural theft. Bearcoon bites off more than he can chew there. Gucci's there to answer back, but Nilly on the trade. YFP, excuse me, a player ahead. As the Seekers reveal that the 3 remaining are out towards mid for a crew, and they immediately push forward and look to answer. If you blinked, you missed it. Nilly with 3. Jonah to top us off at the end of the round, and it's YFP to find another.
The difference between that round and the other hits out towards B we've seen from a crew is that there was no extension elsewhere on the map. It was just positioning out towards mid and 1 pushing deep into B in that back site. Previously, they always take a link or at least apply pressure C link to create that bulkhead effect, but that didn't exist here. They only had 1 line of defense, and the second that failed, the round was over. It's well played for YFP to work that retake so cleanly, as everyone will keep guns up on both these sides. Crew, do they make a change to their setup off of that?
Here.
Are they? Okay, I thought maybe looking for. Okay, I thought they're gonna play for the orb, but they are. They're looking to play a little bit differently out towards long, on the side of YFP. Crew, still same out towards mid. Let's chop down these doors and see what we get in response. Maybe send some of this information gathering, i.e. the drone or the Trailblazer. And then we look to make a play from here. So they head out towards the A site like we've seen in the past. They will be met by chemicals pretty early, unless they all cross out towards sewers. And I mean, with the drone here, the re-clear and Gucci with Spike in hand right behind it, I think that's exactly what we get to see. I don't know if that op shot was from chemicals out towards A long. I think it was. So maybe a misclick there. Reveals his position. Either way, the crew still want to take this A site. Cosmic Divide comes on down. Now Chemical's trying to find a way to get some type of value, but there's only going to be 1 member to be had here. Around the corner, no way. He misses that shot too. Pancakes stays alive and eventually finds that kill. It's going to be traded back, but YFP a player down. At the end of the day, Nilly still alive.
30 seconds left.
Proves to be a problem for this crew squad, but it's calm once more. The long con all the way through spawn, and should be able to find the answer for Nilly right here.
1 enemy
Should
remaining.
be able to. Yeah, he's got it down. Act away at Sofa alone. Where does he take this? Over towards C. It's the right call. Can he catch someone on the cross? So that could be critical.
seconds.
No, they've made it through. Gucci. Oh, the gravel could deny. Is it in time? Yes, he's off it. He's off it. No way.
Oh my God.
No way. Just 1 piece of utility, and Sofa has won the round. That is ridiculous.
I'm anticipating. Congratulations.
Wow. I am...
What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, just completely lost. YFP, they do it again. And sometimes that spike does go down, but you see just out of range. That pulled him from a plantable spot, right? If you're still in range of where you can plant on that C site, the spike goes down.
Yeah.
But that star was perfect to pull Gucci away. And who better than Gucci, who's been the Clutchmeister for a crew. Now we're all knotted up at 4. And if this wasn't a great map, again, for YFP, they're
Standing
finding
ahead.
these little
Deploying drone.
conniving, ratty ways to win these rounds. And that could finally, or could set them apart, you know, come that second half of this. When they start their attack, you pick up an extra couple of rounds. And, I mean, you could really have found yourself
Scout destroyed.
a chance to win this one. We still got a lot of game to go left as round 9 finds us in a full buy basically across the board. Bearcoon able to spot out one towards the C site, that being Calm. So unfortunately won't have that long flank here in this round. We'll look to link up with this team once more. That spike now in hand as a crew. I think they've got their eyes set on the A side. It's usually worked in the past. We'll see if they do finally make that decision here as everybody's grouped up, all 5 members for the attack.
There's a repush coming towards sewers, and the timing on it is so good so far. Oh, he can shut this down, deny the split, but he whiffs. Calm on the turn, the running gun off the Phantom. Now it's shown in the corner, who is completely blinded still. The op towards Hell Chemicals. Does he have the turn? Absolutely, a no-scope works, but back through the smoke comes a crew. Bearcoon versus 2.
Spike planted.
Won't deny the plant this time, but the Seekers are popped. They're trying to lock this one in. They know that he's positioned towards CT and it's a crossfire. You swing off the contact of the man. Graffiti, you try and lock this one in. Can Bearcoon? He may get out this beak. Not yet. They cross his lines of sight and he'll go for the swing, but Gucci, he'll go for the head. Finds the jugular, finds the round.
Oh, man, these are, I mean, explosive rounds. Chemicals put in such a tough spot, but still manages to find a way to pick up 2 kills for his team before eventually falling down.
Player standing.
Gucci found Nilly through the smoke. I'd imagine that time hearing the footsteps. But if he doesn't find those frags through the smoke, then we're looking at that 2v2 there at the end. Nilly is still alive to help Bearcoon. You might still have the flashes and whatever else this guy brings to the table. Not to mention the 15-6 scoreline at that time, 15-5. So absolutely fragging out. A lot of weight on the shoulders of Nilly here in the defense. Will need to be transferred to that attacking side. But for now, a crew 1 round ahead as they play this slow default right at the beginning. It's an aggressive cam from Bearcoon out towards C long, just to make sure nobody heads this way. But the weaponry, I mean, you don't have much to answer behind the information that you might find.
Oh, close corner. One more to contend with. Chemicals.
Remaining.
The classic will make him thorn to the rosebud of this round. This Neon as the final man trapped in a corner. Bear, come on. 1 kill with the classic. It's a simple ask. It's a simple responsibility to try and garner, but something tells me it's not going to happen. He's getting flanked. This round will be over. Neon is said to steal away the kill as the crew take their way to 6 despite stumbling off that grab well loss. They're doing well for themselves to take this advantage, look to catapult this into an 8-4 lead. And again, this mid pressure has just been such an effective strategy for them.
Yeah, I think what we've seen in the last couple of rounds from a crew after losing another round to time is them understanding, all right, guys, we really need to tighten this up, right? They do have a lot of...
Going Astro, guys.
What's the word I'm looking for? They have a lot of control. There it is. They have a lot of control in these rounds. Haven is a better map for them, and, you know, you give them 10 more seconds between those 2 rounds accumulatively.
Sure.
And you're looking at an 8-2 scoreline. But because of those 2 rounds, we're seeing them play a bit more methodical in all of the decisions that they're making. Even in that eco round, they use a lot of utility from their spawn just to make sure that they're not walking in and losing too many weapons. So a really solid change in mindset from a crew might find them an 8-4 half, as again, it's inside the spawn. They haven't got a whole lot this time around, though, for the aggression on the side of YFP. It's not just classics behind them, as this Odin just starts to go to town. Nilly in such a tough spot. The bolt should reveal the Sky. No, it doesn't. The Owl Drone gonna reveal the Sova. Pancake's forced to sneak away, and I mean, Nilly has not moved a muscle.
I can't believe he's still here. He had his gap to try and escape, but he's committing to the bit. You gotta put some respect on it, but commitment, that's not enough to win a round. You need to head as well, and well, Paincake's happy to take that one off his hands
30
now.
seconds left.
Towards A, Lurk sits the spike on the rotations. Another round that's coming down to the wire, and the Disaster's still alive. A risk associated with that, but it's A being hit in 20 seconds. This has to be so incredibly fast.
I said they were playing more methodical. You don't necessarily have to play slow when you're playing methodical. So like you said, with 20 seconds left on the clock, now make it 10. You just have to play for the plant once more. Shorty goes through the Cosmic Divide, and it's Neon. You come out on top of Bearcoon. Now this retake gets that much harder. As YFP, all three members are on the wrong side of the wall. Now they look to push up, and I mean, every single axis is covered here. Kempeki's got the flank. Neon close with the operator, the Odin holding heaven, and Gucci just in case. He's gonna be playing towards that defensive position. 3 frags picked up by the op of Neon as Chemicals tries to steal one back. The op of his own is able to take down Calm, so it won't be a flawless round, but here comes the hunt. We go to the last round of the half. Weaponless will be YFP, or at the very least, opless will be YFP.
Last round in the half.
Good denial on the save there, and good hit out from a crew. This low time has been an issue for them before, but this time, grab well doesn't quite work. I do like that Bear drops down and tries to contest, because if he can deny that plant, he can win the round nearly single-handedly, but heroics, they were not enough. It was Neon instead. Man of the hour is now. Crew continue to find themselves on the train tracks towards a positive 8-4 half. Did it just in that previous map and able to close out pretty quickly off of it. It's not over yet. YFP a little aggressive towards the say lobby, but some strong combo of utilities keep them pushed off. And now we'll rotate and join this hole. So the offensive's strong up towards the A site, but the drone not gonna happen.
Gucci. Gucci's been so good thus far. Gets a little caught out there, taken down early. Fortunately, Tom's able to steal one back. Oh, the neural theft, and he's just got the read on Bear. Neon to find the next with the attacking sided operator that's done so much work for this Jet. And if it's not the op that's doing the work, it's the Shorty right behind it. Jonah expecting that plant be towards backside, does find the tag, and Pancakes is able to sneak away, but 70 HP is where that Sova will find himself. The recon bolt comes through. Neon gonna find the leaping Sova. Now with the blades online, it's not gonna be enough. Chemicals falls 8-4 once more is where we find ourselves as we swap sides.
8-4, the score is on the door as a crew. They will look to a door. I don't know. Can't find a run. Unfortunate. This is why I'm a caster, not a rapper. But as we take a look back at the rest of that half, I mean, nearly had some heroic moments, right? I feel like when there was big things coming out of this YFP squad, a lot of time it was him. He was looking good on the sky to find the aggression, but there was never a case for consistency. YFP, excuse me, a crew rather, was just looking good in towards these mid-round scenarios. The aggression from Neon was massive, and now this pistol round will mean so much for this YFP squad.
It means a lot. Haven has proven to be a bit attacker-sided at times. We'll see if that is the fate for YFP, if they've got something extra spicy for us on the attack. Recon bolt used. Owl drone looking to clear things out. Short, completely cleared, but where else on the site? One underneath heaven. Got him like to find the flash. Pancakes now maybe in a tough spot, but Neon is there to bail him out through the cloud burst. Nearly will go, and the bodies are starting to drop on the site as it's all YFP. Picking up 3 for 1 in response. Oh, Kempeki. The timing is just perfect here from Chemicals. Through the nebula smoke, the bird will go. The right clicks will prove just to be enough, and it's YFP bolstering themselves yet another pistol round win. Now they have to keep it going.
Keep it going, indeed. That is the name of the game. We have seen in a couple of these rounds off of that plant, a crew go for some funky 4 spies, but on the defense, no plants, no real bolster the economy to make that possible. Instead, they'll just stack up towards A, which is not where YFP looks to test. So, inroads. At least a 6-8 scoreline here.
Down. Revealing area.
Oof, it's fast. Down A long. 3 members. Pushed up here from a crew. Fortunately, there's a trap wire there. They won't get through that one for free. And Bearcoon, oh, Bearcoon doing his due diligence. He's got one on both sides. One of them taken down, so now has to be wary of who might be coming from C-Long. Both of them taken down, and Gucci spotted out the reload herd. Jonah on a solo mission picks up the first. 2 more to find just around the corner. How much do you want this Hunter's Fury, Jonah? Show it to us. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. Kampeki is going to allow for 1 more orb to be picked up, but a crew really just looking to do damage here. Out towards the site, though. Pancakes was there for just a second. He gets taken down. Now it's all down to 1 in Kampeki and Sofa working towards that Cosmic Divide. YFP secure their 6th. We'll see if they buy up now into what could be, or possibly should be, their bonus round, but a crew will finally be on weapons on defense.
I know you're impartial to them, but I really don't like those skins. What are they called? Like the scrap metal ones?
Y'all rocking with the Wasteland?
I'm not rocking with it.
Y'all ain't rocking with the Wasteland?
I feel like it's like the people who say Minima is their favorite skin. Like, it's like, Tanner's not like the other girls. He doesn't like Prime. He likes Wasteland.
Yeah, I'm not like those other Valorant e-boys. I am different, you know. I don't actually like. I liked the Wasteland at one point, but then once I started using it, it doesn't hit like the Prime.
Cool. Like, imagine it's in like Counter-Strike. I'm with it.
Yes.
But I feel like with this game, it's about the weapons feel, not really what it looks like. It's about how it feels. And I think if you want the Wasteland vibes, go for like whatever that skin pack was called. The one that had like the Lego Ninjago blade. What was it? It had a Vandal in it. The one that was like bricking everyone's frame rate when people played with it.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
The one with the kill counter.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about? The Vandal from that set. That kind of looks like we have the Wasteland at home, but like a little futuristic. And it feels good, unlike Wasteland.
Yeah, I can see that. That's pretty, like, Ready Player One-esque Wastelandy.
Sure.
Where you hop into the back of a van, and that's kind of where your gaming setup is.
Cyberpunk 2077. I mean, the parallels don't end there. It'll put your frame rate just like 2077 was on release.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
100%.
Everything you need.
Yeah, I'm no longer rocking. No longer rocking with the Wasteland.
So all right, Neon. Let's see what he can get done. Nothing. Falls away. Off the line he goes, and towards Garage. Chemicals will fall. This is A site. Looks like it might just get faked onto. Spike's not a part of this play just yet, so a lot of the value has to come from this one man in Chemicals positioned out towards Garage. As he goes down, the options elsewhere are limited, and it just has to be this hit on Hay. Neon, it's his job.
Blocking sight. Headshot.
And I mean, Neon, when it's his job, he does a pretty darn good job locking this one down. Next to swing is Jonah, and well, next to fall is Jonah's. YFP completely picked apart here in this attack, and I think at the beginning of this, Chemicals actually only spotted one inside Garage, that being Kampeki. So I don't even think at this point you understand how deep your numbers advantage is or isn't. Now Calm, the other player that was inside Garage, will eventually flake around and find the timing onto Nilly for a flawless round, which is the best way to do it. A crew not only win the round, their first rifle round, they don't give anything away. They don't have to rebuy coming on into this next one, and this is where we start to see that economy really jump on up. And Neon, I feel a little quiet. A little quiet. 17-9 feels pretty good, but it hasn't been too standoutish. Finally, we get that nice little double kill to stop that attack. Obviously, Pancakes up in heaven gonna help out there. And well, for YFP, they've got to buy, but this is a very important round. If they lose, they'll be reset. Whereas if they win, a crew will still be A-okay going into the next.
Lily will dog on in. Is this an increase in the pace? Not yet. Chemicals will just take Garage, but the Spike's not a part of this play, at least not yet. Chemicals is shown, but the delay on the tag's pings to come through means there's no potential for the wallbang there. Off of Mr. Gucci in the Garage. But he knows that the space has been re-cleared, and Neon knows he has lots of space to work with. Free real estate on the A site. The cage will try and bait him to stay, but so much is being shown. So much noise is being made in Garage, but they've circumvented man in position, so it's Kampeki. It's Calm on the site. It's a flash queued up, a push on through. You can't see a damn thing. Chemicals, he doesn't have a care in the world. Another flash to come forward, but Sofa gets his job done. Still Kampeki anchors in the back lines with Sofa. No HP, no matter. The frag is there. Dart is up 2-1. Shot through the box could do it. But look, the backstab. No, Neon, the savior, keeping his teammate alive and keeping this one an even tidings bear. Tap on the spike. Going forward, and he just can't win it. 2 against 1. The odds not favorable. The round count not looking too great either. Neon even flexing with the skill jump. It's double digits acquired.
That's tough. That round almost picked up by YFP, but again, the timing for a crew. Neon to bail out pancakes from the lurkers. Sofa did so much, but it just wasn't enough. And something that I wanted to point out at the end of the series, we are kind of creeping that way unless YFP can really bring themselves back in. Sofa on the Sova. That is typically what it is. This is not an agent that Sofa normally plays. I think coming into today had 3 plays on the Astra because Jonah is actually holding that position. So to be able to do what he's done on a pick that he is not comfortable with, well, it's looked pretty darn good. So is Gucci. Opens up this round with the frag. Chemicals is there to steal it back. But look at the health bars. They're all chipped away at. The rest of the team for a crew, they just get to walk on and close out these kills for free, baby.
Free indeed. I mean, there was an attempt to be made there, trying to create an enclave in towards the site and find some safety in the spike plant. But a crew, they will not allow it. An extradition against the attackers. Now, guns will come back on in. They have a bit more of a fighting chance, but this momentum, well, it's momentous. Operator grabbed in. Neon has been so good at finding the early strikes in these rounds, and well, he doesn't quite have the position for it in this one. It's the aggression he brings, right? He's set up for a walk down C long here.
I love this play. I love this play when you have somebody behind you as the jet dashes away. Somebody looks to say, okay, I'm going to push that jet and I'm going to find that frag. And then, well, you have somebody to worry about. Fortunately, none of that is needed. The play kind of falls apart in the buddy system because Neon does it all himself. So Campecki still going to be holding down that C site. Not only the Bladestorm online, but has the Seekers, should they need to find a bit of extra information as to where YFP are planning. With the drone out towards the A site, the Spike has not yet reconvened with the team just yet. Neon can reveal his position. Oh, that's tough. Neon wanted to bail out Calm to make sure he went unchecked, but instead both of them give up their position. Now the op is known on the A site. Calm is forced to give up that position in that tucked in corner on the A site, and well, with that info, YFP look to just back away. The Seekers get a bit of information that they're playing out towards the spawn, but that's not really telling you a whole lot. Nice wall bang to find some chip damage, but not enough to find a frag. At the very least, the shields, the HP has been tagged away on. Recon Bolt doesn't reveal anything onto the side. They feel safe to push on through with knives out, and Pancakes is there to punish. Fortunately, Bearcoon gets 1 in damage mitigation, but it's only 1. Gucci's there to trade. Now Chemicals very close quarters with the operator as the 367-20 around the corner comes Gucci. He sacrifices himself, and Campecki closes it out to 13-6 on the line for a crew. YFP have 3 ults to work with to try and live to fight another round.
It's not breeze, but the Tony Hawk action continues on this map regardless. And I mean, that push out towards B, they thought they had found a gap for the squad of YFP, but approaching with a bit more trepidation could have been the move. A crew was set up on that crossfire, and through the Astra smoke, no potential was seen. Now the buy into this final round, well, it's not stellar, to say the least. The op is still up for Neon that has been tearing this YFP squad apart, and now they're approaching straight toward the jaws. There's a beast, but this time he misses. Chemicals finds a shot. C open for business, and over the split from Garage.
Hunter Fury looking to get something extra done. Jonah's able to find one. Gucci's there to trade it back. That's the spike. You called it. And, well, Gucci's sitting right on top. Cosmic Divide as well. If you want to fight for the spike, you have to go through the Astra utility. And Nilly says, A-okay, I'll do just that. Will not only find the frag. Bearcoon falls. He finds the spike as well. And now in a 1v3 situation, Calm has been lurking the entire game. Continues to do so on the opposite side of the Cosmic Divide. That spike is planted, and 3 members await to try and secure another YFP round.
He's making noise. They know. Close corner. It's 1. The spam through the wall. Nilly. They'll shut it on down finally. Round to work back in here for YFP, but It was just off of a whiff shot, to be honest. If that early frag goes the other way and Neon is able to land this, then I think we see a world where the game is over right there, right then. Gucci as well. You can see he was fumbling, trying to get his grab well online, not realizing that it was still on its recharge. So instead, he just has to commit to a swing with no supportive utility and loses out as a result. That spike is recovered in the world where YFP wins that, disappears. Still, or excuse me, where crew wins that. World where YFP wins it, well, we are living in it. It's a lovely world to be at, but in that world continue to favor them as Chemicals will post out towards mid. This one, much slower start from YFP.
And this is, I mean, basically the same storyline that we saw in Bind, where it's, I believe, 12-5 at the time. YFP need to string 7 in a row. This time it was 12-6. They only need 5 in a row, or 6 in a row, excuse me. Now only 5 in a row after finding 1. But if the script remains the same, this should be the round that a crew pick up. Hunter Shuri. Okay, Pancakes finds 1. Here comes the Seekers to try and force this operator back. Chemical is going to find one across the map as well. So 1-for-1 trade thus far. The regrowth. Make sure that Sova's nice and healthy in Jonah on this attacking side. Kempeki just around the corner from quite possibly finding a frag onto Chemicals, or maybe taking an op shot. Oh, they just swap sides. They just trade that. Oh, no, the barrel spotted. Kempeki is able to find that kill. Now there's nobody on the lurk. It's all 3 players stacked up, pushing C long, and 40 seconds just under on the clock. They're looking to play a bit quicker than maybe to their liking. Calm will fall inside the cyber cage. As the tag is there, a player forced to back away to remove the dart. Now Kempeki, unknown in the back corner as the shock darts come through. There's the jump peak. The Sky has now been revealed as Pancakes falls into the hands of Jonah as we go Sova for Sova, Sky for Sky. In a 2v2 situation, the spike yet to be planted. 16 seconds on the clock to shorty up close and personal. 8 HP is where Neon finds himself. A Classic's going to do the trick, and it's Jonah to close us out as YFP hang on again.
YFB hanging on, but it just feels like it's by the skin of their teeth round after round here. That aggression up C long works early on. And in the 2 versus 2, they're able to win things on out. It feels like momentum is starting to build for the squad. 4 more, that's what's needed. And the crew have at least 1 more buy left in them. They lose this round, they're looking at a reset. And IFB are looking at a world where they take birth in towards the double digits. Where will the hit come, however?
Where are you?
It's to be like a lean out towards this A site. Spike on a reset for the time being, as that also attempt to hold across, but Cage should deny it.
Oh, Neon expecting. But again, uncharacteristic. The shot goes wide, and Pancakes. How does Pancakes not? No way that just worked in favor of a crew. What?
That's outrageous, but still, it's not over. Job's not done. Nilly takes the trade, and we stay even 4v4. An awkward start, but how does it end? Spike looks to come towards mid. Chemicals, he holds for the cross, but no one has a reason to take that cross from B. Everyone safe in their positions. It's a retake setup on this A site. Strong positioning towards B. The cannon close to double trip. You swing off of that with some cages. That means this site generally open for business. C probably that final destination. Who's here? It's gonna be Gucci. The Aster in his hands. He's so strong.
You are divided.
And a crew did such a good job of making sure that this round wasn't going to be one of those rounds where you just look to quickly hit B and throwing off the momentum or the pacing. Now in a 3v3. Jonah's able to find the next, but Kempeki is there to answer. So a 2v2 once more. The 2 remaining ultimates for YFP have since been popped. It's the Blades online. It's a Cosmic Divide as they look to go aggressive. The operator's here. The no-scope from Neon is good as Sofa tries to steal it back, but he just cannot. It's 13-8 to close us out, and it's a crew to move forward to the semifinals.
A crew, they finally are able to close it out. And I mean, if you're them, you don't want to roister too soon because the job isn't over. It's only the quarterfinals that you've made your way through, but they keep up a strong streak, right? In the past, we've seen this team struggle, and we saw it in this series, right? In that first map, it was not looking good for them whatsoever, but then they come back so strong on their choice of bind, and the closeout on Haven looked good. I think it was a matter of them being a more coordinated team, having more time together to prep for this YFP. I mean, I don't want to really, like, diss on them at all because they're a team with a lot of potential, but they've only been playing for like a week. In a way, they can't have prepped every single map here to the level you'd expect from a lot of the teams who have made it this deep into this tournament, and it's a little unfortunate for them, but it is what it is. As we look back through the replays. I mean, Neon is really the guy I want to talk about. The last game felt like the story of Gucci, but this one was a hero doing some heroic things.
Headshot.
Yeah, you kind of painted that picture, right, of Neon just really being comfortable on the Jet, kind of being a one trick, and for good reason, you know. And it's not just the Jet one trick who is a complete op crutch, which we have seen, you know, throughout the scene. And a lot of times that falls flat, but Neon was doing it all, whether it be knives, whether it be rifles, whether it be operator.
Yeah.
Really just encompassed the duelist role and just so happened to do it on the Jet. So I think from map to map, keeping Neon on the Jet
Sure.
works really well for that squad. Also a standout player when he was playing for Serenity Black. So just a huge, I guess, upvote towards a crew for having this Jet on their team as a whole. And to your point for YFP, like you said, I think it's literally been this event that this team has been playing together. They have insane individual performances. I think where a crew really stood out was, like you said, in just when you can kind of, you already have this baseline of how your team plays together, and now you can do the rest of the stuff that you need to do in Valorant, right? Your lurking, your timings, the things of that nature. That was really paying off for a crew. The communication was all there as a whole. And for YFP, I do hope that we get to see, although I want to see these players go do bigger and better things, as we've seen from most of the YFP roster, I hope they do find solidarity. So that way, when we keep seeing this YFP team, they're starting to march on forward versus just constantly, it feels like almost setting themselves up for failure if they continue to change their roster, make it to, you know, the quarterfinals, and then what?
Yeah, and then what? Well, we have to figure out what the next steps are for that team. But the next steps for a crew will be facing the winner of Flick Baiters and Team Basilisk. That one has gone the distance now in the third map, but the other side of the bracket, that one's concluded. Knights taking a commanding 2-0 over Nemesis, and TSM Acad taking a 2-0 over Radiant. We'll take you folks to that game between Knights and TSM Academy after this break. But before we go, we have to thank our friends over at Mike and Ike. You can take your candy game to the next level with a pack of the Mike and Ike's Original Fruits or the Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The fruity, chewy flavor helps power you up. It keeps you playing at your absolute best. So do go power up with Mike and Ike. We'll be right back with you into the semifinals.
Quarterfinals down, now the semifinals right ahead of us between a TSM Academy and Knights. A couple of pretty big names here in the Nerd Street Winter Champs Opens. But before we get there, let's go and take another look at that bracket to see how exactly we did get here. It was pretty dominant on the bottom side of things. I believe TSM Academy 2-0 over Radiance.
Yeah.
And then you had noted it. Knights 2-0 over Nemesis. And it looks like Basilisk actually went out in the 3 maps that they played against the Flick Baiters. So they're going to be taking on that crew squad that's looking pretty darn polished. Meanwhile, Mimi, we get a really strong matchup. I guess if we're just talking more specifically from what these two teams have done in these Winter Champs qualifiers, Knights winning last week, and then the week previous to that, it was TSM Academy making their way all the way to the grand finals, only to lose to version 1.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, TSM Academy has been a team that has been impressing since they left Noble, which, by the way, they didn't get dropped. They left for better opportunities. They have just improved, looked better and better. A couple roster changes, and now this squad is looking really, really strong. As a review, it's Precision, B-Dog, Payin, ZK, and D-Cop. You got the one consonant, 3-letter duo there that has been looking good. ZK has been a fragger in my eyes, but Knights, on the other hand, it's been a less consistent team. TSM Academy have a lot of history together. Knights has been tumultuous, to say the least. The only, standing member from the early Knights rosters is Ziff. Everyone else has been replaced.
Yeah.
Ban is brand new. Scuba, I think he just got announced today or yesterday, previously of that KCP squad. Gangsta comes in, another of the ex-IMT members. We got to see Chemicals over previously in that last matchup. And, well, the other Frosty is on the other side. We got young Frosty versus old Frosty in Frosty ZK. So some interesting matchups here, but it's been a while since we've seen these teams face. Traditionally, TSM Academy / Noble always wins this matchup, but September was the last time we saw it, and Knights with some new changes. I mean, I don't really know what to expect out of them, because Scuba, he was already always a player that was super slept on for me when he was with KCP. I think he's a pretty strong Astra in our region. He's a flexible player as well. I think we do kind of lack good Astras right now, especially in the tier 2 space, and he's working towards being that player, which I love to see. You talk about bringing in Frosty as well. You get some of that young energy, that young player to work with on your squad. And then you've rounded out with the experience of Gangsta, and then also just the pure fragging power of Ban, and things start to look pretty strong for this squad. And as we take a little look at our map picks and bans, we can see where we're headed for this best out of 3.
That we can. So it looks like Bind, Ascent, Haven on the table. Unfortunately, the 2 new silly maps, Fracture and Breeze, won't find their way through. Neither will Icebox and Split. Now, with both of these teams having, I guess, their background in the opens here, I want to talk about Knights more specifically, because for TSM Academy, it's been pretty standard. Their roster hasn't had basically any changes, right? They've just been working with what they've got. Whereas Knights, from week to week, from tournament to tournament, they have also always had, if not 2 or 1, a handful of moving parts. This time, I believe last week in their victory, they had Critical in, whereas now Gangsta's going to be filling that role. So although a strong team on paper from what we've seen from these opens, I'm wondering how much that is going to pay dividends in, I guess, the comfortability of the squad, because we've seen even some of the top teams, right? They make one change, and a very close change, right? Even in bringing in an analyst or a coach, and things still don't go their way.
Yeah, it is a pretty big pivot in the map pool, so I never like to put too much stock into it. But if we are talking map history between these two teams specifically, it's Bind first off, and this is one of the strongest for TSM Acad. They love to pick this. I would say their homes are probably here in Breeze. They like a bit of Icebox too, but they'll normally pick one of these 2 maps before they're going to pick their way into that Icebox. So this is one that they should be winning, right? This is one that they probably should be able to take. But if there's a road for Knights to win this series, it's got to start here, because this is one where they could easily find an upset, especially with a defensive sided start. I see a world where this happens. And as we talk about the map picks and as we pivot our conversation over towards the agent select instead, B-Dog is one of those players who rocks with the Jet on this map, and it is an individual decision. I'm normally more of a Raze enthusiast myself, but you got B-Dog, man. We saw how impressive he was in that, I don't remember if it was last week or the week before that, where they made it into that grand final. He was one of the big players to occasionally, when the team needed it, just put them in his backpack and get the roll.
And that's, I think, one of the, I guess, when you're looking for a player that is solely, kind of like Neon, right? Where is solely playing that Jet, you need to do a bit more to prove that you can make the Jet work.
Sure.
And, well, you know, having a huge backpack for the rest of your team to hop on in, that's a great way to get started. But then also finding extra impact on maps like this where we do see teams stray away from that. Now, Scary on the other side is Ziff on the Rays this time around, and that is a pick that is comfortable to the duelist player of the Knights, and it could show us maybe why the Rays is picked a bit more over the Jet. But here we go. It's the semifinals. It's Knights versus TSM Academy. It's the Knights mounting their defense to get things started, and it's paying. Queuing himself up. A nice Poison Cloud looking to play this lurky ratty style, where the rest of the squad is already queued up out towards showers, and they're taking it pretty quick.
Pretty quick indeed here is they're just queued up for this split. That lurk wall is up. Can he find anything off of it? The Viper's going to need to get through now, but the blind is good, and Ziff is spraying. Precision saves his teammate on the push through, and Payan still alive. Love late shots to take down Frosty, so the heal comes through, and so does his smoke, but the plant gets denied. No one is protecting ZK. They were too preoccupied with getting the sky heal, but Decop, his mind has not swayed. Scuba, though, what an adjustment. The flick onto the right click now brings this to an advantage for the Knights, and no one is watching Ban. It is a clown fiesta of flank upon flank upon flank, and well, it'll be the Knights to come out on top. TSM Academy had the world in their palm, and it rolled straight on out.
I don't think the right click was nerfed when you're just standing still. So for Decop to just get the RNG there to not land
I
any
think he got
more
double
than...
dinged too, because I believe he had armor there. That's so bad.
Yeah, that absolutely stinks. Now, that's not the reason that the round was lost. I think you painted that perfectly, right? Nobody protecting ZK getting that spike down. And then at that point, it becomes a complete scramble because you need to retrieve that spike. Somebody else has to get it planted. And, well, your original plan was to use that somebody else for utility on the site. Fortunately, things start pretty good for TSM Academy. B-Dog and ZK going to find a couple of pistol frags, making this one even across the board. But the health is just so low. These Spectres get this much stronger against this attacking team. And I mean, with that, Scuba's pushed all the way up here. Ban also inside the spawn. Precision, the last healthy member of this Knights team, and he's going to be taken down. So the 2v2 now to ensue. Again, the health Decop is very close, I should say, from turning this one into a 1v2 in favor of Knights.
And the heal is available for Precision, but my quandary is if this will get them distracted. Yeah, they're both showing. Heal is out. Scuba shuts it down. Well timed on the flank to take them both, but that damage, you cannot write that off.
Yeah, love that. You love that there. Now, again, we get to take a peek inside the minds of Knights to see if they do want to try their hand at buying into this one. It looks like with 3 members, so we're getting almost a complete inverse of what we saw earlier, where with 3 members dead, teams were looking to buy into this next just because they didn't think that 2 Spectres are going to be strong enough. Now for the Knights, they are just going to have some upgraded pistols, 2 Spectres to work with. TSM Academy on full rifles. The scariest thing, though, Ban, since I've been watching Knights in recent weeks, has been insane with the Sheriff. Unfortunately, doesn't get to show it off here in this round. Instead, it's Ziff to pick one up in response, but a 2-for-1, a nice little trade on the side of TSM Academy. Will not only find them 1 player ahead, but they've got the Seekers to play with should they choose to use it here in this round, just to secure the whereabouts of the 3 remaining on the Knights.
I honestly wouldn't hate to see it. It's an ult you get pretty often, but it's not necessarily needed in this one, as you do, I think, still have that dog out. I didn't see it used. It could be gone by now, but regardless, bit of cut noise here for TSM Academy. Now they will pop the Seekers, push on in, and the Seekers, well, they show Gangsta. They show holding the position of Gangsta's body now. As Ziff will be noted in towards the back lines, but it's only him anchoring on the site. He's been revealed, and Precision will put that bullet straight towards his head. As Scuba on a mission, seek out some damage, and eluded himself. Still 50 armor to work with. It is doable if you're smoking a little bit of copium, but sometimes crazy things can happen. But I have a feeling sometimes will not be this time.
Oh, yeah. He's shot in the head as you swing through the wall. It's unfortunate. A good bit of damage, but again, that regrowth, getting everybody healthy on the other side. Unfortunately, Precision can't top himself off, so he's going to be low on the sky at the very least. Maybe some extra damage. Nope, nothing to be had. Scuba will fall. TSM Academy will secure themselves their first round in pretty dominant fashion, right? A near flawless with 4 still alive means only one player needs to rebuy into this full buy of the Knights, and the rest of the team can just purchase up that util and armor.
I didn't notice that. They've added in the little things for champions. I'm sure that
Wow.
Yeti over in Berlin is going to have some fun once that gets going. But here we go. Guns will come up for both of these teams. No operator to come out just yet. I don't expect it from the Knights. Ziff is a player that he cannot, but he doesn't really do it too often whatsoever. So I imagine we'll stick more of a standard setup with just the rifles. This is shock dart. Well placed, but B-Dog is a smooth criminal. He'll sneak his way on out of that one. It's a dog through hookah, just a setup for a split towards the B site here, and the trades are even.
Man.
Ziff, though, he'll have to fall away eventually, and the tag from the drone will ensure it.
Yeah, the most mesmerizing thing is you give them an inch and they will take a mile. You peek out a shoulder and your head will get popped through the walls. If unfortunately getting run down on the side as Precision looks to play outside of hookah, expecting a player inside, and that player being Frosty will eventually fall. Now the spike to be planted. TSM Academy just around the corner from securing themselves another round, tying us up at 2. They do still have 2 players to make work of, and Pain is just on the opposite side of this Viper's pit from Scuba. You can maybe strip that one away. I'm wondering how much they give here. Okay, nice swing from Ben. Now guy on the inside, not gonna find the flash. There's the Viper taken down and Pain, and here we go in the 4v2. The Knights look to secure it. Scuba, the last one standing. The decay puts him up to 72 HP, and it's D-Cop still on top of the tube to close it out. That was a close one. It goes away of TSM Academy.
That it does is now 2-2. We find ourselves nice and tied up in this one. TSM Acad look good just on that hard push out towards that B site. The positioning towards long, of course, crucial. And Ziff, he was just hit by a Hellstormer utility. The drone tag comes through, and there was an attempt to try and get an insta-kill off the shock with the combo on that grab. Well, it doesn't work out, but it does do enough to garner some space. And went out on that round. Now, just a lesser buy here for the Knights. They have a couple ults to work with if they want to try and make this one more doable. But thus far, they haven't been given too many free opportunities. Precision sees the aggression, and he thinks better of contesting it.
And TSM was once that squad who was pushing up quick through showers, taking that control. Knights, privy to that, don't want to give it for free anymore. That Viper's wall definitely sells a bit that they want to play that way. The rest of the squad, though, is on the opposite side of the map. But B-Dog, well, is already on the B site, taking down Scuba, who looked to go clutch in the last. Unfortunately, fell just short in round 4, and unfortunately won't be alive for round 5 to keep the clutch gene going. Shock Dart gets a little awkward for D-Cop, but fortunately he doesn't take any damage. Gangsta sends him out that way as Pain holds it down inside hookah. Zip better to look to people just a classic. Paint shells, okay, not actually even needed there. Just gonna swing with the sheriff and find the frags. Gangsta to steal away with another one. And if TSM are securing these rounds, sure, that feels good. But Knights have been so much damage here. The confidence that this team has to have with low health. Gangsta finds the next. B-Dog on the flank. The Zip comes flying out of hookah. Almost does it again. Down to the last for TSM Academy as they secure yet another round and grab themselves a lead.
That they do. Lean now garnered another just aggressive hit over towards that B site. The amount of pressure they can apply with this comp is huge because it gives some flexibility to that Viper player, right? You can set up the lurk utility if you want to. Pain has been doing that a lot over towards this A site to kind of create that falsehood of pressure because there is always a threat of that lurk, and then you can just use your Acer Swords on that B exec. A little bit of Sky Util on into the sites, and you got yourselves a delicious recipe for a strong round. But this time, no lurks will be had. Nothing will be had towards A short because there's a Viper pit posted there, but Precision will have a dog of his own. There's his way on through the shower, so Extremity's under strong control, at least on one side of the map, but on the other side, Ziff is posted, waiting on that long angle. This time, the operator has been invested.
Deploying drone.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide allows for a small corner for this spike to be planted, and it's going to force Knights to be aggressive should they want to stop a push onto this A site. Star on the attack as well. Maybe the smoke comes up. Hunter Shuri off the back end of a recon bolt finds a tag. Almost a frag randomly onto Payan, who dances his way through the Viper's pit. Will eventually fall, but as does the pits. The site just about completely opened up as that Cosmic Divide comes on through. It comes to a close. Excuse me. TSM Academy decide to make their move, and Decop looks away at the wrong time. Ban was not looking inside. Short Cubby does eventually swing that way as Decop looks to the opposite side, finds the frag at TSM Academy. Now in a really tough spot as B-Dog on the flank once more, only good for one this time around as the shots onto the spike won't land for the frags. And it's Knights to steal it back. We're all knotted up at 3.
So I know that it was initially coming from showers that plant comes down, but there was no real re-extension of space, right? They had someone posted short, but never took too much in towards U-Haul, never had any pressure that they could apply towards back sites. So Knights can fully mount their defense off of that control that they had towards the U-Haul. Pinch the players short, and then you just have the showers players isolated. And even if it's even nods in terms of the man advantage, you're probably not going to win that when you're locked in. And with a man disadvantage, it becomes even worse. So Knights do well to tie us at 3 apiece. So utility, but it's not versus Abdul. That timing, great. Turn the flash, eat a bullet to the chest. Frosty though, oh Judge, he's got this one locked in. Ban will take it from him instead. Loving these setups from the Knights out towards B. Perfect combo of aggression. Shut down TSM Academy. I mean, what, we're 30 seconds into the round, not even. It's already a disadvantage by 2.
And Ban, a star player for this Knights squad. You see it there early, really helping his team out. First with that guiding light out towards long, gets the peek away, Zip finds the frag, then rotates into hookah, understanding that with that, you know, a player out towards long, maybe 2, because of where that sky flash came from, it might be only 1 inside that hookah position. But nope, he's there to back his teammate out. They take down Decop. A couple of ults taken off the board for TSM Academy as well. Leaves only the Seekers in a round where TSM forced basically everything they could into this. As Bulldogs, I believe a Spectre. You see ZK here only having the Sheriff in hand. Meanwhile, they had the Operator and a couple of rifles to play with. I think with 30 seconds on the clock, the goal here, if you don't find something quick, you just have to save what you can, especially precision here with the Operator. Now trying to find Zip. Shots go wide on both sides. Through the teleporter, the Sky will go. Through the wall, Payan will go, and unfortunately finds himself
10 seconds
6
left.
feet under. Now 10 seconds on the clock. Not enough to score the round, and ZK needs to find himself 6 feet under. You don't want to save the Judge. You don't want to save the Sheriff. Okay, maybe he does.
Tell me you wouldn't save a Judge? You wouldn't download a Judge, would you?
I mean, I guess even if he lost there, he would, I mean, he'd still be in a rough spot in terms of economy. He only had 50 credits, so even if he died, I guess that's probably best case scenario for him.
Yeah, oh, this flash play was beautiful off the rip. Ziff does well to capitalize, and I mean, from there, 3 versus 5 when your weapons already aren't great. Not a whole ton of chance to win the round. The save guns makes this a little awkward. I would have liked to see B-Dog pass this to one of his teammates, the op that is, and just play with the Blade Storm. I'm actually a little surprised that he isn't, because there are other players on this team who I'm sure could pick it up and do just fine, but it doesn't happen just yet. They probably don't want to invest into this round, but still, with those safe guns, they're camping a lot. It's the Lurk Smoke again popped on up, and the split towards his A side. Good drone to reveal. They're going to pop for the Hunter's Fury, but B-Dog instead through the smoke. Now Decop connecting it. This utility is working wonders to find the site in the Blade Storm. Now it comes on through, but Ban, that's massive to fight back in and bring this to even tidings.
And it was the ults that TSM were missing in the previous round to really come huge in this, but one of them gets answered immediately, that being the Blade Storm. So shout outs Ban for being able to take down B-Dog and make sure that Jet does not get going here in this round. Unfortunately for Knights, they are a player down here at this point. Is that Boom Buddy? Okay, I thought maybe it comes back out, but it does seem to get some information as Ban finds 3rd on the round. I mean, just around the corner from the Ace with the Seekers out. The Operator holding this angle, unfortunately doesn't have the speed, the sensitivity to catch the running Decop and Ziff in a really tough spot. Hanging on to the ultimate, hanging on to the Operator, gonna tuck tail and head back towards spawn.
I mean, they did a really great job of converting those 2 saved weapons into a round with not too much more invested through for it. I mean, the operator finds a shot through the smoke. The Hunter's Fury helps to push a player out.
Stay safe.
And I mean, off of that entry, you just split on towards the site. TSM Academy is stuck in towards the spawn side, and that's where you just rush your judge up. Have Ziff satchel on in, grab some impact there, and then... Or excuse me, not Zip. That's instead going to be B-Dog who was able to create that space over on the other side. I mean, sometimes you just have to hand your satchels over to the Jet and let her do the job. The nitty-gritty aside, the round will be won. We re-find ourselves at a tie. 4 here is... It still interests me that Payne is throwing this util every round. I know it's for the conditioning factor, but I feel like we need so much out of keeping that orb into the late round, even for post-plant situations, even just for having a rotation to deny like an angle on an operator. When your Astra dies with this setup, you really run out of options. Still, that does kind of fall to the Astra player in being able to stay alive, keep things nice and safe. B-Dog, instead, we should focus on, because this operator on the right line, but Scuba, is he gonna give this fight?
I think Scuba jumps and B-Dog shoots him in the head in 3, 2,
3.
1. Okay. All right. Thanks, observers. Now we'll never know.
This is so sad.
Because we hopped away, it didn't happen. If we would have stayed on him, it's
obviously
Schrodinger's
Preston's
cat.
fault. He
Yeah.
did it. He did it.
Yeah.
What the heck, Preston? How could you do this? Poor guy. Oh, he did it.
Did that just happen?
He did it. Perfect time switch. See, the second we go back to him, B-Dog gets it's done. It's not the head, it's the body instead. But a shot's a shot, and a bait's a bait. They've all rotated towards
30
A. B
seconds
is
left.
scot-free, and Ziff, he'll just try and defend this one, but the showstopper can't get it done. Instead, it's just a ride up on the blast pack, and it's a reveal. Going 2 ways. Payne falls off of that angle, but retake here feels so difficult. Has to come off of this sky utility that's still far away and just working a flank. Time's out.
Down.
That's tough. I mean, if anybody can do it, it's Ban, right? To get Knights back into the round. We've already seen a handful of multi-kills from the sky, unfortunately. Will not be alive to do it here. Frosty picks up the operator, but just completely reveals his position. A nice flawless round from TSM Academy to kind of put a stamp on things here. We'll see what the Knights bring into the next, but for now, it's a 1-round lead for the attackers, which has got to feel pretty good. If your Jet is doing this well, oh, here it is. Oh, baby,
yeah.
that was so good. If you're feeling this good on the attacking side with the operator, just imagine how B-Dog is going to feel when they swap the defense. So I love this timeout from Knights. They need to find a way to mitigate the amount of rounds that TSM Academy can pick up, because I think it only skyrockets once they swap sides.
I always forget that O-Dog is the coach for Knights. I forgot it was him. Because he's just so much in the background for this squad, but he's still working with them. A CS veteran in his own way. If you've ever seen the Flash clip of a man who flashes himself and then just in a very sad voice says Flash on Cash, that's the coach of the Knights back in his day. But he'll take a timeout, bring his voice into the conversation, maybe tell them to flash towards that A site. Probably not the choice, but I mean, in that line of conversation, aggression, I wouldn't hate it. The rounds that Knights were winning was when they were aggressively contesting out towards long and out towards showers. The op in Ziff's hand found a lot of impact from those positions. The same was true on the fights towards showers. Now they're not really doing it, and TSM Academy is claiming all of that space.
And I thought for a second Ziff was going to be that player to take that fight out towards showers. It does look like it's going to be Ban here to do it. So they don't want to give this one up for free.
Ahead.
This is where we quite possibly... Oh.
Taking that back.
Hey, bro, you got the dart, right? And then it's just a second too late. You see B-Dog, he's not even looking for it. Unfortunately, gets pinged out. So they know exactly where that Jet is, exactly where that operator is. And another player beside it. They know 2 out towards B long. Now those 2 inside hookah. Scuba not alone here on the B site in area, but directly alone here on the B site. And with the Nebula smoke inside hookah, does seem to force TSM Academy elsewhere for now. That spike yet to be retrieved. And look at Payne's position. Started to creep all the way up, and that Trailblazer used elsewhere on the map through the teleporter. Here comes ambulance smoke going down on Decop, just not looking in the right angle once more. Frosty will take him down, and it's Knights on the front foot.
Great flash. Ban converts off of it, an advantage now by 2, given over towards the side of the Knights. Attack Paws seems to be doing well for themselves as B-Dog goes towards long. He needs to find a shot with the saw, but nothing's being given away. Plenty of money in the back pocket. Why not go for
30
this? At
seconds
least give the
left.
old college try. Try and rip some weapons out of the dead hands of the Knights, but Frosty, it's the duel between the two, and what's the man who
Spike
conceded the
down,
name
B.
ZK to fall? That's a spike as well. And with that, it's the round. Precision. Does he look for more here? It feels like a suicide mission, and that wall will confirm it. This
10
one
seconds
is
left.
a save. Both these members will tuck tail, and Knights brings it back to a tied score.
We're all knotted up just when TSM was really working to get themselves in the lead, was working to pull away. Fortunately, they do hang on to a couple of weapons, but with this usually means the rest of the team buying behind it, whatever they can, even if it puts them in a tough spot economically. We've seen it work once. Fortunately, this is a full buy across the board. 5-5, could quite possibly be 6-6. The one ult that we have in this round, I guess we're pretty close to that Cosmic Divide for ZK, but it's Payan's Viper's Pit, and I don't feel like we've seen a whole lot of TSM Academy working around Payan because he has been lurking out towards this A site. And the one time we saw the pit, it came down to a 1v1 where the pit was not a factor. So a good tool to try and secure something. And oh my goodness, he runs right on, drops the pit, but there it goes almost immediately. Ziff is there to answer. They're not fighting for showers. They give it up for free. They take the most important kills of the round. Now B-Dog able to get one back. Pushing forward his band. There's the spike down as Frosty will steal another frag. A 2 for 3 is where we find ourselves at the Cosmic Divide. But the spike is down. Nest egging on top of it. Our Knights, I mean, they're completely looking in the wrong direction. They don't care about showers right now. They reposition and they just play for the spike.
B-Dog. Oh, he's gonna get revealed. The Cloudburst is well timed, but that's almost like a red herring in its own way. This position will be given away, and up towards heaven, a flank is coming through. He's not looking at this line. A swing could find them both, but CK instead, he'll post his way forward in the double box. His ban, and he'll win it out. B-Dog still pushing, continuing to hunt forward, wants to take care of the player that he might suspect is up towards heaven, but can he even take the time to go that deep? No. Gangsta will adjust, find the shot, the op likely to be recovered here, and Knights finally able to take a lead. It feels like they've been playing from the back seat, playing catch up this whole time. Now they're ahead, but how much more can they convert? Even 7-5 doesn't feel that stellar for a defensive-sided half.
No, it's not great. That's something that we've talked about a handful of times because you're just a pistol round and an anti-eco away from being tied up. I love, we brought up B-Dog on the Jet and how he has to have that X factor. There's one more box that he has to check, being that Jet only player for a lot of the maps, if not all of them.
Standing ahead.
And he's kind of given us a bit of that factor. This would be the round that shows us whether or not he checks that box. It's the last round of the half. It's the glass cannon operator. This needs to be the tool that puts TSM not necessarily ahead on the scoreboard, but ahead in this round. And well, Precision takes heaps of damage, forced out of hookah very early here in the last round of the half. Just about 20 HP left on the sky. Now going to be the spike wielder for the team as everybody else from TSM Academy sets their eyes on the A site. Meanwhile, B-Dog still plays that lurk out towards B.
Frosty holds such a crucial position here. Off his contact, he can pop his stars, and if he goes at least 1 for 1, he buys the time for his teammates on the rotation, but TSM Academy is still taking this one slow. They'll pop up that Viper utility, so Frosty can't find the info, but Ziff can find the shot.
And there's one of the operators coming online. It's not B-Dogs. It's Zips, and that's got to feel pretty darn good. And there's still a low HP Sky out there roaming around on this map somewhere. So another kill to be had pretty handedly. Bouncing through. The snake bite means vulnerability. That means Frosty will find the kill onto D-Cup. Scuba will find the next. And it's TSM Academy to fall apart here. In the last few rounds, their attack inside. Glass cannon op falls. Frosty closes us out. 2K for 2K are Ziff and Frosty, and it's Knights 7-5 at the half.
Switching sides.
Knights, they are doing well to recover there, but like we said, that's not the strongest of halves. A pistol round win here would really sure him up. put him towards the right direction. But as we review some of the moments from this half, I mean, the rounds for Knights that were so successful early on, at least, always felt like it was the aggression, right? The fights out towards shorts, the fights on the extremities looked good. When they slowed on down, that's where TSM Acad felt comfortable. That's where B-Dog could just go hunting in the mid-round. Half these replays are just him with the attacker side and taking things slow, taking things carefully, and finding impact off of that. Now, as we look towards this pistol round, TSM, they're changing the pace onto its head. They're going to push things quick up towards short, and the spike just around the corner. If these kills go the right direction, they could find some huge information early.
Oh, and I was thinking TSM Academy can finally wait for the Knights to come to them and force Knights to make a play, but they look to go aggressive, and well, who better than Ban to be there to answer? Now the raid boss in the sky has the ghost, has the light shields, and well, has the second frag on the round. ZK next to False Precision tries to play on the opposite side of the Viper utility. As that comes down, Gangsta almost there to answer. Precision goes 1 for 1, but it's still a 2-player lead in favor of Knights as they get that spike planted. Ban comes flying around the corner. Hold and shift as fast as you can go while you're walking, and with those frags, we now have ourselves an even Stevens duel. Unfortunately, Pan in his trade to keep some damage, but in a 2v1 decop, you just gotta wait for your teammate here. It's a full HP raise here in Ziff. The paint shell is already expended, and now that raise going on the aggressive. I mean, one right click could realistically kill both of these players, and as Ziff comes around the corner, will he be expecting this over here? Doesn't matter if he's expecting it or not. He finds the frag, Pan sticking the spike to halfway, and Ziff goes clutch.
Oh, the Classic is so strong in those situations, and he had the information, knew the man up towards heaven was isolated. Well, it was a well-established off angle for that Sova of TSM. It was not quite enough to keep Decop alive. Needed the clean headshot, and Ziff feed him in the reaction time duel. Up against Pain as well. He did good to find that frag. Now, this is the world where I was starting to paint that Knights win that initial round, can try and convert off of that, and things start to look like a very pretty picture indeed. Even the rifle tested in for a member of this squad. They want to keep this one nice and clean. High damage that TSM had might look to cause is this forces one towards the safe side, a risk factor associated with the superior arms you would think could still come out on top.
Oh man, those sheriffs, I mean, just continue as casters to prove us wrong in some of these rounds. It's not the round one, but there's the Classic right behind it. You've got a low HP Viper as well on the side of Night Scuba. Eventually taken down. Gangsta and Ziff still alive though, and they're still fighting forward in a 2v3. I will drone and grab the information on both players. Here inside the showers is the blast pack. Oh, Ziff gonna get some extra damage with the utility. Recon bolt taken down, and I mean, the Knights have to make a play. They've not only got to get that spike, but they have 3 players to worry about. Basically 2 players as a whole in regards to the health bars. Nice recon bolt. Sheriff shots don't land once more, and with 40 seconds on the clock, it looks like Knights will finally decide to make a move.
Molly is so perfectly timed. They're going to be so damaged off that precision. 1 versus 1. The vulnerability is faded, so he just needs a right click here. Needs that orange dot to come on his side, and 1 dink will not be enough. Gangsta with the recovered rifle wins it out, but damn was that damaging.
Very, very damaging. We go into this round where it's 1 Phantom. Do the Knights look to force into this one? Is this going to be that full buy from the side of TSM Academy? I mean, that almost slipped away from him. You would wish that Decop could get a bit more on the swing there, especially since he had that Spectre in his hand. The only player with a weapon to do anything. I left it all down to the Classic of Precision, so a tough spot to be in, but a full buy basically across the board. I saw 1 judge in the hands of TSM Academy, but this is the round that they need to start to mount their comeback, or else it's looking pretty grim for the rest of the game.
Back away, but look at the push that's coming through just on the other side of the map. I love the aggression that TSM has been showing me thus far. Perfectly comfortable to take the aggression, take these pinches. It was Pan last round who found that flank this time. He'll just leave his buddy on the off angle. Speed dog. You know how many he can be good for in a position like this, especially with both a wall and a dash. 2 sets of insurance policies taken out.
Oh, Scuba. Oh. I mean, the timing that we've seen in this game, a lot of it has been D-Cop looking the wrong way. This time, it's finally somebody on the Knights and be on the receiving end of looking the wrong way at the wrong time. And that one rifle in the hands of Ban, I believe, doesn't really find a whole lot across the map except some damage as he escapes back towards Showers. The rest of the team, 3 stacked up towards the B site, and at the very least, you can hope to find a plant, maybe draw a rotation. Guiding light goes through, swing comes out, and ZK is able to strip away the weapon. Now the 3 remaining with just pistols on the side of Knights. In a really tough spot. Maybe a flawless around the corner here for TSM Academy.
Looking like it, Judge. Oh, only gets
goodness, I
one.
jinxed
The
it.
spray away is good, though. Time has ran out, and the alarm bells ring in the heads of Ziff. He'll take at least another head before he goes on down. Maybe a little more damaging than TSM was hoping for that round to be. Still, the Knights are able to convert.
Yeah, fortunately, one of the weapons lost was just a Judge. I don't know what that means in terms of the economy and how they'll be able to buy into this. Looks like, I mean, ZK probably going to be stuck on a Spectre. Maybe Precision is being kind enough. And
he probably buys D-Cop. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, there it is. I was maybe, you know, so maybe he's only working with one guiding light right off the rip. We'll have to see how all that pans out. But at the end of the day, it is that buy coming back for TSM Academy. As now they got to do it again. That was just a bonus round for the Knights. They're going to have a full buy for themselves. So it's rifles up for the attacking side. And alongside those rifles, excuse me, they've got that rocket launcher in the showstopper.
That they do. E-Dog takes that opening frag again. His aggression has been working so well. They push incredibly deep in towards the spawn and are able to convert off of it. Now Scuba sneaking forward. The utility up. He's found his gap, but... good re-clear. He's suppressed. He's dead. ZK on the conversion. And a gun recoverable and upgrade for the man who started off on the lesser foot.
Oh boy. Here we go. Some more timing between Ziff and Payan this time around. Oh, the barrel spotted. It goes back and forth, but Ziff able to capitalize. We'll take down the Viper on the B site. Now needs to worry about the Sova on the B site. That Sova being D-Cop has spotted him out. Still has that showstopper, which could, I mean, really delay the rotation over towards the safe side, especially with everybody grouping up out towards this spawn. Spray through that Halls area. Not going to find too much. Ban pushing through the Halls area, looking to find a whole bunch. Could have found more. The regrowth was in full effect for Precision. Fortunately, Ban backs away after one. Now here comes that showstopper working as a baby lockdown, but finding something extra. It's B-Dog to fall, and now with the Seekers going through a 2v3, and all 3 are here on the site. What can TSM Academy get done? They need to find a way to reset Knights, and well, that first frag's a good way to do it. Now looking for the next, but it's only damage onto both members. Mimi, look at the health bars, but the Knights steal it away.
I feel like pound for pound, just in like the raw skill department, Gangsta is such an upgrade for the Knights, right? He adds something that they didn't have before. It's this consistent Sova player who's really strong on the agent, but also has those clutch genes and can come up big in some of these situations. Ban as well. He had good discipline in that situation. Just go for one. Allow his teams to just ping pong in and out with showstopper working wonders as well. It's just well set up for Knights. TSM Academy starting to be pushed down onto the back foot here. And the weaponry they have, I think they're able to buy in this round, but it's starting to dwindle. They only have probably 2 more buy rounds before Knights can close out. These are dire straits, so I'm glad that Apex is taking the time out now.
This is also TSM's map pick, so definitely looking to have a bit more firepower here in this one. Be a tough spot to be in. Both Hunter's Furies online. See how much they can get. We'll see if Gangsta can still kind of be highlighted coming to these next couple of rounds. As for this one and the arsenal that TSM will bring into it, it's basically, hey guys, just buy for next. Whatever you can afford, go ahead and do that. B-Dog 1 away from that Blade Storm. Could maybe buy something for a teammate. Maybe toss somebody a Sheriff. It would chip him down to 2,300 credits. He'd still be sitting A-okay. Have the full shields and look to play for that orb as they push out towards the B site or the B side. Dart for dart. There it is. Blade Storm online. They pick up the alt orb. They back away. Now it's Knights who work into the 2 ultimates that are online for TSM Academy.
shock dart. Downtown still finds its mark just a little bit. The edge of his shoes getting a little spicy off that electrical damage as Ziff will push forward. The dog allows him on in. Are they still just trying to connect the split in towards B? Looks like it. And one man caught out in the open. There's a chance for a frag pay and retreat. Steakop also shows his position. So at least 2 are known in towards this site. And this is what the double initiator allows you. Drone in through hookah. Drone up through long. Dog, owl. Doesn't matter which animal it's after, as information won't be found either way. Now a reset for the Knights. They're trying to play against this flank, but the flank watcher isn't in the right position. Oh, Scuba could get timinged here. B-Dog is wrapping all the way towards long, and no one is watching for this right now. But here we go. Scuba's re-clearing. If he goes that direction, he can put an end to this, but it's not going to happen. Instead, B-Dog lines up the shots, and the cosmic form is Frosty. How is he still alive? Not for long. Taken down he is, and ZK on the site finds one. Now Scuba alone. The flank watcher who failed at his mission has to face against 3. He sees where B-Dog is, but B-Dog's got him dead.
Wow. I mean, a little bit of nerves. It looked like a little bit of nerves from B-Dog. He understood how much pressure was on his shoulders in that round with the Blade Storm, as a couple go wide there. Spots the Astra just coming out of this one and narrowly secures that. Now the last, it was pretty clean. A nice thrifty pick up there. 3K for the Jet, but those Blades are going to be offline for some time. But in that round, a couple more ultimates came online, right? Cosmic Divide now available. Payan can use that Viper's Pit to keep something locked down, and maybe we see that one out towards Hookah. That is a position that the Viper on the defense has picked up. Meanwhile, for the Knights, their buy, it's looking pretty rough. Gangsta maybe get something done here with the Owl Drone, a tag and a frag with the Hunter's Fury.
Gangsta
Gonna
forward here is... Instead, we'll find the first great pinch through the teleporter. B-Dog comes up as well, but talk of teleporters, it goes both directions. Over towards the A site is banned. He'll dog forward, but this is losing time. That Astrosock can come through, or even just a smoke to delay, because a flank is on its way. The Molly down to deny the default plant, but that is not where the Knights have their sights set. It's not yet. Ziff tries to take care of this player that he suspects is a new haul, and it's the right call, but he's not coming in time. The dart's just perfect. 2 on the spray through. Gangsta, the only one to reply, and there's no health. The classic, my hopes are not high for Ziff. Maybe one more kill to be found now. He's known. Sound made. ZK shuts it down. TSM Academy, 8 now.
They make their way to 8. That one a bit less contested because Knights were what they had to work with coming into that round. We'll see. This one is really where we get a full round of Valorant. A handful of ults available on both sides. And I promise, in the middle of talking, Mimi, I will not step on my foot pedal and mute myself to you again. I
was
kicked it
wondering
away.
what was going on. I thought, oh,
I kicked it away. That's what I get. I was kind of like tapping my foot on it, and then I realized I became muted. But yeah, here we go. It's B-Dog. Operator in hand. Nothing on the attacking side to really force him away in terms of an operator or challenge him in terms of an operator, except for, I would say, Ban and Zip, but both of them are rocking that Phantom. You put a Vandal in their hands, I think they have a lot more to work with, or you can root a little bit harder for those 2 players. But with just the Phantoms, 140 not going to be enough to sit down the operator. Fortunately, what is better than playing or trying to fight the op is playing on the opposite side of it, and that's what 3 players have done thus far.
Drawn up through long here. It's gonna run out of juice before it finds anything. Gangsta will fall away. They probably regroup, try and take this A, but I feel like your options are limited with that pit posted. And as well, what I'd garner would be an op over towards the short side. Yeah, it's B-Dog up top. This is such a strong hold.
I have the spike.
Especially with the emphasis on extremity control for TSM. And, well, the setup, well, it makes you feel a bit of false confidence, because just on the other side is B-Dog, and the second those smokes come down, Zip will fall too.
And it seemed like there are going to be so many targets to pick from. Finally, B-Dog does eventually get it. Now the Hunter's Fury across the map where we go back and forth, and B-Dog taken down. Gangsta getting a bit more
30 seconds left.
out of his Hunter's Fury inside the Viper's Pit. The Knights will go, just about everybody. 3 players of 4 stacked up inside that one as the Cosmic Divide comes on through. Shock Dart looking for some chip damage, and Frosty might be in a pretty good spot as Pan comes swinging around the corner. Needs to have the timing. Nope, not looking the right direction. Pan comes out on top. Gangsta's there for the next, but it's Pan last round in the chamber. We'll find the kill onto Gangsta in a 2v4 situation. We've seen the Knights almost do it before. Can they right their wrongs this time around? Is Pan low HP. Precision going to take down Pan. Now it's Scuba, the last one alive. Can he breathe inside the pit, or will he drown? Does he have the apparatus as Pan needs to go for the spike? Scuba will creep on up, will spot out the Viper, and go clutch for the Knights.
In the Viper versus Viper, it's the man of the pit to win out and take his rightful place. Scuba looking so good in these situations. It's not his classic Astra that I normally associate with. It's his secondary agent, this Viper instead, but both just as strong. Knights on this attacking side are proving a force to be reckoned with. I like that pressure over towards B. Try and bait out a rotation. That they do. It was 3 holding strong, and the second that B-Dog falls, we're only getting 1, and that pit goes up the round. Well, it felt lost. There was no Seekers on the work back in. There was nothing to be done as B-Dog a little more this time. We'll push aggressively over towards short.
Oh boy. B-Dog, and the B stands for bold because he continues to make plays like this, or try to make plays like this. Fortunately, Knights, they become privy. They don't give up too much, especially early in these rounds. So they back away, guiding light out towards short. Maybe reveals a bit of aggression, or what TSM are looking to do is the Bulldog will take a bite out of Precision, but ZK is there to steal it back around the corner. Flying comes Scuba, and he's still good for 1. So a 2-for-2 trade out towards the A site, but the rest of the action looking to happen out towards B. As Seekers come through, they reveal 2 positions. Now 1 just towards the A site. The op shot can only take down so much utility, and it's B-Dog forced away, tagged up. Now needs to be careful, dancing around these boxes. The wall banks might be there. B-Dog still finds a way. He takes down Ban. The spike has fallen. It's since been retrieved, and it's Gangsta to look to get that one down. Coming around the corner comes Decop. Shock dart goes through. Pan gonna find that frag. Zip still unannounced, but Decop on the swing. Has the right angle this time. Has the right timing. And TSM Academy have 9.
I'm liking this bit more aggression out of TSM. Yes, it fails them in that round, but what they lose out in players, they make up for in spacing. They're able to kind of retake out towards A, apply some pressure. They had good information that a short play was coming, and, well, B-Dog, he was the one who set that in motion early on. The amount of time that he survives for here allows the rotates to come on through. Doesn't give much time for the Knights to set up into a stronger post plant. You see, Gangsta gets caught on a rotation that, say, B-Dog isn't alive for quite as long as he was. That doesn't happen. So, a well-played round there out of TSM. Knights still hold this lead, but in this round, the weaponry isn't looking great. TSM on the verge of 10.
On the verge of 10, have the better weapons, have more ultimates as well. Good things get dicey. We know those sheriffs can get things done for any of these players here on the server. Trailblazer gonna fish out Pay in, but a snake bite will keep this attack at bay for now. Ziff 1 pip away from the showstopper. Maybe looks to find that one in death here in this round. Everybody kind of walking away from that orb, expecting a bit of aggression. Sheriff shots. Scuba doesn't find anything just yet. Pay in, trying to spray down 2, forced to reload once more. Zip comes flying around the corner, but ZK is there to bail his teammate out. And TSM refused to give up anything as Payan goes through the wall with the bullets. Gangsta will fall. And the next and only one remains, that being Frosty, who does a bit of damage for himself before falling. Takes down 1 player, but 4 still remain for TSM Academy as they find themselves double digit.
Here.
That they do. TSM Academy starting to find their stride on this defense, and again, it just keeps being B-Dog with this op in his hand, who finds such impactful frags, and it's the freedom that they give him. This man is able to rotate wherever he pleases. They're comfortable to leave a sole defender A, to establish him out towards long, and to give him the resources he needs to find the frags. Any Jet player with this level of support can be good, but a player who is already good with this levels of support can be great, and that's what B-Dog is showing us in this game. But out towards long, it will not be contested with Gangsta. Gangsta is past this dart, but B-Dog should still clear it out. The jiggle, yeah, you're not going to get away with that.
That feels pretty good. That is, this is the B-Dog that we were expecting to see, especially here on defense. The operator in hand once more, and just finding ways, inching out ways to not only stay alive, but to find extra frags where you wouldn't expect it. Now, with that kill, is going to rotate over towards that A site. D-Cop. Oh, you got to go, buddy. No way. They do it again. D-Cop forced out of the position, but finds a frag on the way out. It keeps TSM Academy one player ahead. And since then, the operator has rotated back towards his B site, which for now seems like the right call.
And look at the position on Pain. If they go A, this guy will be able to just hold. Probably trigger discipline unless he gets caught out from that spot. He's at least good for one and should buy time for rotations. He'll even play a safer line. Post out towards the showers. The utility is up for this lurk smoke, but what does that give them? They still have to flash through and take this duel aggressively. That grab well is so perfectly timed. I mean, so much time has been bought off this rotation. There's still a man out towards showers, but Scuba able to shut that down. Now we're back to a 3 versus 3, and there is some time for the Knights to try and establish in the post.
Here.
And this time they've got the weapons to do it as well. 2 out towards U-Haul, 1 inside the pocket. DK gonna toss down the Cosmic Divide. It's gonna cut things out for the players inside U-Haul and quite possibly Shore, but it doesn't answer for Frosty, who goes for the gravity well. Successful in finding that frag as well. Now looks to answer back for 3 more on the round. It's Knights to Met Point.
All right, Frosty, he's able to find it in such a big way. I cannot believe that no one from TSM so much as hankers a glance towards that corner. A couple of little sloppy moments. And now Knights are on the verge of winning this one on out. Around, they were at disadvantage. They fight back through and take it home. Still, the money isn't great off that. They have been taking damage in every single one of these rounds. They have been battered by the storm of TSM Academy. And while that storm, it's been mostly the hail that B-Dog is pulling out from this operator. Again, he'll post over towards the short side of A. It's the right spot to get the right shot.
You are divided. Fire in the hole.
And the Cosmic Divide on the attack, and they want to go fast with it. Showstopper used as well through the teleporter. Goes 1, make it 2. Now Frosty in a tough spot to everybody just about for TSM on the opposite side of the map. 3 of 4. As Frosty backed away by the Trailblazer. Wonder if they just give away this position here. The spike is planted. They're working against the clock. D-Cop with the Guardian. Believing the odds as Ban looks to re-clear this position, trying to answer for the flank, and here comes the guiding light for the information. So now TSM know that somebody might be hot on their heels. On the opposite side, ZK has been watching and waiting for his team to see if he can't get himself involved. B-Dog with the operator goes good for 1, but 2 kills stolen right back. It's Knights once more in the lead, but D-Cop and the Guardian name a better duo. It's B-Dog and the operator name a better duo. He's got to get on the spike. He's got to stick it, but unfortunately, he's out of time. He'll find the frag, but the round and the map will go the way of Knights.
That they will. Map 1 taken. It was the pick of TSM, and it's Knights instead to be able to close out on that one. I mean, it was some big moments. Out of some of the individual players of TSM, like we had the big rounds out of T-Cop, out of B-Dog and out of T-Cop as well. Those still get me fumbled up a little bit. Both the players in that duo were finding such big impact. B-Dog topping out the server across, but the player who impressed me most was honestly Ziff and the way he was working with Ban. Ban obviously is a super new addition, this Night Squad, and he impressed. The sky was looking awesome, and Ziff on the raids was finding such good impact. When he picked up the op, he was good. When he just had the rifle, he was good in the pistol rounds as well. It was all fitting together so nicely, and then you pull a couple of these clutch rounds, and while Knights are able to take it over the line, still, there's more Valorant to be had. So, probably want to take a seat, want to sit back, want to relax to get ready for the next possibly 2 maps of this series. And I mean, what a better place to relax than in a Mavix gaming chair. Experience Mavix gaming chairs. They are the exclusive chair partner of both Nerd Street Gamers and of course local hosts. All of their chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere, just like you. And hey, if you want one, you can get it for as low as $24.69 a month with financing, or if you just want to buy it straight up because it's an amazing chair, why not just pay it off right away? You can use code NSG55 at checkout for a whole $55 off of a lovely new chair. That's mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers if you want to check them out. We thank you guys so much for sticking with us as we'll head into map 2 after this break.
Back at it again. One map down here in the semifinals. It's Knights who find themselves in the lead off of TSM's map pick there, Mimi. That's a pretty scary place to be, as now we go somewhere that's going to be pretty comfortable for the Knights.
It will be pretty comfortable, but as we look back at that previous map, it was highlights for TSM, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
It was that one-man mission of, it felt like B-Dog, round after round, on this operator, finding huge impact in these slower rounds on the attack, on the defense, getting aggressive and finding those early picks, but Knights, they made up for it with consistency. Ziff was playing a really good game on the individual level with a couple of these clutches. You had him comboed in with some fantastic Sky play, and that utility was working together in a really lovely combination. And you just have consistency out of Scuba on this Viper ban, of course, that Sky in question. And now, as we start to kind of pivot our conversation into looking for this next map in Essential, this is the one that Knights wanted to go to. It is one that they have played a ton. It is the one where they feel most confident and comfortable.
Yeah.
And for TSM, you just cannot say the same.
Yeah, this is a map where the Knights are just beating the brakes off of everybody. Anybody that comes to this map, the Knights are usually taking it. I think what we got here in map 1 is very similar to what we saw in map 1 of the first series, where Neon did so much for a crew. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, and the team wasn't necessarily rallied behind him. With a close game, 23 rounds on bind, we saw the same thing from B-Dog, right? And the rest of the team in TSM, they did their part, but it wasn't as stand out as B-Dog's was. Now that we move to Ascent, although uncomfortable, I'm hoping that we get a bit more from this TSM Academy squad as a whole. I would imagine we see fairly similar roles for the most part. We're probably not going to get the Astra Viper, so we're going to be jumping on over to Killjoys of the sort or something of the sort, which now I want to transition into what Knights kind of bring to the table in Frosty and the Killjoy and B-Site, and you're just not allowed to go there if you're TSM. So it's getting pretty scary. The whole team really needs to come together, because it can't just be the B-Dog show again.
No, it really can't be. And my thing is that the Knights just look so comfortable in the mid-round on this map. Their executions looks great. Like everything is pretty infallible for them on this map. And the thing is, for TSM Acad, they've only played it 2 times recently. One, they blew out a team that, I mean, I can't remember who it was off the top of my head, but it wasn't a huge team. It was Radiant who they blew out, which you expect. They should be doing that. But they lost 2 days ago to Team Wreckaroo. Who is Team Wreckaroo? Yeah, I don't know either, to be quite honest. Like, they should not be losing to these teams. It is not a map they consistently play. And I think unless they have some individuals really pop off, if they have someone join B-Dog while he's still keeping his current form, maybe there's a world, but these chances feel really slim. And then even after that, the deal's not done. They have to take it to a third map and win it on out. So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle, but TSM Academy, they've played together for a while. They have great synergy. They are a resilient squad, and maybe they can pull something crazy off. But I think that it will take a bit of a fumble from the Knights to open up that possibility.
Yeah, you said it. The Knights, just in their team as a whole, look so good. And we saw them kind of a back and forth on bind, and then eventually they start to pull ahead, and you see what they can do with that lead. Even Frosty at the very end of that first map, finding that 3-player, I guess it was a 2-player spray down, but finds the first kill, flicks on over, picks up the next 2. At that point, he was the bottom frag. I think he was 9 and 12 or something of the sort, 9 and 14 at that point, and then finds 3 huge impact frags. So once the momentum starts rolling forward, that snowball starts going, it just turns into an avalanche for this Knights team. And I think you've already got that starting to build from what they did on bind, especially winning it the way they did. It's incredibly close. It's coming down to the wire. It's a 1v1 between B-Dog and Ziff, the standout performers, and, well, it goes the way of Knights. So I think full momentum going into this one, as we are getting that agent select ready, nice and queued up, and we can see where we are headed. And this is it. I love this. Ziff plays that Sage, plays that high-low, the awkward walls in certain areas. We're going to see a lot outside A main. We're going to see a lot of Sage walls inside B main. And then that puts Ban on something that he is so incredibly comfortable on, that being the Jet.
And this is something I didn't even really think to bring up, but Gangsta, as a Sova player, this is his bread and butter, man. Back on IMT, they were pretty solid on this map. And for me, he was a big part of the conversation surrounding it. Scuba as well, back with KCP. This was one of the maps where his Astra looked best. I mean, outside of the team as a whole, these individuals are just so well fitted to this one. And oh baby, we get Ban on the Jet. We get this man let loose. Ziff, he's that raise specialist, but Ban is the bread and butter duelist. And he will look to frag out as that individual. B-Dog should be picking into the Jet here, so it's pretty comparable comps. You do see the stylistic difference in TSM tending to be a lot more of an aggressive team. They value that Sky. They value B-Dog and Precision playing together, whereas Knights like having the flexibility of the second Sentinel and the utility support of that Resurrection, and of course the wall that you can really get some creative stuff done with on this map. So two strong comps, nothing super out of the ordinary that you wouldn't expect from either of these teams. But I think the biggest people for me to watch out for are obviously Ban and B-Dog, but specifically Gangsta on this map and how he's going to perform with the new team in his comfortable role.
Yeah, so a lot of the times we'll see the Sova and the Killjoy kind of being the B anchors. Of course, Knight starting on the attacking side, we won't get that right away. But I think Frosty is going to make the integration of Gangsta's Sova so easy. I already talked about it, but he looks so good in locking down this B site all by himself on defense. It has no problems, and the comfortability on the Killjoy, it really stands out. I think we'll see Frosty have a highlight reel after this one, whether it be, you know, win or lose for the Knights. But either way, win or lose, the Knights take this one. They're moving on forward to their grand finals, their second in 2 weeks. If they lose, then we go again. We'll be headed on over to a Haven, but this is it. It's Knights on the attack, and it's Ban looking to be the tip of the spear, quite possibly play for these orbs nice and early to get that Blade Storm online for the attacking Jet, and that is exactly the call for now. That Spike resides just out by the spawn, and all its orbs retrieved to start the round.
Slow one here off the rip for Knights. They're a team that likes to just apply pressure out towards main and are comfortable with retaking space in the mid round out towards mid. They do prioritize those alt orbs a little bit more. You see both have already been formed up across this map. The finish looks to be out towards B. There's no one holding towards mid. Instead, this Killjoy just has a deep position. Is Payan posted for the push in towards CT, which means that market is completely open. A split soon to come, and only one man alone on the site. It's Decop with a lot to do, and only one weapon to do it with. His Gangsta drops on down. He will be beheaded. The Sova diff, but the util is here. Gangsta as well to stay safe, but the site that's been compromised, and Ban still holds a good angle here. He's healthy as well.
Oh, and the guiding light gives no information as to where Ban is planned, so B-Dog needs to be careful. Okay, on the rotation, does take down one, but that barrier orb, a little difficult to push on through. Finally, it's chipped away at, courtesy of the Classics, as now TSM get to stomp their way onto the site. Pan being that tip of the spear for this team. And Scuba, I mean, okay, you got nothing. What are you doing here? You have to make a play. Somebody's got to do something. Gangsta will find the next. Now we're even across the board. The health is low, sure, on a couple of members, but TSM, they're out of time. They just waited so long to get in. Even if they're able to find the frags, they don't even have time here in the defuse, I don't think. This is going to... No way!
What? They win
Okay,
that?
I eat my words.
Okay, that should not be possible. He just sticks the spike, just sits on down. I think Knights thought that they had already won. They were trying to retreat away. I thought that they had already won. I had glanced away from my monitor because I was like, all right, this one is done and dusted. But in finding that retreat and taking the fight out towards spawn, they give Precision his moment to defuse, and Payan eating a bullet for his team. He's able to keep that one locked on down. That is a heartbreaker for the Knights, to say the least.
Wow, and Gangsta, a 4K on the round, doing it all himself, eventually died, but the round had been lost at that point. Yeah, that is incredibly heartbreaking. Even with the spike plant, though, Knights hang on to their pistols, their Classics, maybe a little bit of upgrade from somebody on this team, but you hear those right clicks. Unfortunately, they don't quite hit like they used to, so nothing found early in this round. And with that cloud burst, the defense of TSM Academy can back away towards the safe site, and don't want to keep up these close angles to those Classics, because you never know what you're going to get. Classics are like a box of chocolate, right? You never know what you're going to get.
Great Forrest Gump reference.
Yeah.
I love movies. Okay. Here we go. B-Dog, he'll find one. Trying to think of another Forrest Gump reference now. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have.
I don't have anything else. What else? What other quotes came out of that movie? There's like
I
ping
was
pong.
I was running.
Classics are like ping pong. It's back and forth. But maybe we're just gonna turn this into a stand-up show. It goes too long. You guys better hope and pray that TSM gets this anti-eco squared away before I can think of another horrible joke. Is Payan? He'll hold on to his Ares close on the site, just a contact setup for the man. Spike plant. That's the dream. You can get past Payan, there's a chance at it. Scuba, his role is just that of bait. Try and buy some rotations, try and buy some time, but Payan's utility is good. No plants coming in this round as it finds itself on the floor. He will fall in the end, but so too will Scuba. Ares, get everything done. What's the plural of Ares? Ares is? Ares?
Ares.
Ares. It's like Latin.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like from moose to meese and goose to geese.
Moose to
Ares
meese.
to Ares.
Ares to Ares. Alright, I'm with it. I'm with it. Good setup there on the Killjoy util. The Ares finding their mark off of pay in there. Reinvestment will have to come through for a couple of those players who fell, but overall, it's a bit more of a bonus round. Thanks. They're going to fully invest on into this one, lean fairly heavily out towards this B site. Probably do their normal thing where they apply a little bit of pressure towards A, fight for that alt orb control, then focus back towards B. But in the meantime, progression has come. There's already someone posted close in B main. I think that's the judge wielding KJ.
That's, I've heard, one of the scariest KJs to have to worry about, especially when a turret is playing that contact for somebody to creep up and allow for a free swing. We hear some Ares shots, some Vandal shots. Not too much found, but a bit of damage. The turret didn't ping Frosty on the opposite side. Now it will. Here comes the judge around the corner, but Frosty creates damage for a frag. Decop's there to get one back, and that kill going to be finished off. No way. I thought the Ares was going to get more, but Scuba will finally stop this reign of terror that Decop had on the B side. It opens up for just a second. The Scuba will find the next. B-Dog will fall. Ziff with the close angle. In a 2v3 situation. Precision. The guiding light queued up. Star goes down. Nebulous smoke out for B-Main. Here comes the flash, but he flashes himself just a bit. On the swing goes Gangsta. And I mean, you said you wanted to see Gangsta popping off. Full HP, took no damage. Has the Hunter's Fury. A 4K in the pistol. A 2K in that one. And it's Knights on the board.
Yeah, it was a really great 4K in the pistol. I sure hope that they won that round. sure hope nothing happened that was strange in that round, but we find ourselves back into the action here. Operator invested for B-Dog, a big one to pull out nice and early. Palin's gonna give another old college try onto that judge. See where he posts his Decop. Last cannon Odin. You don't see that too often, but I think his play is that he's going to try and bait with the spam and allow that op to push on up. No one is there to receive, however. Spike is postured towards A. That looks to be the main destination for this Knight squad.
Yeah, fortunately, Precision was also there, so was able to take down the turret. The operator still unknown to the side of Knights, but maybe something that you should expect. And, well, just like that, the A side just about open. Ban and Scuba going to find a couple of kills nice and early. Hunter's Fury going to find ZK, so now the A side is open. Nobody at the door to stop them from pushing on in. And Knights, they pick up round 3, and they're looking to grab the next. TSM Academy going to be in a tough spot. You see that operator going all the way towards that attacker-sided spawn. That weapon going to look to be saved, whereas Precision stuck in a tough spot himself, forced to play containment or quite possibly lose that weapon depending on the exit routes for the Knights. But at the end of the day, it looks like we're going to be all knotted up.
Flawless round would do a lot for the Knights economy here to just keep things nice and clean. I don't think anyone's going to go deep enough to test that up because the main importance here for Knights is just keeping their guns up instead of fully committing in towards this hunt. That's where they'll feel comfortable. That's exactly what they'll get done. All 5 of these members staying alive. CSM Academy get to save on to the operator they so desired for B-Dog. Another hit here towards that A site, or really the first time that they tried to test it. There was that close angle play from the judge, but it just didn't get enough done to buy time for rotations, right? A 1-for-1 is fine as long as you can buy time. But if you're a defender and you get insta-traded out, you really gain nothing out of it. And your attacking opponents can just scale their way on towards the site. TSM reset down towards an eco here. B-Dog will be the only one with a weapon. That saved Operator. How can he get done with it?
Yeah, Precision died in that round to the spike, and that stings.
I think he was trying to.
Get a Phantom.
It's interesting. I probably would have called to save that, but I like to give the benefit of the doubt, all right?
And there's definitely a play behind it. Maybe feeling better with the Sheriff in his hands coming into this next round, whereas it's Ban and Scuba once more to open things up for the Knights. The B site now vacant, and it's the Operator to be saved once more. Fortunately, TSM didn't go back to their bind ways, where they were forcing around this Operator and trying to figure something out. Everybody just sitting on their pistols, albeit maybe upgraded pistols, still pistols no less, and plan to be able to buy into the next. So the Operator backs away. Precision and ZK look to go right back to it. This time, it should be A-okay to go down to the spike. So it's all about containment, maybe trying to find some exits. A little bit of damage dealt, and okay, there's one exit. It's not going to be a flawless this time around. Precision looks for more. It's only a classic for his teammate behind him. As that dart goes through, maybe lands on his toes. Either way, that kill will be found, and nothing else on the opposite side. ZK forced to give us... Oh my goodness, he finds another one onto Ziff going on through. Now needs to sacrifice his life for Pakistan. He does just that. The op is saved, and the Knights have a lead.
They do. 3-2 now. What they're pulling is... TSM Academy should be able to reinvest into this one. Killjoy lockdown. That's what's in the works. How do they set this up? I want to see maybe a retake play towards B or towards A. I don't know. Retake something. That's what that ult is good for at the end of the day. But on the other side, there's actually nothing to counter it out. Actually still a world off of his ultimate ability. Is this round seems a bit more defaulted by the Knights. I imagine they're trying to feel out where B-Dog is playing and avoid that op or try and isolate him early in this round. As the spike does posture probably towards a finish on this A site.
Oh boy. Oh, now they know where the op is. They can look to take the fight, and Van's gonna do just that. And again, you give him an inch, he will take a mile. B-Dog not allowed to get going here on the defensive side of things on Ascent. As Frosty will find the next. So Ban has been not necessarily finding the first frag, but really involved in picking up the first couple of kills for his squad in the last 3 rounds. As he goes right back to it, 2 kills with the Operator. Frosty finally answered. But it's TSM Academy again. A couple of players down. It's ZK and Precision, the dynamic duo in situations like this. And now it's just ZK.
I'm watching this man get done. I'm gonna gamble. Nothing. What's your over-under on that?
I agree. I don't know how to answer that question.
That's no fun. At least give him 1 kill. Come on.
I think Knights know better. I think that we've seen that the Knights will... wow, that is... I didn't even realize the skin he had. That Mage Punk skin looks...
It looks sick. It also kind of looks like a telescope that like a 1700 Explorer would have, if I'm going to be honest.
Who, you know, people back in the day would also be blown away at somebody having something like that. So it's the same vibe.
Sure. All right, let's see if we're right. A chance for a kill here? Come on. Okay, never mind. I guess we were right. Maybe you were right to side with me on that gamble. Knights will take their lead up to 4. And this momentum is really starting to brew. If I'm TSM Academy, I probably take the saver and then I take attack. That's what I'm thinking right now. Because things are clearly not working out. You have ults to play with. You have lots in your back pocket. But it hasn't felt like the setup has been strong. I mean, a little bit of mid-pressure early on from the Knights. They've been able to convert frags off of that. In this round, it was the op to open up. In previous rounds, it's just been kind of catapulting that space they've gained into the late round rotations, especially kind of those late round rotations out towards B, where Payne gets left alone and he gets isolated, that have been so darn good.
Yeah, Payne has himself a stinger in this round. Hunter's Fury also going to be used just to find some positioning. Frosty picks up 1. Decop going to trade that back. Or 1-for-1 overall as the stinger nets no value, but a bit of damage onto the Knights. And once more, it's not the dynamic duo, only alive. Okay, nope, yeah, it is. Decop dies, and it's Precision and ZK to try and do it again. An Ares and a Sheriff in the hands of Precision, and a Vandal for ZK. That drone goes high in the sky, looking to clear out this B site. I would imagine both players are spotted on catwalk, but maybe that comm wasn't too clear. Now with ultimates available, a round win is a round win. Maybe we see something coming out from the two remaining here from TSM Academy as that spike gets planted.
Spike planted.
I feel like you gotta go for the retake at this point. Too many rounds have been let slip away. Yes, you're at a disadvantage and you're playing the raw percentages of this game.
Here.
You don't, but
Here.
why not? Seeker's available. Does that get popped in the round? I feel like they need something to open it up before they can commit into that. Especially with the time left on this clock. It's starting to drain away. Flash through. Down he goes. The second to follow. A teammates to come out of the night. In retrospect, saving there might have been better, but hindsight is 20/20 and the Knights. They're starting to build their lead to something similar to that number. Now 3 ahead in all 5 of their rounds in a row. Give me my tack timeout, please.
Yeah, that feels pretty darn good. And we had seen timeouts early in that first map. We're kind of we're starved of them here in the next. Fortunately, with that full loss bonus and losing those weapons there at the end, TSM Academy can buy up into this. I believe it was another operator in the hands of B-Dog, but I mean, they really got to show us something. It's been all night. The confidence, the frags, the rounds. The Knights have been able to find something early. Then for the rest of the round, sure, TSM are trading something out, but it's always Knights a player or two ahead. Now the lockdown going to be used for both sides. Nice little Venn diagram out towards the A site. The dash away, nice guiding light. Unfortunately, that Trailblazer doesn't do a whole lot. You might have guessed that players are out towards mid because of the lockdowns. Those have since subsided. And well, we're right back to where we started.
Precision, Flash, he needs info. Doesn't find it yet.
Here.
Thinks better of it. But he's going to be in for a lot of pressure very soon. The way that his teammate is playing out towards main means that he kind of has to play a pivot here and contain 2 sides at once. Now that pressure's been relieved by B-Dog, but the wall puts it straight back on him. Precision alone. Does the flash go? Does it go towards the aggression? It comes out, but does he get a blind? No, right-click misses. Still Bant's alive. Still tuck in the corner. The op's good from that position, but D-Cop better on the spray on through. Now time is starting to be a limiting factor as there's still a man out towards main. Another anchoring on A, but this lurk up, it is great, and the swarm grenades are down pay, and it is such a risk to push through, but if he goes past, it could be the golden goose to open this round back forward. Not yet. Spike coming down. Is there any denial factor? No, it's Gangsta instead. A swing. Scuba on top of it. Now TSM Academy. Only 2. And this lurk is perfection. A little rough out of Zip. It's an imperfect world, but it's a nearly perfect round. 4 left alive. D-Cop has no chance at this one unless he can pull off something miraculous. Knows that someone is bound to be flanking, and Zip even shows that it's happening, but all this does is buy time towards the inevitable. The Knights will find 6.
And now if TSM bolster this incredible comeback the next 4 rounds in a row, the Knights at the very least, they go even at the half, and they're okay with that. And man, we take a look back here. Heads up from D-Cop to trade that out. Maybe a little too late on the spray. I wasn't really looking at the minimap to see the circumstances of where that Sova was at the time and if he could have bailed Precision out. But I think you just have to give another round of applause towards Ban for being able to do what he's done. He's only 6-4, but all of those kills have been so incredibly impressive or done something for his team in one way or another. Now, Blades online for B-Dog. Door closed already, I believe, as this time it's Scuba alongside Zip to hop into that kill feed. Frosty on the flank. Ban gonna go deep inside the defender-sided spawn. And, well, Precision is used to being in a 2vx situation, but he usually has his trusty sidekick in ZK. This time it's D-Cop, and it's only for a moment. The Sheriff in hand.
Spike planted.
Not gonna send shots into the back. Oh man, the high-low. It's too much. It's too much. The guiding light, maybe one here.
Don't knife him.
There it is.
Okay. He is spared from the stab towards the back. More fun team would have done it. Come on, Knights. Just give a little stabby on over. Apex calls attack. This feels too late to me. You've already lost 7 in a row, and it's only just coming out now. Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of teams and coaches in this game are so call tack timeouts, and it makes me very sad every time it happens. Still, Hopefully TSM can think of something to turn this around so we don't just keep up with the stomping of this squad.
This is one of those timeouts that is coming with a full buy behind it. Unfortunately, there's not much else. Payan had the lockdown, I believe, in round 3 and used it in round 7 or 8 or something of the sort. Hung on to it for a really long time where I think he would have had another lockdown. It just feels awkward, right? I know, obviously, like in those bonus rounds, you're maybe not expecting to put too much into it because you can just use the rifle play. But Knights ended up picking up round 3 and TSM ended up losing their bonus round. And they had the lockdown during that round. So it's interesting to see because now they are lockdown-less. Whereas on the opposite side for the Knights, they still have that resurrection online. Gangsta very close to the Hunter's Fury. And that 10-3-2 scoreline only continues to grow. And I mean, look at the economy. The Knights, they don't have to worry about it. Even if TSM win a few rounds in a row for the rest of this half, Knights are going to have full buy after full buy after full buy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. B-Dog. He's just not hitting like he used to. He's falling off. Plus L. Plus ratio. 7-2 now. It's looking for an 8th. Knights. And they get this done. Ban will post close to the corner K, and you do not expect that. Ban hunts for more, and hungry. Sometimes stay that way is to at least fight back for something more. So it's 3 versus 2, but look at what's left in towards this post point. A Sage Resurrection that can come through onto a player towards main if you want to wrap back for it, or a player CT. I imagine we don't actually see it in this round. Instead, they can just find confidence in that Hunter's Fury in the time that's already been fought.
Taking that back.
Yeah. The clock has been the worst enemy in some of these retakes for TSM Academy as it is a dynamic precision ZK duo, but it's containment. They're going to try and hang on to what they have as Scuba maybe not able to sneak away. Okay, does look like he is able to do so through the wall, but Precision is there to answer with a frag. So a couple of weapons stripped away, but again, that does not hurt the economy for the Knights as they put another one on the board. Now 6 rounds the lead. And they could quite possibly make it 8 with the 10-2 half.
This is feeling really rough at this point. That was the round off of the tactical timeout, and nothing is hitting. B-Dog is normally such a big win factor for this team, and he's currently sitting 2-7. It is such a rough way to even try and turn this around. I imagine the mental is starting to feel just a little bit crushed.
Here.
This is your defensive side on a map that, oh, should be performing a lot better than this. And great dart. Grab well on top of it. And the Hunter's Fury pop damage onto ZK. He'll live for now, but the pinch is coming. And, oh, good angle. Dash not even needed just yet. His Precision still tries to fight forward. A chance in this, but the op goes down. And so does the Sky. Only the Frenzy to get something more. And the Resurrection is there. Payan finds more than he bargained for, but Gangsta is quick on towards that trade. D-Cop. 88 HP. Some shock darts.
Spike planted.
An operator. Are good tools of the trade, but you need a mighty fine handyman to take this one. A reload will be required on that weapon after the initial shot is taken, and an off angle's already been established. Second he shows that he's pushing forward, he's dead. D-Cop should have this locked on down. He'll swing. The scope's not up. And again, it's Knights continuing to push on forward. They are looking to make this a nearly flawless half at 10-2.
Yeah, only losing the pistol and the anti-eco. And the pistol that they lost was a pistol that they should not have lost. And the anti-eco easily could have been a force round where the way that things are going, you could see this one being 10-1 at the last round of the half. So the near flawless, I'm glad that you said that because you go back and take a look at that pistol and it's exactly that, where we could be looking at a scoreless TSM Academy in another world. Fortunately for them, we're in this world. It's not the best conditions for them, but it's not the worst, as 9-3 is still on the table. B-Dog does have that operator in hand, but like you said, it's been struggling to get his feet under him and to slip in here on Ascent. And well, it's a floating city. I don't really know what to call this. And you slip, you might fall off. The Blade Storm online for ban as well. 3K in the last round. Now just looking to add some extra spice and quite possibly a Twitter clip here in this next.
Oh, he's hunting down for the Twitter clip. And the gangsta get it done. Flash blinds him up. He's not able to get anything off of it. Now out on towards the side of Span, dashing on in. The Blade Storm good in his hands. It'll be Frosty instead on the opener. B-Dog down below. Great shot. The Mollies find one on Swell. So now, advantage finally for Knights. TSM Academy, they have a chance for something more, and the Seekers look to aid in that endeavor, but
30 seconds left.
forward. Span, he doesn't need to care about the Seeker because he's got an off in his hands and he's got the confidence.
Here.
Now TSM close to the retake, close to the site, and they have plenty of time this time around. That spike just now going down as Cosmic Divide subsides. Scuba needed to find one there. Unfortunately, gets none. Span gonna go wide on that shot as well. Now has the knives in hand. Here comes the guiding light flash. Gonna look away. Is banned, but he's taken down. His precision to close it out. A 3K on the round. Finally, something budges for TSM Academy. They get back on the board. The first 2 rounds and the last of the half, 9-3. And they have to have, I mean, an attack side from the gods here, Mimi.
Yeah, pistol round is almost a necessity when you're in a position like this. And I'm going to be real. The rounds that they won early on, that pistol round was theft. Like, that should have been Knights' round. They made a couple crucial mistakes, but if the game goes properly, TSM Academy probably shouldn't have won that. It was not clean from them whatsoever, and now this needs to be only clean. This needs to be absolutely pristine out of them. You drop 1 or 2 rounds, and the game already feels like it's over. Knights on the defense. You were hyping them up, right? They have this heavy setup from Frosty. When he's anchoring on this Killjoy, they have the flexibility of this Sage, and then you just get the raw aggression that Ban can bring. It is a cocktail for success. They will be forced away. A couple crucial missed shots early on. They call for a dash, and cause to a death. Sif goes down, but the trade there is good, and Gangsta's still here to support.
Ban is so scary. And Scuba's there right with him, right? Scuba's been standout as well. Was playing Viper last game. The Astra here in this. His band still stands. Still a thorn in the side of TSM Academy. Down a player, but Pan looking to even the odds. Maybe get something more. I mean, just on the other side is an Astral form. Astra. And will fall just around the corner. Nice flash coming through. There's the assist. We go kills for kills. And Scuba gonna take matters into his own hands. Decop, the last one standing. Recon pulled out towards the site. Decop needs to take that fight as it's the most immediate. And he will unfortunately lose it. It's Frosty for the defuse, and it's Knights to double digits.
10-3 now found right off the pistol. TSM Academy, I think they have to force here on their second round. You get the spike down. There's a world where you can win that, but Knights did great at recovery, right? They lose a player early out towards mid and refight in with Bane on the pistol. And then it's just a Frosty round. He gets a big double kill to work back towards that B site, and well, now into the second we see that force out. Knights, they have the stronger buy, but TSM Academy, they have a respectable one. A couple Spectres to work with, some armor behind him. Who knows? Maybe something crazy can happen.
The Stingers. I can't believe people are still buying.
It's a good gun, Tanner.
No.
It's a
You
good
could
gun.
not.
It's a fantastic gun.
You couldn't convince me. And I think it was actually the Stinger that made contact out towards mid with that Spectre. Speaking of Spectre, Zip up on top of his wall, playing the high-low, as we've seen the Sage do thus far. Will eventually fall, but a 1-for-1 and heaps of damage onto Precision. Could easily swing numbers back in favor. There goes Frosty. This defense is completely corralling the attacking side of TSM, and they're completely unexpecting of these angles. Now, ZK, the last one standing, both members directly in front as he's got the spike, and he heads for the hills. He's got 50 seconds to play with here, Mimi. He's got lots of options. Unfortunately, he's got 2 defenders to worry about.
One enemy remaining.
ZK needed a little more. That frag's great, but
Dang.
yeah, Gangsta, he'll lock it out, shut it down. 11-3, that was the force by TSM. Do you force back into this, or do you play for overtime? 9 in a row, that feels like a pipe dream, but it's really what's being called upon for him in this round. Ziff, that 1-for-1 was good, just to find information. Allowed a push out from B main and a pinch to come on through. Scuba doing well on the anchoring, doesn't hurt either.
Oh, and this is TSM saying, we are, not only do we force in the last, but we are buying in this next, playing for the win. If they lose this round, their buy is going to look incredible.
All right. All right. That happened. That's great. And this happened too. Oh, no.
That's Frosty literally showing Payan how to do it. That's literally, that's the same exact play that Payan tried and fell flat and wasn't able to do it. So Frosty takes it back. The Knights, they just refuse. This is, you talked about them saving in some of their attacking sided rounds with 4 players alive. Hey, let's just hang on to their weapons. And they're just so methodical about everything. They refuse to give TSM Academy an inch. They're not letting up at all. 3 is all they get, say the Knights. And that's exactly what it's looking like.
He's still here. Judge in position, surely. You clear this angle a second time, but look at the HP on this Sky. It is a delicious cake, just waiting to be eaten. How much can the Judge get done? The dog? That'll come through. Frosty chops. Does he have a teammate here to break it? No, but even if they know he's here, can you get rid of him? This Judge is so powerful. The swing's there. 1 for 1, that's enough. Gangsta should be able to shut this down. The Ares in his hand, just waiting, spray away, waiting for the gift to be presented. It's 1. It's a second there from Ziff, and it's match point. Series point taken for the Knights. This one, oh, it already feels over.
The Knights looking to take it back to back, trying to get into the grand finals 2 weeks in a row. This has been a team that continues and has continued to evolve in the most recent months. And they're evolving with adding a different flavor every single time, whether it be Governor, whether it be Critical, whether it be Gangsta. They just have had one moving part. I wanted to say so many moving parts, but one moving part so many times, so many iterations of that singular moving part, and they just make it look good. I don't know if that's, you can give that to the Knights or just the players and their individual ability to be able to perform alongside this core 4. Either way, the Knights just look so darn good. Ziff able to steal one away early in this round, courtesy of the Guardian. But 1 taken right back for TSM Academy. They're not ready to give up just yet, but they have to string together 9 rounds in a row. 9 flawless attacking sides is what TSM needs here. And, well, they stormed their way into the heaven, trying to take the castle on the A site. And with that, the Knights okay to concede for now. They've got the crossfire underneath. Heaven's Precision drops down. Turret going to be the first to contact. Precision the first to fall. Frost will grab another, make it to the lockdown defense from the Killjoy. And there's no ult needed. Now Payan trying to get through with the Bucky. It's not going to be enough. Gangsta will close us out, and it's Knights back-to-back weeks in the grand finals.
That it is. Knights on the run back. They looked so strong. And to be honest, that final map, it just felt soporific. I mean, it was just putting me to sleep over and over again, because Knights just looked perfect, right? And there was a point where TSM Academy, the momentum was too far against them, and it was like, you could tell from the way that they were playing that they were already out of it, right? It felt like at some point they got tilted, that they lost their own mental, and the game was just done. Like somewhere around the, like, after they took that tack time out and won the round off, after that, I was just thinking in my head, this game feels over. And well, Knights, they did well to convert. You do not want to take them to this map. If you are a team, free life advice, do not take the Knights to Ascent, because they look so damn good on it. Early on, it was a highlight reel for Ban. Even when he was struggling a little bit more, the rest of the team stepped up in such a big way. No one was a factor that wasn't working for the Knights, to be quite honest. Every player was hitting their shots, was having their moment.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. Everybody kind of having their moment in this map specifically. Even in map 1, where I think we leaned a little bit more on Ziff and what he was able to get done on the Rays. But we had just seen, again, a Knights squad that just continues to find a way to work so well together. I'm glad that they've officially brought on Scuba, because I think, like you were saying, another huge addition to the team, plays the controller role so well. And I don't know if Gangsta is here to stay, but I wouldn't hate to see it. I think Gangsta's really slotting in well here for this Knights team.
It is looking really good, but that does wrap things up for our semifinal. We're waiting to see where Accru versus Team Basilisk goes. Right now, TB is down a map as Accru took the first one in 13-10 fashion. We'll see how that one pans out. Who knows? Maybe we'll hop in towards the tail end of it, depending how things do pan on out. But before we go, we got to thank our friends over at Mike and Ike. You can take your candy game to the next level with the back of the Mike and Ike Original Fruits or the Mike and Ike Mega Mix. That fruity, chewy flavor helps power you up and just keeps you playing at your your absolute best. So do go power up with Mike and I. Grab yourself a pack. We'll be back with the grand finals after this short break.
Oh, I love the smell of a cup of joe in the morning. With roach. Oh, hello.
A letter has arrived, sir.
A letter. For me. You have been cordially invited to compete in the 2022 Winter Championships.
Wow.
Featuring multiple game titles, competitive leaderboards, over 25,000 in prize money, and glory. By golly, time to get some headshots. What a perfect time to tell a story. Gather round, everyone, and hear the tale of the Nerd Street Winter Championships. There once was a tournament during the season of snow, filled with contenders of might with names Deez, Ligma, and Joe. Players rose from their beds from the east to the west to compete and prove which players were best. Through weeklies and monthlies, the hype did climb, as soon came the grand finals. Locations in due time. Aspiration and community was preached to the masses. Amateurs became legends. Mavericks supporting their...
I was gonna say glasses.
The road was a trying one, wrists aching with cramps. In the end, victors rose. We call them Winter Champs. Before they departed, they left us these words. Our journey's just begun. All thanks to the nerds. Oh, how I love that story. I think we will compete. What do you say, Cheeves?
I can compete, sir.
I suppose better bring the KD up. And you should too. After all, if you're a competitor, this is the circuit for you.
Welcome back on in. Grand finals are upon us. It's NSG Winter Champs Open number 6, which is, of course, put on by Nerd Street Gamers. Do you want to prove your skills and become a champion? Well, you can. You can check out all of the Valorant qualifiers for NSG Winter Champs over at nerdstreet.com/champs. And it's not just limited to Valorant. If you want your slice of the glory, a slice of the chance, and maybe an opportunity to make it to that Winter Champs main event. We got FGC, we got a Rainbow Six Siege, we've got practically every game under the sun. If you love gaming, if you love competing, go try it out. nerdstreet.com/champs to sign up for those events. But we have an event in front of us, Tanner. The grand finals here of Open number 6, and we've whittled it down to just 2 teams. A crew taking their semifinal win to face Knights right here, right now.
Yeah, as much as we want to see chat look to become a champion, now we get to see who the actual champion is, and we get to see who wants it more. Does Knights want the run back 2 weeks in a row? They win last week, now they're looking to do it again here. Or does a crew finally want to sauce an upset this way? You talked about it at the top of the show, right? We caught a crew in YFP earlier in the day, and the results that a crew have been finding outside of week 1, which I believe they made it to the semifinals, it's been a little rough. So now that they made it to the grand finals, this is really their place to kind of make a statement as we take a peek at that bracket and their runs to get here. So it was a 2-0 over Basilisk. Now behind the scenes, we were getting whispers in our ear, and I think it was 10-2 at the half. Basilisk tried to bring it back in. I'm not too sure what the map was, but unfortunately for them, a crew was able to pull away. Now we go into our next best of 3, and the Knights have been looking pretty good, but they are kind of coming off of a little cold streak, which could bode well, right? Because maybe they got some food in their bellies. Maybe they got some Mike and Ikes. Now they're sitting back in their Mavix chair and they're looking to be crowned king.
Yeah, they are looking to be crowned king on top of that. But if we take a little look at our map picks and bans, we can see where we're going for this matchup. It has been a storied one between these two teams, to say the least. In the last couple months, they have faced a couple times, right? We had Valorant Elite series where a crew took that 2-0, and then right before that, Knights took one 2-0. So it's been back and forth, but getting a little ahead of myself. Before we can see those maps, we gotta remember who's playing on these teams, because it's changed a little bit since the last time you might have seen them. Well, earlier today. Probably hasn't changed since then, but since their previous events, yes, there have been some adaptations. A crew is Konpeki, Uchi, Calm, Pancakes, and Neon with Pancakes come back into the roster, right? He had stepped away for a little bit, was trying out some other opportunities. Now he's back in action here with his boys at a crew, that old Easy 5 squad, making the run back with now a new jet in the mix in way of Neon. On the other side, it's Knights, also with some new faces amongst them. Gangsta, especially. He's not even officially signed with them just yet, but he has been making waves with this squad.
Yeah, and I'm really wondering, we talked about it in that last series. Well, actually, first, before I get into that, I love that the way that the day kind of shook out is we got a peek at both of these teams. The crew earlier in the day in the quarters, we got Knights in the semis. Now we get both of them here in the grand finals. So we already kind of understand what the matchup can look like, as well as what to expect from some of these players. But for the Knights, I don't know if they're just doing this kind of this ringer run where they're just constantly bringing somebody in, if they are looking to find a home for their fifth. Right now, it being Gangsta, but previously last week, it was Critical, and then for the Valorant Elite Showdown, they were rocking with Governor at the time. So it was a little awkward, but with them finding Scuba, it kind of lets us know that we do want to settle down, and now we can finally get on into, we know who's going to be on the server. Now we can see which servers that we are headed to, or which maps that we are headed to. Unfortunately, we're 6 opens in, and we have yet to get Fracture.
So
that one's going to be banned away. Yeah, but we do get one of the silly maps, that being Breeze. That's going to be map 3. So Bind, Ascent, Breeze, or BAB, as we call it here in the showbiz. And then Fracture, Split, Icebox, Haven, all banned away. But Bind, it looked a little shaky for Knights, but they were able to get it done against TSM Academy. That was TSM's map pick. Now a crew have picked this one up and maybe have found a weakness in this Knights team to try and secure this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, to be quite honest, because both of these teams feel super confident on Bind, right? They're both good on this map, to be quite sure. And then Ascent as well is one that's been back and forth. Last time these two squads meet, it was actually a crew taking a 13-5 lead and just slamming the Knights on Ascent, which you just saw the opposite of that in that semi-final where Knights was owning on that Ascent map. It has been one that has consistently been a stronghold for them, but if a crew can pull something similar off, especially since they get to choose the start and they get to get things rolling on the defensive side, who knows? Maybe that one could get funky. But let's really focus on the first one at hand here, which was, of course, going to be the map of Vines. And for the Knights, we've seen them play this quite a bit, right? They've had a strong history on it. It has been one of their best maps, I would say, right up there with your Ascents, with your Breezes. But for a crew, I mean, this is one we got to watch them on earlier in the day. They look pretty confident on it. Yeah. We get to see Neon just absolutely fragging out on this map when they're rocking with that Astra Viper setup. It finds a lot of success over here. And like I mentioned, with Neon, it is one of these maps where they don't rock with the Raze. They were trying it out previously, but they prefer putting Neon in a position where he's comfortable. And most of the time, with that risk, he does not disappoint.
And so Neon was one of the star players, especially in the map that they lost. Neon looked really good on Icebox. Moving over to Bind, the rest of the team really started to kind of pull together in the crew victory over YFP. And another standout was Gucci, who is going to be rocking that Astra as we get this agent select underway. It's nothing too different than what we saw earlier in the day. Well, it's going to be exactly the same as what we saw earlier in the day, but a standout performer. Gucci did such a good job. Now, it was against a YFP team that didn't really have all their screws tightened in terms of the cohesion of the team, because that has been the revolving door of players for that roster, or for that organization, I should say. But Gucci did such a good time just reading the attacking side, playing through the smokes while finding so many kills in the smokes on top of the multi-kills deeper into the round. So I think that's going to be another player to watch for a crew, and it could be the player who helps Neon kind of get a leg ahead of the returning champions of week 5 in Knights. Again, just looks so darn good. Ban on this Astra working alongside Ziff, kind of working as if you would with your Jet, but instead Ziff is playing the Raze with the operator in hand, but then also bringing all of the utility that the Raze has, the paint shells, the blast packs. They just work so well together. I absolutely love that combination. So I guess the head-to-head in the 2v2 is Ban and Ziff on the side of Knights, and then Gucci and Neon working together on the side of a crew.
Yeah, well, we've kind of prefaced these comps a little bit. The difference is we've got to see both these teams rocking with it earlier in the day. But Tanner, I want to ask you a tough question. This isn't what like you feel personally. It's just like looking at the facts, looking at the history. Who's gonna win this and how?
Knights.
Knights.
I think Knights take it 2-0. I think Knights get it done here. I don't think we need to see Breeze, and then I think they do just have a dominant victory on Ascent earlier. I think just kind of bolsters them moving forward. I think but it has to get started right here on Bind, of course.
I'm kind of with you. I think that for me, my faith in a crew does really lie on Ascent, because they get to start on a side of their choice. They get to pick defense. They've looked good on it before. They've beaten Knights on that map before, but who knows? We have to focus on the map at hand. It's Bind between Knights and a crew, the grand final, the 6th one here for Winter Champs qualification, as it's going to be an early setup over towards B. The spike postured out towards long, just taking a moment to wait out for that dart as it's too strong towards Hookah on the hole.
And all quiet. Thus far, crew will have the Trailblazer should they need it, but instead, they've got the right read to just walk up Octagon. No problems here. Finally, they'll run into Gangsta. They do spot him out and take him dangerously low. Neon is able to finish off that kill, and Scuba forced to back away, but it's a crew. They crab walk their way onto the B site. They basically take it for free. Now the spike is planted, and Knights a player down. Need to find their way onto the B site and find that spike defused.
This post one is so strong, right? Because you have a pinch the second someone goes for a flank, they're going to be trapped on out. Ziff is making so much noise. He's guaranteed to die in this situation. He gets one before falling. That's huge, and he will, but the trade is there nice and fast. The time has already been brought down so low. The Knights try and hurdle themselves on towards the site, but the dog, oh, it's doing something bad. Takes a bite out of Ban, finishes him off. Frosty has been chipped down to no HP, and the swing from Kompeki, that'll mop it on up quite nicely. A crew 4 left alive as they'll claim the pistol, trying to usurp your expectations, Tanner.
Yeah, that they are. And, you know, I do see a crew as a team that could absolutely make me eat my words, but how could I not go with the returning champions again in the grand finals 2 weeks in a row? I think that speaks to consistency, and, well, that is only the pistol, but that was a very dominant pistol and an incredible read. What gave them the audacity to just walk up Octagon, literally crab walking into the site? They find that kill onto Gangsta. It forces Scuba to back away. And then, like you said, that post plan, it was just absolutely perfect. They were ready for somebody on the flank. Oh, Well, Kempeki, unfortunately not ready for that. 3 kills in the last round. Now the first death coming into the next. And, well, the 4-player death ball out towards B or out towards mid. It works for now for the Knights. Unfortunately, it's one sole lone player and Frosty, who's got a shorty in hand, trying to lock down the A side.
Spike planted.
And he will. 2 already on this rotation up towards the flank, but Calm does well to lock it down. He'll corral them in towards Gucci, and Gucci, really impressed. That he will. It's both of them. As much as you could ask out of a man. The damage taken will, and then he has to play this one just a little bit safer, but with the stars on the spike and the darts queued up, Frosty, alright, he gets to go with the short end. Very disappointed in Valorant as a game, and, well, it was good in the world that we live in. Is Scuba is gonna find some big damage, 3 frags, but the shot through the smoke shuts down any dreams he might have held. Still, that's a heck of a lot of damage to find, and the crew will be forced to make that tough choice on the reinvestment.
Shoutouts, Pancakes there, finding a couple of sick frags with the Marshall. And
oh, yeah.
Now, bolstering up that economy, and you said it. They opt into the Force here, bringing a bit more into what would be their bonus round, but instead, it's kind of turning it into that full buy. And it makes me wonder, going into the next with Pancakes hanging on to this Marshall, if they lose this round, there might still be a situation where a couple members could buy and maybe Pancakes can purchase up for somebody. We'll have to see how that pans out as the Knights have themselves a full buy. And we see Ziff in that very familiar corner. Ooh, as the dog goes over the top, but is able to find the stun onto Frosty. He backs away without receiving damage. Fortunately, in a Negro smoke, gonna keep him safe for now as the Marshal finds the body of Ziff. But Ziff trades it back with a headshot onto Pancakes, and it's a crew now. Player down, but that being their weakest weapon on the server, but they still have a pretty strong attack because everybody getting spotted out here by the drone.
Everyone indeed. The pull is good. Frosty will tuck close in the corner, but the flash goes back. And still, no one is checked on this man. He needs something, but Neon shuts it down just past the tin can. Nothing could really connect, so a crew onto the site. The plant in the ground and plenty of time to set up for the post. Only 1 Molly, but an Astra still alive, still available. Neon, he'll stay close on the site. Only 1 off of another dash, so aggression is a huge possibility for him, especially if Kempeki can enable it. The flash is through. Dart will scan, but Neon is just playing time, and time, that is all you need to win a round in some of these situations. Neon, tuck close. Stay stuck down 1 for 1. That's good enough. The Molly now comes through, and while Elbow is controlled, Long not so much. Calm tucked. Spectre's here again this time. It just keeps on kicking. Down it goes, but that's where the spike will head. Not quite. Doesn't connect through in time as both Kempeki and Gucci finish things off. Knights, I mean, it just felt like they had us on the edge of the seats the whole time. They were set up on the retake, set up on the retake, set up on the retake, and then 40 seconds later, and they're only just pushing onto the site.
Yeah, that, it kind of brings me back to what TSM Academy were working in the semifinals, where they were getting ready for the retake, and then they just kept getting ready for the retake. It's unfortunate that in that situation for the Knights, all 4 that were still alive were corralled towards that backside, and I would imagine there was some communication as to how they are going to push on rather than just funneling through, and then the clock is ticking. It's gone way too far, and you're just forced to make a bad decision in funneling through, and well, you see that result. It's a big round for a crew to pick up because we weren't sure how that economy was going to play out, and now they don't have to worry about it, whereas Knights are completely reset. They go back to it, this time a stack on the A site, leaving Frosty across the map over towards B, but that spike smack dab in the attacker sided spawn. A crew have not made a decision as to where they want to end up just yet.
Calm staying Puck, trying to apply pressure off that setup. The Viper, as his teammates will start to work this control towards the extremity of Long, but in taking that extremity, they've lost out on the other arm of the map. You see, flank is already starting to come through. Tons of space cleared for the Knights here, which means that they can catapult this rotation over towards the B site and set themselves up to hold. Every minute of delay allows them to garner more and more space off this rotation. They haven't delayed long enough. Neon has found himself posted up above and will look to allow the rest of his team on in, but the flank is still coming, and Calm, he's gonna die. That gun will be recovered, and Hookah will be compromised, but on the site, the fight is going well on this front. The war has been strong, but flank is coming through. I
mean, really nobody better to have that weapon in hand. It's unfortunate that Gangsta went down to the shock dart there. Heads up. utility usage by Pancakes to secure another frag. And I was saying, Ban, there's really no better player. If you wanted a weapon in anybody's hands, it would be Ban here. But now there's just too many to worry about it. Oh my goodness, there goes the Sheriff from Ziff, still alive. And again, still damaging. Here comes the showstopper, flies across the site, but Neon is there to sit him down. The round to a crew, but you could see the momentum. You can see the hype behind it. Unfortunately, Knights fall flat and they're thrifty.
I will come back through, so another opportunity for the Knights to try and build off of a rifle round here. I mean, honestly impressive, the amount that Ziff was able to accomplish there with the Sheriff in hand, and it was good on Ban to re-clear that space nice and early on off the wrap, but now this is where everything really matters. A couple ults available for both these camps, and the Viper's pit. As we see this pop out towards a short, we've already queued up for it, but B is again the early destination for this attacking team of crew.
And it hasn't been, I mean, too standout from a crew. It's been just pretty, I mean, average play for the most part, just working really well hand in hand, finding these opening frags. This time around, it's Knights to pick up the opening frag. Ooh. Trailblazer are also going to find the stun, but they know another player waiting in the wing, so they will back away and continue to play that numbers advantage. Meanwhile, Neon creeping up inside showers, has the blades online, and I mean, Knights have really opted into giving up something somewhere on the map, and a crew have done a good job in finding out where that position is. Doing a good job taking it is Neon. As he pushes onto the site, who's going to answer to it? Frosty comes swinging across. One knife goes down inside the cloud burst. Tailwind to hop on through. The Viper's pit to work through, so a little bit of decay, but Scuba forced it back away. The pit surely will fall. Here in just a moment, there it goes. As the Viper util might be the next to go down. Recon Bolt going to be stopped by the cloud burst as Ziff. Still playing the high ground. Frosty still stuck onto the site. Pancakes falls. That's the spike down. Now retrieved. But here comes the flank Ban looking to get something, but he misses the shots. Can't close out the kill. Fortunately, Frosty is there to finish, but he could not. Calm still holding it down on the site, and Neon still has the blades online. This could be huge. No way. Neon clutches this out. He's only got 10 seconds. Has to make the play. But Ban has the angle, and imagine a world, Mimi, where Ban didn't kill Neon, and Neon clutches that round.
Well, the world we're in is one where Neon survives and kills two of Ban's teammates and forces it down to a 1 versus 1. That is still such a punisher to find, and a crew is going to take a nice early tack pause. Some clear issues shown in that round. I'm wondering if maybe communication went awry a little bit, because it felt like some of the players were contemplating maybe falling back, but then you had someone already deep in towards you. It was just a bit awkward and a bit stagnated from a crew, and now their economy finds itself in an alright resting place. Like, the Knights are going to have to fully reinvest into this, and off of the damage that Bladestorm dealt, they're not going to have great money. So this is a chance for a crew to shut the Knights down before they can even build something.
We love these early timeouts. Sometimes we see it, and teams might be a little too far gone. And fortunately, off the back end of this timeout, you've got a couple of rounds underneath you. You also now have 4 ultimates to work with, so you can say, hey, how exactly do we want to make these work should we need them? If we get in a situation like we did in the last, we have a bit more to work with. Viper's Pit, obviously, going to be a bit delayed in terms of its usage, and it looks like going to be lurking on the opposite side of the map. I feel like we haven't seen incredible Viper lurks on the day just yet. It's been pretty tame in terms of position or space being taken. I think the furthest we've seen a Viper actually push up on the attacking side is inside of Cubby. Maybe that's something that I've missed on the day, but it feels very passive from in terms of lurking on the day as a whole, especially here on Bind.
It has been passive for sure. I suppose that Bind doesn't leave too many opportunities for the huge lurks, because most of the time when you see a lurk, a rotate will come quick off of it with how fast the attacking side of rotates are, so you don't normally get to see that like super deep push up, but who knows, maybe we'll get around where that happens. Is Ban, this is getting a little bit aggressive. He'll push his way over towards short calm, closely tucked in that corner. Well-placed flash here could set this whole round in a strong direction. Ziff there for support, but it goes in dry. You cannot contest Calm in that way still. There are 2 players here, but the Owl Drone will clear him out, so no trade, no punish. Just an advantage for a crew, and the Seekers look to do more. It's 1 for 1. Out onto the site as up goes the wall, and Scuba, he's segmented off a world of his own, divided off from his opposition. He's just forced to wait for this team, a pit down as well. A crew wants this round. They're willing to fight for it. A Sova ult even available as a contingency plan.
Recon bolts. Won't give away Neon's position. It's unfortunate. Knights have one extra player to worry about versus what they've worked in or they're working with. Is Frosty gonna trade that one back? Still a player down are the Knights. Frosty tries to fight his way through the pit and he just does not find the right target. With the pit being up, I mean, Calm just backs away completely. Gonna concede the site, like you said. Hunter's Fury, as well as the Viper's utility, is gonna be plenty enough to secure the round. Gangsta, fortunately, can hang on to a Vandal, but it's another round conceded by the Knights as they now trail by 4 once more.
What they do, this is starting to push them into a pretty tough position. The push is up there from a crew towards short if it looked really good. And the thing is, it wasn't even them initially creating the pressure. Knights got aggressive and got punished out by Calm. We're forced to fall away so deep, then just a little bit of pressure towards the shower side, and the split comes to fruition without too much needing to be done whatsoever. Now, Knights down onto another save. This is starting to get into the score lines where you get a little bit worried about a squad starting on the defense. Those 6-6s, those 7-5s, those really start to favor a team like a crew who will be transitioning to a defensive side of things. As there is a push up here towards long, another go at aggression for Knights, but the crew realizes this. A well-placed drone will push him on back. Go running back home, gents. You're not getting anything out of that.
This is still a scary place to be. You see a crew giving lots of respect over to Knights after hearing Sheriff shots on the opposite side of the map. Understanding what the Knights have in their hands can be quite frightening, especially after seeing what Ziff has done earlier in the day, or earlier in this matchup specifically, and what Ban has done earlier in the day. As Ziff looks to take the high ground. And okay, well, there's the first. Now the barrel spotted just about, and I think maybe a friendly flash as Gucci pushes his way onto the site, picks up 2. Campek is there for the 3rd, and a crew inching closer to their 6th. Now only one to worry about, that being Gangsta. Had the saved weapon, but couldn't get anything done with it. And it is, in fact, a 6-4 crew.
Woo! Calm is hitting. Calm is hitting indeed. 6-1 now, this score line. Do we see attack? I'm going to beg for it. I'm going to plead for it because this team needs to reset. They've had time during these ecos to discuss. Their opponent called a tactical timeout that gives them more opportunities to even get their coach on into that conversation. But what's the solution, really? There it is. It's a tactical timeout. It's what I was asking for. Ocean, open up the conversation with the boys.
Ocean man.
Take me by the hand.
Exactly.
Lead me to the land where we have more than one round.
Yep. Where we understand what a crew is doing on the attacking side, because that is absolutely what's going on here. Cosmic Divide to work with. Hunter Fury still in the back pocket for a crew as well, and we'll see if they ever have to use that one. Pancakes already got himself a kill with the shock darts. Unfortunately, can't get a kill with the recon bolt or the owl drone, so the Hunter Fury is really the next one on the list. And full pistols basically in the last, so Knights should be buying into this, should be bolstering up some semblance of a defense, although we haven't seen too much of it. And I mean, this is, I guess, unexpected by a crew who realistically have had a longer day, playing longer games, more maps, and I thought would maybe by this time, you know, it's late depending on where you're at, and you might be getting gassed out or tired, and they have just not let off the gas at all. It is pedal to the metal. They want to get this one done quick like. And well, a 6-1 start is a great start. Here comes that Hunter's Fury on the attacking side, not saving it for the post plant instead. Gonna clear out Hookah and help out his team. His Pancakes is Neon to find the next, and it's Gucci. Okay, swinging on through, we'll find Gangsta. And I mean, at this point, I feel like you just take your hands off your mouse and keyboard, you throw them up in the air, and you say, guys, I don't know what to do, because a crew is just a force to be reckoned with.
That they are, and you were asking for a Viper Lurk. Here you go, Tanner. Tom's giving it to you. He found a nice free site here over towards A. The spike is down. I mean, plenty of space for amenities. If I was a realtor, have a really easy job selling something like this. Is you even still have a lurk out towards this B site who can cut off rotators looking to save. I mean, he might even be able to take down Scuba here towards elbow. Gucci looking for the angle. Here's these footsteps. Frosty will check on it. So Gucci not going to get anything funky today, but still, a crew guarantee the round win.
Yeah, and it's, I guess for the Knights, you're going to have a couple of weapons. Maybe you force up around the 2 rifles saved, should they be saved. And sure, you do have a couple more ults to work with. It was previously just the Cosmic Divide. Now it's going to be the Hunter Shiri and the Showstopper. But I mean, at what point do we see something change? It just seems like they're just giving up everything for free here. And I say for free, a crew's doing a good job of just taking it from them. Every single fight, the back and forth, the buddy system that they're playing. Anytime we saw in that round, Banner's trying to do something cheeky, playing on the opposite side, immediately sniffed out. Here it is. Then he looks to take the fight, and Neon's just ready for it. And then on the swing, Neon, that's like, what can you even do, man? Gangsta just trying to help his team out, and he couldn't do anything at all.
Oh, no, he could not. Look at this buy. They're kind of forcing into things. No, they do have the loss bonus to buy off of this one, because it's just gotten to a point where they've lost so many rounds in a row that the loss bonus is just at maximum. Still, this one is not looking fantastic. A crew on a push up here. They'll again apply some pressure towards A. Probably look to split onto this site. The only real shining light for Knights, I suppose, is the ult economy. They have a couple impactful ones up and available.
It's all about finding the value. I feel like the most value in this game has come from sheriff shots. Just the awkwardness on the side of Knights, and then finding a couple of kills and almost turning rounds upside down, but only succeeded in doing that once. Another slow start, but positioning gain right out towards Showers. Neon hanging out. Nothing too much out towards the B site just yet, but a drone being heard. It's going to stop the rotation from Gangsta. He's going to link back up onto this site. Look to play that 2-3 split across the map, but for now, a crew just kind of running that clock down. Here comes the Cosmic Divide. It's going to force the Knights to play a bit forward. They want to be able to hear anything, and well, Frosty's going to be that player to do it across the map. Meanwhile, Scuba going to be taken down. Here comes the teleporter. Now, Gangsta, 1 and 7. What can you get done here? Through the Cosmic Divide, the attacking team will go. The Marshal in hand, and the vulnerability from the Snake Bite will force the Sova back, and it's everybody once more. Here on the retake, stacked up towards that defender-sided spawn, and I mean, it should just be fodder once more for a crew.
Oh, Com's about to spray him down. Come on, let's see it. One frag found. Van cancels it out with the trade-off of the Sheriff headshot. He's going to break for this gun, and Pancakes is going to take him on down. Gangsta and Frosty, they will not live too much longer whatsoever at this point. 2 tactical timeouts used, one of your opposition, one of your own. Thanks have found nothing off of it. They got one random round in the middle of chaos, and past that, there has been nothing shining through of any form of positivity for this team, even when they are losing rounds. It's not close. These have been dominant. The last 3, a crew, quite honestly, has just been pressing W towards the site, finding 2 early frags, re-rotating off of that, and just holding in the post. It has looked so good from this squad, and Knights have had no solution.
Yeah, very, very uncharacteristic. Now Ziff goes back to the opping raise. Doesn't find the kill, but finds heaps of damage onto Neon, and that'll make you second guess whether or not you want to go back for that peek, as the Hunter Shuri not quite going to find that jet, so it doesn't finish off the kill. And, well, that's one of 4 ults down. Now 3 remaining. Trailblazer can find the stun onto Ziff. Close inside the Nebula smoke. Fan will take down Gucci, and that's a pretty good start here to this round. They found some damage. They found a frag. And what more can they get? It's an armorless jet and 3 players behind her. The Viper looking to creep on through. It's Calm. Putting some damage down through the Nebula smokes. Frosty now in a tough spot. Snake Bite. And keep that Astra from pushing forward. Nobody inside bench now. Those Molotovs have since cleared. The recon bolt going to confirm the information as to where Frosty is playing. I mean, they got to push on through. Nice op shot on the Calm. Nice rifle shot there. Scuba will find the next. The backstab. Capecchi good for 2, but only 2 on the round as Ban will finally close it out, and the Knights will finally get another. They secure the operator. Now they have to do it again. 8-4 is all they can hope for.
Frosty didn't get a whole done in terms of the kill department, but I do give a lot of credit in that round to him for his stall potential. He had a smoke out towards the U-Haul, or excuse me, it was a smoke out towards showers, and then he had a grab well over towards short on top of that. He was just buying as much time as possible from his position in the back site, and he found so much information for his team. Ban was able to rotate on over and clean it up with the aid of Gangsta, who is that his first kill?
Revealing area.
Oh no. Well, at least he's on the board.
Gangsta was 1-7 at one point. What was his
Okay,
scoreline there?
so it wasn't last round that he got the kill. Still, it has been a roughie for him, to be quite fair.
Which is, again, it's doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem fair. Very uncharacteristic, especially after watching that ascent map and seeing what Gangsta got done. Especially after watching the previous bind map and seeing what Gangsta was getting done for his team. It's a bit unfair to be able to highlight that one. Crew to go back to their fast ways. They don't want too much time off the clock this time around. Neon pushing immediately behind that drone. The Trailblazer now going to help him get the rest of the way towards back site. And, well, things are opened up. Things are clear. Meanwhile, things just outside showers might be getting saucy here in just a second. Once more for the Knights. It's 4 members stacked up from this defender-sided spawn. Here on the retake, this time they do have 1 player inside showers, so it's a minor crunch unless Calm can find that kill.
Calm is just holding. He is so comfortable, so patient in this position. Scuba, instead, what is going on? Flash for flash. They all win it out. Knights have found 3. Left only the 2 players on a crew, and Ban bunny hopping forward. Gucci's alone. Shock dart through. This is a change in the tides. Scuba tries to stick on the spike. Gravel keeps him out. The wild spray connects for 1, but that is all. The crew will find the patience towards showers. Shot finally to pump on through in the retake. I think this could be.
Yeah, Frosty, judge in hand, finds that kill onto Calm, and Knights have finally reeled it back in. They've finally woken up. I absolutely love the use there of the Viper's Pit just to secure the round. I'm glad that we actually get the angle on this. A little bit of damage to the shoulder, not enough to find the kill, and things get a little crazy inside U-Haul, and Campeki doesn't find that jumping kill, so Ban says, here, let me show you how to do it. Gets one onto Pancakes, who is creeping up a short. And like I said, Knights finally, they're coming awake, they're coming online, they're starting to work together, they're piecing things together, as Gangsta is now, you know, his second kill, so he's 100%ed that one. Span looks to go aggressive here. Crew, they're ready for it. They back off, they slow things down. Frosty's able to pick one up in response, but a 2-for-1, a favorable trade as Knights now a player down. Bomb Buddy to go through. Flash to force Ziff away. Knives over the top. The shots won't land. He's forced to back up once more. And it's the last round of the half, so of course, he's got a secondary to play with. It's a Phantom in hand. Now the rocket launcher to work with. But Campeki is having himself around. The showstopper going to find damage. Won't find the frag. The head going to be spotted out. Now Campeki taken down. The paint shells. Force Pancakes away. Ziff is doing it all. He's trying to lock down the site by himself. Unfortunately, he's stuck inside U-Haul, but Scuba is here to bail him out. The recon bolt will give the ping. Box is spammable, so he needs to be careful, but it's a 2v2 situation here. A crew not in the lead in terms of health, but in terms of utility. They've got this Viper's Pit down. This decay coming on through could be huge. There goes the snake bite. Should find the frag, and Ziff can't back away in time. Now Scuba has a lot to get done, and he just might drown trying to do it. This Calm will back away. The clock is ticking. The frag won't be found, and well, guess who's repositioned? That would be Pancakes, and he's got the shots on target as we go 9-3 at the half.
9-3 indeed. A crew just looked so good. A couple rounds picked up there for Knights. A moment where it seemed like some life was being breathed back into their systems, but it was only for that moment. The aggressive play here, the attempt at least at one out towards showers, it's not work whatsoever. So now into this half, what can we even take home for Knights? I suppose a pistol round win, conversion off of that. There's a world where you can win it. You hope that the gods are on your side with that 9-3 curse, but it's going to be very, very difficult. The crew just looking to complete the formality and close this one out if they can.
And the Knights were a bit stronger on their attacking side against TSM Academy. 7-5 we went at the half. But they need to do a whole lot more than 7 here. At least 6 to get us all tied up. And it starts here in the pistols. The Boombot clears things out inside Hookah. Paint shell still available. And we see that poison cloud. It's going to be that soul smoke to try and keep the players inside hookah from, well, exiting hookah, and they're just going to disrespect it. They move right on through, and Common Campecchi actually able to hop on the board. The defense looking pretty strong as Ban plays out towards the back site, and now a player down are the Knights for now. Ban's still alive. The teleporter going to be taken, but it's 8 HP on the Sky. It's a very healthy Sova, but Gangsta's been having a hard time getting himself involved here in this game, or here on this map. We'll see if he can eventually start to do that as that Asher utility keeps him inside showers for just a second. Bit of chip damage coming out from Neon. The rest of the team should be able to swing and find these frags, and that's exactly what happened. Everybody getting a piece of the pie here in the pistol.
Oh yeah, 10-3, a crew working their way on through as a squad. So now the Knights, this is dire straits. What are you buying? You gotta force this, I think, but no spike came down, so might be too much of a risk to take. An investment from Frosty. They're trying to bring whatever scraps they can muster, but it's just going to be the Sheriffs. They'll go for light armor or rifles into the second. Against Spectres, though, hopes are not too high. And aside the Knights, I imagine they're just going to default here, play slow, hope that someone gets a bit overzealous, a bit over-aggressive, and gives them a gun, gives them a chance.
Yeah, I don't think a crew are going to give him that. I'm not too sure. I think they're going to be a bit wiser. Gucci recalls that star. Looks to place one down elsewhere. And when Gucci's on the case, nobody's getting inside showers for free. Still has that star placed just in case. Ban creeps forward. Sheriff in hand. If anybody can do it, it's Ban. But a one-way smoke courtesy of Gucci. Unfortunately, not allow that Sky to push it forward any further. So with that, the spike retrieved. 4 players now creeping out towards that B site. The Trailblazer going to spot out one. That one being Gangsta. Here comes the jump peek, and maybe they can punish Campecchi. A little bit of damage going to force him back towards this B site, and the spike is slowly starting to creep on up.
Creep forward it will, as Sheriffs now all posted together to look to find a shot. Tom in this close corner. It's a crossfire with Campecchi, but one element of that snake's head has been cut off. Now Calm
30 seconds
site
left.
waits for context to be
Spike
broken. It's
down,
Campecchi
B.
instead. Uses his detail on the swing, and Neon pinches out from behind. Rock in a hard place. Where this team finds themselves, and Knights has no chance in it whatsoever. 1 kill, a dream, and it'll stay that way. Sometimes your dreams stay dreams. And the hopes in this map might be the same. Knights, only really 2 more chances. Hope of a comeback.
Sometimes your dreams stay dreams, and sometimes your dreams become memes. It would be a big meme. Somebody would be getting memed. A crew would be getting memed if Knights were able to battle back in this one. Fortunately, it's been a team ace and a flawless round for a crew, so their bonus looks really good. Their economy's going to be looking good into the next one. You can't really say the same for Knights. Should you lose this one, not only are you looking at map point, but your economy going into that is going to be sticks and stones. Somebody's going to be rocking a Sheriff full armor. Now on the attacking side, they're looking to take it swift and forcefully here inside showers. Gucci backed away. I said he's usually, when he's on the case, he doesn't give it up for free, but that's not the case this time around. Gucci will fall. And it's Knights off to a great start as Neon goes 1 for 1, but it's still a player advantage out towards the A site. Pancakes inside a U-Haul. Might get something done with the Spectres. Just can't do it against the Vandals, nor did he have the reaction time to find that shot. So no bullets fired by the Sova. Was now 6 feet under a crew, down to their last 2 in a 2v4. I think we see something pretty wild in terms. Well, Campecchi's saying, hey, I want to wait for you to maybe get something done here. Unfortunately, Calm is just on the other side of the map still.
I'm just imagining like the bum, 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 bum. I don't know what that song's called, but I'm just imagining that playing as Calm sprints all the way across the map just to be shot in the head here on the exit out towards showers. Come on, Calm. Yup, there it is. A whole journey for nothing. He wanted his Rocky moment atop the steps, but there's a man with a gun at the top who Viking kicks him straight back down. Still a crew. I think they'll be fine. Just a step lower on the staircase. Still find themselves on a much nicer staircase than Knights is currently postured. This analogy has run its course, and Knights, you'd hope for them that they have not ran theirs. 2 rounds away from defeat in this map, as the investment will stay through, but a crew, they found their buy back in. They have Seekers to work with on this one, so that retake potential even stronger. And the thing is, even if Knights are to win this, they need to do it cleanly. They need to start building this economy in the early game.
Poison orb emitting.
And that's the biggest thing that we see in a lot of these comebacks is you're doing it with, you know, onesies and twosies still alive, and then, you know, the next couple of rounds, well, your economy is completely shot, and then you're eventually just kind of set up to lose. This time, though,
How is he
off to
alive?
another good start. They find a kill on to Neon. They send some damage right back to it. Frosty the next to fall, and those health bars very low on the side of Knights. A couple of members just around the corner from being taken down in both Ziff and Scuba. And the Seekers gonna let a crew know that they want to head elsewhere. They'll be answered just outside of Hookah. Okay, one tries to make it through the teleporter. I don't think that's how that should work, but it does no less. Fortunately, the regrowth is available, and it's not the Sky who's low HP, so everybody topped off is going to be 100 health, no shield on a couple of members for the Knights. But at the end of the day, still a 4v4.
Still a 4v4. Oh, Dog doesn't clear the player close. I don't think it's all the man in the cubby, so it may give some false information, but it shouldn't
30
matter.
seconds left.
The Spike is heading its way out towards this B side. Another setup with Lurk Smoke, a bit of a different one than we often see. This one more to the right, and it might even give Pancakes a chance to try and phase through. The smoke has already come on down, and Pancakes, he's in trouble. Isolated on his own. Trade yet to come on through, but Spike denial at this point would be huge. With a timer, 10-second swing. No, it's
10
denied.
seconds left.
Knight's able to keep it alive, so now Calm is alone. He's on this flank, but how much can you get done from here, bud? Ace is holding. You can't win the fight now. Calm looks like more and more doable. Amali at his feet. Two players ready to swing him on either side, and the spray goes far. Ban takes 3, and Knights claim another round.
Knights claim another. They take a little bit of damage in doing so, but only losing 2 members. And imagine that economy for the ones that stayed alive should be enough to get rifles back into their hands. Whereas on the side of a crew, it's going to start to dwindle down. That is just so tough. The flash literally only gets the planter, so everybody else is just ready to make sure that you cannot swing and stop that plant. A very scary place to be for Knights, and they played it perfectly. That's where we see a lot of teams start to scramble because they need to get that spike down, but Knights did not falter at all. And again, we're starting to see them come online. I love the aggression coming out of this every single time. Ziff just pushes right on through showers, and I mean, you got to show them that you're confident. Unfortunately, pushing right into the frenzy as Gucci picks up one, tries to back away, but he cannot sneak out. Van will take him down, a 1-for-1. Again, a crew on pistols, not in the best spot. As Frosty creeps around the corner, takes down Pancakes. Kentucky just before that. And the classic luck, unfortunately, just not in favor of Neon there. Now, Calm not long for this world with the shorty in hand. Calm has been farming shorty clips. I would imagine we see a montage soon.
That he has. Shorty and Calm. Best duo in the world, but Knights and a comeback. Maybe another duo to consider. Still, they're just building. This is the early stages of a chance at a comeback, and Calm queued up for that nap spit over towards B. I imagine this allows a bit of a heavier lean towards a safe site, or they just keep the jet here, because I think if this is the pit that I'm imagining it's going to be, he'll have an angle up top to watch out towards long. And if Konpeki can play towards long, flash forward, and allow a peek from that top angle, maybe you get something cheeky going on. Konpeki instead, he'll just throw for that early info. That'll cue the pit, so that was his role in it all. Get the info, allow the pit to come through, and keep your jet up top to keep this sneaky line.
Oh boy. Neon, it's your time to shine, buddy. Trailblazer. Oh, no way. Ziff just swings it, and there it is again. The confidence from Ziff to find that frag. If it's not in showers, it's in hookah. That is so rough, and Calm just sneaks away from the utility and spotting him out. Now the Knights, a player ahead, have a Viper's Pit to work with. Unfortunately, it's not too close. It's on the opposite side of the map, but I mean, we'll see. Scuba might just look to creep on up and try and find himself an open sight. All the meanwhile, the rotation coming on through. Gonna leave Calm all by their lonesome. Over out towards the B site. Konpeki trying to link up with the squad. It's gonna be a 3v5 directly on the site. Making a 3v4. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Pancakes able to dodge away after putting down that shock dart. There's a spike on the ground, but here comes the shot, the true shot. Barrage from Gangsta will leave things in the very capable hands of Calm. Unfortunately, a 1v3 is just not where you want to be.
Here we go again. The long rotation through. He's back to his old ways. And the slow rotation, it's been proved punishing in the past. He's just gonna save. $0 in the bank account. 0 chance in the round. Knights have found another. And this building is starting to look like a skyscraper.
Yeah, they're working it. They're really putting it together. And it's the best time to do it. You have that 1 round of wiggle room. I like this too, where they're not biting off more than they can chew. They understand that, well, he's probably hanging on to that operator, and we need to hang on to our weapons. We can't give up too much in this. What I like is the ultimates that are available. A lot of the times you will see your Astra on a Spectre, just so that way she can get full utility. So that's going to be a comfortable spot for Frosty to be in. Not going to be the spot that he's in this round. But should that have been the case, they also have the Viper's Pit. So you can even take a hit in that economy and say, hey, I'm just going to rock the Judge, or I'm just going to rock the Bucky, or something a little bit lighter, because they have to work through Mind Decay. Fortunately for Knights, they've got that economy in a great spot to be able to keep buying on forward. And now we get that timeout from a crew. Say, hey, guys, what's going on? We had a really strong first half, and now we're letting this one slip away. What can we do with the 2 ultimates that we do have and the economy that we're working with? And 1 operator to our names. I hate seeing the operator posted up somewhere, getting absolutely no value, the team dying elsewhere, and then the operator literally just sitting in a corner. I feel like that's one of the worst feelings in the world.
But keeping an operator into the next rifle round, that does feel all right. So we'll see
that
what
does.
the conversation brings for this accrue roster. I mean, it feels like they're doing all right setups for me, right? They throw that cool pit, but it just gets read into. Ziff just hits a absolute banger of a shot, takes that op down nice and early on, and then off of that, nothing really more is converted. They re-rotate over towards that A site. Accrue doesn't have a clear answer, and then it's just Gangsta to lock it down with his Hunter's Fury. It is going to be one of those rounds where Neon will hold on to the op as a hero. I wouldn't hate to see him toss it over to someone, grab the Bladestorm instead, try and change sides of the round in that way. We'll have to see what his final decision is. A Bucky for Gucci. Interesting choice to be sure, as Ollie will be queued up here. He has a whole set of utility on this execute, but it's just a fake, right? You throw that to get players off the close angles, but a dog, fake it out, everyone is bitten. No one is on the B site. Free real estate.
Yeah, free real estate. I didn't see the purchase coming into this round, but the gamble stack makes me think that it's not much, and they were just hoping to get something done alongside the operator. Not going to be the case, and maybe we do see 4 sent onto the other side of the map. Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. Ban in a fall. That's a weapon to be retrieved. Again, yeah, I don't know how much that operator does, especially now with that pit. I think you set in the 4 remaining. Neon just hangs out nice and safe where he's at. And you look to save that op into the next round and hope that the Sheriffs, the Bucky, the weapon that was retrieved by Ban can get something done in this.
Oh, Ziff's gonna hold it down. That flank is denied from one angle. The rest look to waterfall. Out from Hookah, flash forward, couple smokes to allow, but listen to the clock. It is ticked down so far, and Frosty will play close on the angle. The round is over. Damage, that's the goal at this point. Gucci's Bucky, come on. Let's see something out of it, please. At least a shot to ring true, at least to ring period, but none of that is happening. Instead, Neon will take 1. The Bucky on the back actually deals the damage. Only Ziff will survive. Good chunk of change to take away as Neon hold on to the op. Now the buy comes back through for a crew.
Yeah, and they've got to get that confidence back. Somebody has to get something done. I would like to see maybe some aggression from Neon and Kempeki working hand in hand. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like this is going to be that round as they're on opposite sides, but then for Knights on the attacking side, it felt like once they got themselves into their full buy, Ziff was just saying, screw it, man. I'm just running at these guys. And it started working. And then he's got that confidence to take these crazy swings and hit these nutty shots onto Neon. And they just keep going right back to it. This could be the round where maybe things slow down. But a nice Trailblazer. Going to let them know exactly where a crew have their op planted. And well, Neon's going to be forced to look to play elsewhere. We've got 3 ults on the side of a crew, 2 ults on the side of Knights. Ziff has that showstopper, and I would imagine we see something with that blast pack used here in this round.
Boosted up is this Astra. Close on the angle. He will hold. The utility goes up. The drone comes through for Gangsta. towards B. He's just trying to apply a little pressure, allow his team to alert forward. Thus far, they haven't capitalized off the setup. Now they will, but the ult, that's perfect. Finds a tag, connects it. Ziff is plucked out of any opportunity at using that showstopper, and Neon strikes his mark as well. The op looks good, and now Gangsta Scuba, they're locked away from themselves on an island of their own without the spike just yet in their possession, and Gucci on a clean spray away takes Scuba out of the equation. Gangsta has been spotted, and Frosty has fallen. Well, they'll find one. How much more can be done? Not much. Calm on the takedown of Crew. So many rounds let slip past their base, but now they finally reply. They finally claim the match point.
Somebody check Gucci's computer.
Please.
There it is again. The smoke goes up, and he's just perfect on the shots to find somebody on the other side. He's done it the entire day, and he's looked so darn good. I know that that wasn't necessarily what won the round, but it definitely didn't help for Knights to lose their Viper in that way in your 2vx situation. Finally, we get to this point where a Crew can look to close it out. They can look to step on the next. They let Knights stand up just a little bit. That last round, they knock them back down. We'll see if Knights choose to stay flat on their backs. They want to get back up and look to take the fight right back to this Crew squad. It's going to take 4 in a row, and well, fast hits are usually what's on the menu, and fast hits might be what we get here as Calm falls. Frosty to follow, so nice 1-for-1 thus far. Seekers online because of that frag. Guiding light, Trailblazer, everything tossed out to try and stop this team from pushing. I'm stunned up as Ziff and taken down. It's Campeki to follow with the operator pushing through the cosmic divide. Scuba falls, Gangsta almost follows, but the spike is down. They have to push on the opposite side of the wall. A huge ping with the recon bolt and another one to follow. They can just spray through the tube. Gangsta not long for this world. It's a classic to close us out. It's 13-8. A Crew the lead.
It shouldn't have been 13-8. I'm gonna be honest. A Crew should not let that many rounds slip away from them. You come in with that commanding of a lead and you let it slip. You give Knights room to breathe, which shouldn't have happened, to be honest. I mean, I don't want to discredit the Knights because they put up a really respectable attempt at the comeback. They lose out on pistol, and the conversion after that, and they just come out swinging. It is round after round, but what I saw from a Crew was them failing to adapt in some of these situations, and in a map that is a little more favorable to the Knights coming up, those same mistakes cannot be happening. Both these teams will have to shore up their issues as Ascent is on the docket, but before we go, to take a seat, you have to relax a little bit. And of course, our Mavix chair, Mavix Gaming Chairs, they are the exclusive chair partner of NSG and of course of a local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. You can get one for as little as $24.69 a month, or I guess now as low as $22.22. That is a steal of a deal for a brand new M4 gaming chair. And you can use NSG 55 to save an additional $55 off your purchase if you would like to buy one today. Head on over to mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. That's mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers, all one word. We'll be right back with map 2 of the grand finals after this.
Crew. They almost let it slip away in map number 1, but they reel it on in, and they make me eat my words in the 2-0 victory that I thought Knights would be finding themselves. But holy moly, we had a little bit of back and forth. A Crew were finally able to take a deep breath, just as we were in that break. Sit back in their Mavix chairs and close out the map. But it was sloppy.
It was.
Sloppy to say the least.
It was. I mean, was it back and forth, or was it all one side and then all the other side? And then, oh, they finally closed out.
That is true, yeah.
Because I feel like it was very much just 2 streaks, one of which was just a little bit longer. And A Crew, thankfully for them, were able to close on out. Knights put up a respectable fight. They had some good moments, but they kind of looked like a dead fish in that first half, I'm going to be real. A Crew got things rolling. Knights never really adapted on top of it. I mean, sure, some crazy plays were happening, but I don't know. Never gave me too much confidence in this team. But we go again. Ascent, that's queued up as the next map. It's the pick of the Knights, but A Crew get to start on defense. We just recently saw these two teams face up, in which A Crew won out pretty handily. They kept Knights down into the single digits, but just earlier today, we saw Knights look dominant in their victory on this map. So this one could really go either way, and especially with that reinvigoration of the Knights in the second half, I have a little bit of faith in them.
Yeah, you know, when I guess look at that previous matchup, which was just a couple weeks ago, it was a Knights team that had Governor instead of Gangsta. So I want to say, oh, well, you know, this is a different Knights, but it's still kind of a brand new player. Governor was a brand new player filling in for the squad there. Gangsta kind of doing the same thing. So I think you can still put a lot of stock in what A Crew was able to get done on a map that did look really strong for the Knights. And coming into Bind, they just looked flat. So I can only imagine coming into Ascent, unless something happened during the break, I would imagine we see A Crew coming in fire hot and the Knights probably on the back foot again. It's unfortunate that the Knights did start to come online, but it was right at the end of the first half. I want to say it was 8-4 at the half. You do that a little bit sooner, you're 6-6. Now we're looking at a competitive game. So yeah, just coming in looking a little sleepy, maybe a little too much food in their bellies because they did have a bit longer of a break. I'm really hoping that isn't the case. I would love to get some breeze today. We've been pretty standard on our maps and Bind and Ascent. We got one icebox sneaking in there, so I'd like to see something funky. I'd like to see something silly. But the Knights definitely have to wake up in order to not only do that and get us to breeze, but to become the back-to-back. 2 weeks in a row, that would feel pretty good.
It's been a while.
Unfortunately, you can't be a sleeping lion.
It's been a while since we've seen back-to-back champs. I want to say the last time it happened was like Summer Champs early on when it was Renegades who won like 3 in a row. Besides that, like it's been a minute. I want to see back-to-backs. I want to see some dynasties start up in these weeklies. Obviously, the teams that are playing switch around so often that it's a little hard to do, but still, it would be pretty cool to see. But for A Crew, I mean, these boys are looking good. I doubted them for a moment, but that last map put some confidence back in me, and I criticized them that they were looking a little tired, that they were letting things slip away, but they built back in. And a win is a win at the end of the day. If you're a player on the server, that's all you got to focus on. We won map 1. We'll talk about the issues later. Right now, those don't exist. We had a good map of Valorant, and we're going to have another one right here on Ascent.
Yeah, and it's a map again. We get the Neon Jet one-trick pony discussion. We see that on Bind, but now we get it on Ascent, where it's a map traditionally that you do play the Jet. We're going to get that Neon versus Ban. Ziff can be back on that Sage. It was a pretty one-handed affair between, or one-sided, I should say, affair between Knights and TSM Academy. So we didn't really get to see a whole lot, but what we did see, I really enjoyed in terms of Ziff on the attacking side, the Sage walls that were just such a pain in the side for TSM Academy, really slowing them down. But now we get to jump on into it. The agent select, we're all locked in, nothing too crazy standing out to us just yet. I believe Campeki will be locking in the Sky. I'm barring anything incredible. You know, maybe one map ahead, they're thinking they do something funky here. Maybe the KO.
They tried it before. I didn't hate it when they did try it, but I don't think they're going to pull that out in this one. I imagine we see the Sky come on through, as you prefaced. Knights will stick to their guns. Scuba Astra, Ban Jet, Gangsta on the Sova. Gangsta he was looking super great on the Silva in that previous map that we saw
very
out
good.
of them. For me, I obviously want to keep looking at him. But Frosty's the other guy. You were kind of hyping him up a little bit. He does super well as an anchor. I feel like he's let more loose on the lurks on this map too. He can get a little ratty when he needs to be. And I'm excited to see if he can get that going. On the other side of things, I think my guys I'm watching for are obviously going to be Neon, but Gucci. Gucci has been such a win factor for this Accru squad when he is hitting alongside players like Neon and players like Calm who are always on point. When Gucci has one of his Gucci games where he just goes above and beyond, that's when this team starts to look amazing. And I mean, Kompeki as well is one of those players, like everyone here pops off because it's funny because Accru is like literally like 3 reformed Jet players that have now like went their way into different roles. The cycle on through has been interesting. Kompeki, the most recent convert, and he looks just as good on his new role. But here we go, Knights up against a wall. Can they fight back in on their choice of ascent? It's the attacker side, but who knows if they can get something rolling as we get things going. It'll be Accru, pretty standard setup out towards mid. Maybe a bit of aggression from Neon, but the spike it'll lean its way at least early on towards this A site.
And planted smack dab down in the spawn. And I really wish we went a little bit deeper into the Gucci game, because you said Gucci needs to have one of those Gucci games. But we missed it, missed opportunity. Give it a little bit of love as we get a little bit deeper into this round. It's early damage. Traded out, regrowth will be used. So what you lack in a Sky on the side of Knights, you still bring a heal in way of that Sage. So should you take any of that early damage, it shouldn't be the end of the world. We see that healing orb used, the barrier orb used as well, and it's gonna make basically for a single faceted attack. Nice spray from underneath. Van gonna find the kill onto Gucci, who we were hyping up before this one, and unfortunately this just won't be his round as the Sheriff just continues to ring on through. They try and send it back, and sure, they're finding damage, but they need to get a whole lot more. It can be taken down off his walls. Pancakes comes jumping on through. The backstab from Scuba will find Calm trying to knife down the barrier orb. Now Ban, the last one directly on the side of Scuba, looks to play time. The health bars are low. Body shots are all you need. Is Kompeki gonna hop onto the spike? Neon gonna keep the Sky safe for now. Swinging around the corner. Oh my goodness. Kompeki falls, and oh no, there's not enough time. It's like that.
Not
Scuba does
enough.
it.
Yeah, didn't go half on that one. Scuba, good job on that. Shut down his flank through towards the tree side. Works well. Picks one up initially and closes out the final frag to buy the time to take that round. A hurtful one for Accru to lose, but this will inspire a bit more confidence into that Knights camp. As I do want to bring up kind of a bit more of an aside point. You saw that the player towards Helen Ban with that Sheriff, he was just full left click spamming. And when you're close to a wall, you're wall banging, you can do that with any gun. A really good example of that is when you're playing back castle on Breeze over towards the B side. If you think behind those thin little walls, you can actually full running spray because the bullet difference doesn't matter as much when you're close, right? The bloom won't be as big as you're close in, and once a bullet penetrates a wall, then it goes perfectly straight. Then it just keeps on rolling through. So you can fully run and gun, or you can fully spray through. Just a little bit of attack that you can abuse in this game.
And well, speaking of abuse, Accru get a little abused here in the anti-eco, and gonna get that spike planted down, working towards those knives on the Jet. As Scuba wants to get closer to the Cosmic Divide. Just around the corner though. Neon looking to farm some knives of his own. Is the shorty? No way! Scuba swaps to the shorty on the ground and will eventually find the frag on to Neon. Again, it's just an anti-eco. A cool way to close it out. It's not just Calm who's farming the shorty. Clips, it's now just about everybody here in the server. But Scuba 5-1-0, 1 pip away from that Cosmic Divide. Ban just around the corner from the knives as well. So if this one doesn't go swimmingly for the side of Knights, they're about to have a couple of vaults online that could turn the tides in the round to come. And well, for Accru, this is a big round for them. Their first buy, they got to get something done here in round 3.
Our question is for Scuba, is he going to try and get the orb and do that wall for the fast A plant? It's a possibility, but they're not fully set up for it right now. With the aggression showing towards A main, they'll instead fall away, work towards this B site. But Killjoy, tough agent to contend with, especially when you're already on the lesser weapons.
And there's somebody's favorite skin. Not mine. Because I'm different, and if you missed the broadcast earlier, that makes zero sense to you. As Gangsta gets spotted out by the alarm bot. Calm has a lot to get done. Unfortunately, just can't do it. Ban goes swinging around the corner now. Pancake's holding it down onto the site. Only good for one. Ben has since found himself an upgrade in weaponry. That Phantom doing wonders here for the attacking a sighted Jet. Meanwhile, a crew down to their last three in a tough spot.
You want to fight
Here
it?
in the retake on the post plant. Cosmic Divide coming on through as well. Makes it that much harder and makes you raise your eyebrow. When the question marks start popping up, do you go for the save? Hang on to the 3 weapons that you do have and maybe buy up in the next. The Cloud Burst. Gonna make sure Neon won't be spotted out next to Campeki. Ziff, on the other hand, might find Gucci. It's all about containment now here for the Accru squad.
Unavoidable.
Ziff has such a good angle there. Scuba's going to push forward. Accru's not going to be able to win this. The kills are good, right? You limit what your opponent can save on through, but it was their bonus round to begin with. They don't care if every single one of them falls, as long as they win the round and they get their damage. Ziff has insult to injury off the run and gun, and the Knights take their lead up to 3. I'm starting to feel flashbacks to that earlier Ascent game where the Knights just went out of control with their attacking sided momentum. And a big part of that makes them a little different than other teams is how they use the Sage, right? It's not new tech. The wall boost towards B, the high-low aim, it's nothing new, but it works well with how they play. The slow starts where you're claiming for ult orb control to bring those reses up so quickly, and then just the hard executes out towards site off the mid-round. That's where the Sage can find so much value. And Ziff, he's a strong player on the individual level. It's an agent that gives him a lot of supportive utility, but also a lot of freedom. And look at this. It's a pinch out towards mid, and Neon is so good for it. The turret plucks him from midair, but he's done enough. 4 versus 2, surely the crew can convert off of this still. Players left, they have a chance. Calm. What is that? He's whiffed it. He's flubbed it. The same is true of Gangsta. Gucci finds that one, and now Frosty, no HP. The chances are dwindled. 2 players holding on each side of mid. He'll swing forward. Gucci, not the one to take him down. It's Campeki instead, but it was Neon, the hero, so early in that round.
Yeah, Neon not only found 2 kills. You had said something about freedom at the time, and I was like, what's more free than a Jet just flying and floating over 4 members? But while all of this happened, Campeki actually found a frag with the Sheriff. I think it was a bit deeper towards that spawn area. So it was Gangsta who actually had really nothing to get done there in way of trading out that kill onto the sky. Neon and Campeki went absolutely huge. We talked about seeing this in the previous map, and we didn't get it. Now we get it here on Ascent, and you can see just how strong it is when your Jet works in tandem with your Sky. It's only 1 round, but it was a good one to pick up. A nice thrifty victory and a couple of weapons retrieved means the economy should start to creep on a forward. Now Neon gonna go aggressive with the operator here. No way. Finds Bannon. I mean, just no position to trade as Frosty swings. Neon will sit him down. The door is closed, fortunately, Neon, so you don't have to worry about that. All the meanwhile, a 5v3. The minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, and that Spike has not left the spawn.
Oh, he wants more. Even Neon. Ballsy to keep peeking. Why not? You got the confidence, you got the skill to get it done. Gucci holds close, Gravwell pulled up, and will instead be just the concealment. Keeps Gangsta at bay, but a spray just as good. You don't need to see him when you've got the angle. Gucci knocks one down. Another shot tallied up through a smoke. And talk of smokes, he'll play around it to the utmost of comfort. 2 players with the Knights just on the other side, and 1 for 1. That's enough done. It's Calm holding close in the off angle. The alarm bot triggers the second that turret pops off. He'll swing. Go find his impact, but not even needed just yet. His pain kicks instead, and Scuba, well, he takes Calm down, and he has the spike planted. How much more can this man grab?
Man, yeah, Scuba's got a lot to get done here. Unfortunately, leaps on into the Odin, and yeah, nothing else found on the round. As Pancake's gonna grab the defuse here, working towards that Hunter Shuri. If you see Gucci and there's a smoke nearby, you just run. Maybe actually, you know what you do instead of running because he kills you every time you run and try and get away? You just alt tab. You alt tab and you just let the round play out, and hopefully your team has done enough because Gucci continues to do it. We've seen 4 maps of it where he just finds frags through these smokes like it's his actual job, like he's got the radar on, the UAV. Maybe it's the Astra buff or something, He's looked so darn good. And that's another player that needs to start to come online for a crew to come back from this deficit. It can't just be the Konpeki and Neon show. I want to see more out of Calm as well. Swapping over from that Viper to the Killjoy, it's been a slower start. And he's been able to slow the team down in terms of the Killjoy utility being used, especially in that last one. But he's yet to get in that kill feed. So I would love to see more out of that. For now, a 3v2 is where we find ourselves, and a crew have done just enough to claw their way back in for the last couple of rounds. Gucci just playing the jump peek. One of the most dangerous jump peeks, though, because that is the one wall bangable Radiant Eye box. Now he's going to sneak away behind the bricks. Going to get pinged out by the drone as Ban pushes onto the site. This is the confidence we love to see from our duelist, because it usually leads to kills like that. And speaking of confidence, Neon pushed all the way out towards mid. We'll find Ziv. No heal, no wall available as that lockdown comes on through. It's the Knights trying to force a crew back, and well, they'll gladly back away after that frag from Konpeki.
Seekers can be popped for the retake here. I imagine they are quite early on, especially with a chance for a flank to come through here from Calm over towards tree side. Scuba, oh, you cannot play against the Seekers like that, but he's still pushing this one. No way he gets away with it. Not quite. The updraft off of the shorty, and now it's just Frosty, no HP, just the Guardian in his hands, and the swarm grenades delay, but swarm grenades don't win a round. Calm will swing, he'll shut things down, and the crew will bring us to an even tie.
This one a bit more back and forth. Neither team really able to get their legs under them and start to sprint. They start crawling, then they get up to that walking phase, and unfortunately have yet to get to running. Now it's looking like a crew stealing away a lot of momentum of the Knights, and with a couple of ultimates to work with, especially on the defensive side, right? Cosmic Divide for the retake, Lockdown for the retake, Hunter's Fury for the stall. There's a lot coming into this one from a crew on top of the 3 rounds in a row, on top of their economy that's looking pretty darn good for the next couple of rounds. Whereas for the Knights, the economy not really in the best spot. They do have that Cosmic Divide to work with, and Scuba has been fantastic on the day, but they're gonna need to do more here, and they'll be slowed down out towards A main. Courtesy of the one-way Nebula smoke. Gucci not quite spotted out towards Wine, and this is the first time we're seeing somebody play this position. We'll see if it goes unchecked. Oh, nice recon bolt. Actually going to reveal the Astra. Shock Dart maybe gets a bit of damage. It does do just that, and it's actually going to force him back towards the site. So it's back to the orb control for the Knights. That spike still hovers out inside the spawn. A couple of stars down here from the defense to try and slow things down. No, it's actually Scuba to put one down. The mind games continue.
Redrawn through main. This could actually give some false information, because this is where the push is coming, and that has just cleared some space, but it is the matter of timing. Still, Anchor Trust, are they going to fake this with the Cosmic Divide? That's what I was initially thinking, but I don't think so at this point. Dog has revealed 1A main, so they do kind of have to just press the trigger towards this B bomb site, but there's still plentiful utility. It's Calm who's the anchor.
Zip gonna go up. Nice pings. Calm the anchor, taking it down. Melted. As you can't shoot through that wall, unfortunately. Frosty gonna push on the opposite side and find a Neon. Things get a whole lot harder here for a crew on defense. Inside the nebulous smoke, Pancakes will hang out for now. The Cosmic Divide will subside, but the post plant, it's just so darn strong. 2 directly on the site. 1 inside main, 1 on the flank, 1 out towards that speedway. Scoochie wary of somebody in the close corner. I mean, you look the wrong way, you're going to be taken down almost immediately. That's exactly what happens to Pancakes. Scoochie clears things out. 2v5. Sure, the economy looked a-okay, but that operator might look better to save. Konpeki slowly starting to back away. Gucci might stay to fight. Unfortunately, that fight isn't long. As if sits him down. Konpeki.
Oh, he's dead.
Just working the save here. Yeah, just around the corner. Here comes the Astra at Scuba. Not quick enough on the trigger. Fortunately, the flick is there, and everybody from the Knights headed the opposite direction as the spike blows. The op has been hung on to, and the Knights will steal away around, breaking the chain. We go back and forth again.
Knights back to an advantage here at 4, and I mean, their B executes have just looked so strong thus far this game. They don't even put a lot of ults into it. That round was just the Cosmic Divide, and then the wall boost off of their Sage, and they're able to just take that site completely. It was the dart, just the default dart onto tree, that allowed that spam damage onto Calm that just completely gutted him out of the round. And he's been struggling. Normally such a strong player on that B defense. He's been run over most of these rounds, and when he's already dead, in a 5v4, these retakes are made so incredibly difficult. As again, he looks like it's just going to get straight up pressure. There is support here in way of Pancakes, but that Odin, it only has so many bullets, and he'll have to relent from that line for now. Wait for Recharge on a dart.
Everybody's stacked up on this side of the map for Knights.
He's ready for it.
Looking pretty single-faceted here on the attack. Shock dart to go on through. Now the drone come out as well. The wall goes up. They try to catch the Sova inside the drone, but nothing garnered just yet. Here comes the lockdown. Is Kopecky going to find the first? That's Ban taken down. The tip of the spear has been broken off, and the Knights are forced back. They flex out towards B. Fortunately, Ziff is able to steal one back. So we go jet for jet in trades, but a crew still 2 ults to the good for now as we look to reset here in the 4v4. Frosty gets spotted out by the information or by the alarm bot. Calm. If you can't find the frags, at least you can find the information. Unfortunately for Campecki, he's not getting either, as they already know the players are out towards mid. He will fall. The Hunter straight now going to look to slow things down as Ziff goes right through the nebula smoke. Gucci's here to hold it down. You cannot fight Gucci inside the smoke. He will win 10 times out of 10. There's another one to follow. The next 2 just about line up. The spray down not there. It's Scuba once more to keep this team alive. 30 health and a dream. The shock darts get queued up. 12 seconds on the clock. You need to try and deny as Gangsta will find his next frag. Now it's all up to Calm, who again, the information gatherer for the team, now needs to become fragger. Full HP and only 1 player to worry about out towards the generator as the spike ticks down. The shot as he drops from heaven. Calm needs to make the play, and he does just that. The clutch in the 1v2.
1 versus 2, and Calm looks just so comfortable in the position, but you have to give a lot of the credit in that one to an alien. I feel like haven't said a whole ton thus far this map, and that's pancakes, right? The shocks were perfect in that one.
Yeah.
Initially to deny plant and to deal the damage. He found the spam to limit the other player's HP, so it was just a matter of getting those 2 individual kills, and do so swimmingly. Gucci, he was the one to set that up for success off the rip too, with 2K over towards the tree side there. As we take a look back at Calm's performance, it has been good thus far, but we want to see that on the anchor roll, right? We don't just want to be seeing that on these retakes, because this B site has been such an issue, and I'm glad they're making an adaptation. Double initiator on that B site instead is where the killjoy posted towards A. Oh, he tries to take the battle. The off angle's just better out of Ban.
That's a battle that we absolutely love to see, and it's a battle that Ban loves to take, or a fight Ban loves to take, and he was usually coming out on top of B-Dog in that TSM matchup. Now he's doing it here against Neon. And I love that you mentioned Calm over towards that A site, because one of the rounds where a crew found value or an actual round win was with Calm set up out towards the A site. He didn't find the frags necessarily, but his utility was there to slow things down for the team, to find a bit of damage, and then eventually a crew were able to close things out. Now Gangsta trying to open things up, but here comes Calm. He said he needs to do it in the lockdown defense before the retakes or the post plants. Unfortunately, 1-for-1 trade is not what you want out of a crew, and there's just too many targets to worry about. Gucci falls in a 2v4 situation. Guiding light comes through. Campecki jumping onto the site almost immediately as Pancake swings as well. Gangsta is there to answer. The Knights will find their 5th.
I think this is the first time we've really just seen a hard hit over towards the A site. It works just as well. They've just isolated Calm as the man to harass, and well, harass them they have. He has had no respite on these positions he's trying to anchor out towards, and now that's the reset point for this Knights economy. Down onto the pistols, or excuse me, for the crew economy, it's going to be Knights instead, looking to build into 6. We're already into the dangerous territory of halves for this crew side, and well, it doesn't feel like they've built any solution just yet. Pistols, maybe you try something aggressive. The Bladestorm out through mid. That one round that got them going towards their favor, it was off a Bladestorm play Neon. You do it again. Needs to get past Gangsta, but it's only 1-for-1. His op is still posted. I love the angle from Ban. Try and keep everyone away. It's just swatting flies at that range.
Yeah, and just continuing on the off angles, right? We give a lot of credit to Jets who continue just to mix up, you know, where they're peaking, but then you also have to add in those off angles and finding value in playing those off angles as well, or else...
Get out of my way.
Well, what are you really doing? Oh, no way. The drone a second too late on the clear, so Calm is able to find one. Campecki steals another back. But it's just not enough to even the odds. And a 1v2, make it a 1v3 as the resurrection comes through. It's Gucci. Sheriff in hand. Oh, the recon bolt is just perfect here from Gangsta. Body shot from the Sheriff almost takes him down. Gangsta comes out on top. The Knights will secure their 6th, and now a crew are going to find themselves on their last full buy of the half. Should they lose this round, it's going to be looking pretty desperate going into the next. And the last time these two teams met, where a crew really dominated the server, it was a 9-3 half for a crew starting on defense. So this is already a way better start for Knights to kind of right the wrongs that they made previously against this team.
Yeah, and I'm normally a Sage hater, but I do want to give a lot of the credit of this to Ziff. It's so boring that he just wall boosts every round, but if it keeps working, keep doing it, man, because he has been fed impact round after round from that position. They have been just owning on this B site time and again. So, crew, last couple chances. Try and find some form of solution. They have player sit over towards Wine and aggressive push out a main with drone. This is gonna hard clear Compeki.
And tags him up, so it doesn't matter that you're inside the smoke. Fortunately, your teammate in Gucci is there, so they go 1 for 1. Gangsta taken down, and it's not the worst. You'd obviously love to have that Astra off the table as well. Jump peek. Oh, no way. I do not know how that was not a collateral.
It didn't even hit him. What did he shoot through then? Was it through the wall? I could have sworn that must have, I don't know. Man is counting his blessings for sure that he's still alive in this round, and yet again, he keeps escaping. Jed is a ridiculous character on those dashes, but Scuba, he's better on those shots. Pulls it back to a 3 versus 3. Calm. Can he cut this rotation? No. They've made it past. The Astro Wall allows it, but it's Killjoy lockdown for the retake that's already been popped.
There's no safe way to push on through to stop that lockdown, especially with that wall up. So it does force everybody off the site. Wall towards heaven, reveal the position. Oh my goodness, Calm just looked at him, took a picture. Man takes him down, a shot right to the face. As the next one around the corner comes Pancakes. Now Neon in a 1v3 situation, operator in hand. A couple of weapons to work with directly in front of him, and a couple of cloud bursts in his back pocket. Has to try and do heat in a situation like this, and it might just be the save as he hops back up to heaven. Cloudburst to try and sneak away, but Scuba won't allow it as Knights secure their 7th. The buy from a crew
in the half.
It makes me lean on Knights 8-4 here. I'm not too sure what they're going to be able to work with.
Wait, let's see this. How did this happen?
This is fake news.
What? Wait, Mike, can we see that again? I'm so confused how that didn't hit. Okay. What?
Maybe
VALORANT.
the flick down?
No.
Maybe.
This game is broken. How does that kill the guy in the back, too?
And that's so huge. They end up losing that round. You pick up the collateral there, and things obviously go so incredibly different.
Yeah.
The drone spots out Gucci this time. Compeki already taking too much damage, forced to back away. The lockdown on the attacking side might just help close out the round for this attacking side. And I'll say it again, Neon has a lot to get done. 45 HP in a 3v4 situation. That lockdown has since subsided with nobody detained. Nobody on the lockdown. Means that a crew can work their way back on into it. Nice shock darts. Find some chip damage onto Frosty. Not going to find the kill just yet, though. Still a player down. Although the health just about the same from 1-1. Numbers are not, as the Knights on the attacking side get to play defense for just a second. And a crew, we're going to get the clock. Going to have to pull the trigger here soon.
Scanning ahead.
Cut up towards heaven. This will allow the wallbang. No, it's broken with the wallbang. It'll come regardless. Good damage towards these heaven-sided retakers. And as the drop down is already through, Frosty Hill Anchor take one. His teammates convert the rest. His Knights 8-4 closure on the half. We saw this earlier in the day, and well, let's just say the future does not look like it holds good news for a crew.
No, it does not. They have to have this is an incredible pistol round, or an incredibly important pistol round to stop this momentum that has been all Knights outside of a handful of rounds.
Yeah.
And that op shot, that really, it puts a hole in your sails. You start losing all of that momentum that you had behind you. Nice little peekaboo there from Calm. Not quick enough on the trigger, and I mean, Band doing a pretty good job with the operator in hand, and should be able to do that same job now on the defensive end of things. But as I said, coming into this pistol, a crew have to get something done nice and early. We'll see what they can muster up. Coming in to a 4-8 deficit. Shock Dart, not going to find too much. Nano Swarm, going to force the team back for now. And it's 4 players stacked up out towards that B site. Spike in hand for a crew, but plenty of time to make other decisions as Ban pushes forward. You got to be ready for that Knight's aggression.
Oh, yeah, baby. That is banned for you. Gets a frag. I don't think he even used his tailwind on the way out. Just runs, tough tail, and win it on out. It's 2 players anchored towards this back site. Gangsta. Shock Dart forward. Won't actually find any damage whatsoever. The spam is already coming from this defender side. It's spawn, and these players are under so much pressure. They need something to get done, but Scuba is just piling on through, and Oguchi, he only gets a couple. Needs so much more. We need the ace to win this round on out, and as he tucks close, he's just gonna get hunted. Ban spams away with the sheriff, and Ziff finishes the job. Knights went out on another pistol. Take us to an advantage at 9.
And with no spike planted, doesn't really leave a whole lot of room for a crew to be in talks about forcing up to get the overhead. And Gucci, like you said, picks up 2, needed the ace. In a situation like that, just so much to worry about as they pushed onto the site. Unfortunately, no spike plants, not enough frags to get anything. Means classics basically across the board. Gucci is able to get that trusty frenzy back in hand. And the buy's a little awkward. It's, I guess it's as much as you would expect here in the anti-eco. Ares, sheriffs, marshals. So maybe some damage to be dealt on the attacking side. But I mean, I'm really I'm drawing for straws here. I'm grasping for air, trying to find something on the side of a crew. As they do pick up one, it won't be a flawless round, but a near flawless just around the corner.
Come on, let's see at least something out of these guys. I believe in it. Or do I? Probably not, to be quite realistic here. As If holds the angle, it's a crossfire with Ban, and they'll try and run away, still keeping one close in. It's just a bait play, but Ban holding this angle. Oh, the timing. Here comes a tap on towards the orb, but in the close corner. Ziff has his teammate protected. It's 3 for the Sage. It's 10 for the Knights, already double digits off the rip.
Now we're in that same situation where you get a full buy on the attacking side. But if you lose this round, you are put in such a... If you lose this round, I mean, 2 Spectres, an Ares, a Marshal, and 1 Vandal. There is no world where a crew should let this one slip away. So hopefully this is the start to their comeback. 6 in a row to tie us up. They've yet to get 6 on the map. I mean, that's a tall order, or too tall of a task, or too much of an ask from this attacking side. But now we get to see it. Recon bolt out. Neon aggressive out towards mid, expecting Ziff up top. They do make quick work of the barrier orb there as Calm, Odin in hand. They try and challenge the Marshal here. Sending some shots as Ban gets that one, dashes away, and that is not a fight that you want to lose if you are a crew. And they know that you want to play up towards mid, so they're going to send basically all 3 pairs of eyes out towards this market area. Ziff completely blinded up, but Ban is there to bail him out. It was Ziff bailing out Ban previously, and now Ban returning the favor. A crew in such a difficult spot. Fortunately, out towards the A site, they have the numbers advantage, but they need to get onto the site. Recon Bolt can find a ping onto 2.
1 enemy
And
remaining.
gonna find Neon, who's looking to go aggressive. Frosty gets it done with the Spectre in hand. Now Pancakes, oh my goodness, a flawless round with a yard sale bonus from Knights.
I mean, that is just a statement of what this game has looked like overall. No great weaponry coming in, and just that fight towards mid was so indicative as well. You had a perfect flash onto the man tucked close on the corner, and still, Ban just swings forward, takes a head off, upgrades his weapon off of that, and pushes a crew down to a deficit of 7 rounds to a buy that is crippled. Into match point booming. Breeze feels like it's on the tip of my tongue, but maybe we can still see something out of this team. You hope they can at least fight back a little bit. That utility early on will deal some damage, and Ban will counter out the dart. Just looks to continue to fight out towards mid. Frosty, he's comfortable to take Calm's life.
And although Breeze is an okay map for a crew, just not a place that you want to get forced into a map 3 here in the grand finals. In one map ahead, this would have been a nice way to close things out. Neon goes up. Immediately answered a little bit of skeet shooting from Ziff as he finds the next, now 2 pips away from that resurrection should they need it in what could be the last round of regulation. The Sheriffs just not getting anything done here on the attacking side. The wall will break, which allows for entry into tree room, but it won't be free as Ziff continues to hold this one down. The last bit of utility from the Sage.
One enemy remaining.
Now used, and, well, Ban is there to bail him out once more. Pancakes creeps a bit too far forward. Guiding light queued up, and unfortunately, Becky taking the brunt of that one on the swing. It's another flawless round for the Knights, and I would imagine a 13-4 finish here, barring anything crazy from a crew, but even with weapons in hand, it has not looked great, and, well, now you got the op for Ban.
Indeed you do. A crew. What is there to do? This has been such a punisher of a map for them. Knights, despite starting on the attacker side, they're still able to rip things through. It's clear that they've learned from their prior mistakes in that first map that we saw of them, or excuse me, in that first series we saw of it between these two teams. The crew was able to take victory here. They've cleaned up in a big way, and now Knights look to close fast, continue this momentum to the final decider. Breeze, another strong one. Well, both these teams, but for Knights especially, home ground for them. Spike is leaning his way out towards the A site.
Oh boy. Owl drone for information. That one taken down. The op yet revealed here on this A site. Did not much of a fake being sold across the map either. Neon and Calm. Make sure that nobody pushes through this B main area with the noise made out towards A. And with that, Knight's going to hold their ground. Not giving up too much. And they're going to keep this 3-1-1. It does look like Ban wants to help out the rest of the squad to allow Ziff play the 2 players out towards B, and, well, I don't blame you. The operator can get heaps of work done here for the squad. The Trailblazer taken down almost immediately. The recon bolt not going to get too much either. Frosty backs away. Scuba pushes through the smokes, picks up 3, make it 4, trying to close it out with the ace. It's 11 AP in a dream as the Odin starts to ring out towards the A site. 3 more frags. Ace for ace. Almost is what we found, but either way, Knights are taking us to a map 3.
Feels like Scuba was robbed of his moment in the sun. Still an impressive way to end it, and an impressive map overall. I mean, Knights just look so strong on this. Ziff's play on the Sage is excellent. The secondary, almost the secondary duelist that he's rocking with. Ban is always going to look fantastic here when he gets to play his jet, when he gets let loose. Overall, a fantastic map out of them, and for a crew, there's not a lot to say. I mean, they just kind of got rolled. They lost a couple early rounds. The momentum felt like it was completely sucked out of this squad. And, well, they're going to need something to bring the mental back, to be able to recover and come back for Breeze. Well, maybe that's a pack of Mike and Ike's. You can take your candy game to the next level. Or hopefully, a crew can as well with a pack of the Mike and Ike's original fruits, or the Mike and Ike. Make a mix. That fruity, chewy flavor helps power you up, keeps you playing at your absolute best. So do power up with Mike and Ike. A crew, they're going to eat some Mike and Ike's. They're going to talk about the issues. They're going to be right back with the final map of the grand finals after this.
And we've gone the distance. Map 3, Breeze on the horizon. And Mimi, it's so telling. Knights, the returning champions, they make their way all the way through this. They stomp out a crew here on Ascent. Their map pick, a map that they lost previously. The most important thing is if you want to be the champion, if you want to dethrone the king, the Knights are going to make you take it from them. They're not giving that one up for free. And Breeze is a good map for both of these teams.
It is a good map for everyone involved in the server right here, right now. I mean, if we talk a little bit about the recent history, first of all, for a crew, they beat out Elmer's Glue. They beat out Ghost Gaming once with another loss to Ghost. And I've just realized something, Tanner. Do you remember way back when we had that like 50-round game on Breeze that had the Knights in it? It was like a couple months ago at one of these weeklies for Summer Champs that we did. I have a clear memory of that game. That was these two teams. I forgot, but that was Easy 5 versus Knights. Now it's a crew versus Knights. They're back in action.
Okay.
Last time that they played was in that match on this map. And it took 50 rounds to decide a victor. So when I say it's going to be close, believe me, it's going to be close. But I think overall, Knights has generally had a better record on it. They took down Ghost Gaming, close loss to Anbox, a win over the Pioneers, and they stomped out one of the many YFP rosters. So it's been a little back and forth for them, but overall it's been positive. It's a map that they do like to pick in, whereas the crew, they don't normally pick into this map. It's more like they'll just play it if their opponent picks it and they're solid at it. But I think that the comfort level lies a little more with Knights. Still, there's always that history element. There's always a chance, but a crew, they're going to have to pull a big mental reset here because map 1 was telling that things were starting to go wrong, right? It started slipping away from them in a really big way. Then we come to map 2, and to be honest, they just get completely stomped out. They're going to have to reset for this one.
Yeah, and I think I love that you add that where a crew, they play Breeze, sure, and they're okay on it, but it's usually when they're taken there. And this being the decider, Knights having the last ban in our vetoes basically means that they choose Breeze, and it forces a crew onto this map. But if Ascent attack was anything to kind of give us an idea of what a crew is looking to brew up on the attack side of Breeze, I'm a little worried because that is where you need to get started. Unfortunately, it's not where they are starting. It's actually going to be the Knights on the attacking side. It's Scuba to be piloting the Soul Controller in Viper on this map. Frosty actually rocking that Cypher. I like that. The fire and forget trips, all you got to do is stay alive and you can get so much from your squad. This is also just like what I love about Haven is your Sentinels start to come online, or they get to actually play their game because the map is so large. Breeze is exactly like that, whether it be creeping through halls, creeping out towards B, creeping up through mid. Your Sentinels really get to spread their wings and have a fun time on Breeze. So everybody gets to play the game of Valorant that we all know and love. And most importantly, we've got that #1 spot on the line here as we wait for the last two to be locked in on the side of a crew.
Yeah. Okay, do we get the Brimulus with the stimulus? Because they've ran it before versus Elmer's Glue in this event in the groups. They pulled it out. They whipped out old Brimmy boy. And I'm kind of here for it, right? I think we're guaranteed a Viper. I imagine it'll be Gucci who plays that. It's normally him who plays that. But I also see a world where we get a little bit of Brim action. Oh yeah, do it, Calm. Do it. Bring it on out. I want some old Gen G vibes to come through. I want someone inting down halt every single round with that Brim util. Honestly, I know people are going to disagree with me on this. Brim is slept on, and he's also a better agent than Omen, period.
Explain.
Omen bad, Brim good. No, his range sucks. Molly is fantastic. He has, in my opinion, one of the stronger ults in the game. Stims are hard slept on for the amount of value they can have, especially on eco rounds. Omen, on the other hand, his ult is not fantastic, let's be honest. His paranoia is good. Teleports are so situational, and his smokes take so long to travel. Yes, Brim is not great as a solo controller. I don't think Brim should ever be a solo controller. I think your Astra should really be the only agent, and maybe Viper sometimes, who goes solo controller. But with Brimmy, yes, he has a restriction way of range, but when he's additive to a Viper you already have, plus he has his post-plant util, plus an ult that allows executes, and a pretty solid stim, I mean, I'm here for it. Show me some Brim. Give me some EU Valorant action out here, because it's double initiator, it's double controller. And it's double duty for the Knights. Are they going to be able to run it back and take the returning champion title? Or will the crew upset them and take it here on Breeze? That is what we are finding out right here, right now, as it's an early lean towards this B site. Big boy Brimmy looks to hold.
Yeah, Boomer Brim gonna be the first to contact out towards the B site, and okay, he's got the Boomer brain, but not the Boomer aim as he picks up two. Ziff finally there to trade it back, but the Knights off to a rough start. A nice shock dart coming out from Pancake says we just like to follow along here in the rotations because that's what it's going to be to close out the round. It's gonna be those rotating players, and had we followed along, it'd have been Neon. His point of view and being taken down there. Gucci now the next, looking to find something out towards mid. The Spike and the remaining players of the Knights will go. The A site has since been opened up. It has been conceded. And that Spike should be planted. It's looking like a pretty good start here for the defense as Frosty goes deep into the spawn, trying to answer for anybody rotating on through. Here's the dart. Now he's got the backstab just behind him. Needs to be quiet on the ropes. Pancake comes jumping down somehow, some way, converts the frag. The recon bolt is good for Gangsta. The headshot to land. It's basically 1.5 targets. The health bars are just too high for the rest of the squad. Kempeki stays untouched and closes out the round.
That's ridiculous that lurk is absolutely nothing done. You have your Cypher pushed so deep for the likes of Frosty, and he just gets executed. We say the top rope a lot, but that legitimately was just a power slam from above and a round to be won. Knights, he got a little bit done in that round. Couple frags to be found. Maybe a consideration to try and buy some marshals into this next, but it was Mr. Calm, the one to get things rolling on that site. The Boomer brain and the Zoomer aim to shut things down in that direction. It's just gonna be the Sheriffs, not the marshals, to be invested, as it seems to be a work towards mid. Probably split this on the A site. Aim for a plant towards pyramids. Maybe back Tony Hawk. Hope for the best.
Shock dart. Oh, not gonna land, but the marshal shot will. Frosty taken down pretty early here in round 2. You can't expect too much though with the weapons that are in the hands. And if you're gonna buy anything, usually you see marshals on this map because it's so big. I can't imagine these Sheriffs get too much value for the Knights. As Pancakes just missing the players that are pushing right by him. And Com says, hey man, you got a couple coming out towards this tunnel area. Maybe you should take a peek as they start to mow them down. B site is on lockdown. The round is flawless, and a crew have accrued 2 rounds.
No work is made.
I was waiting for you to do that at some point tonight. It finally had to come out. It came through. All right. Well, Knights now they look to don their shining armor and get back into this one. Some nice. Beautiful new swords, maybe a lance in there. But it'll be Vandals across the board. A little bit of a different option than those medieval implements, but still, just as much can be done with them. As this time, they'll be heavy posturing out towards A. That default wall queued up. A bit of a lurky for the Cypher with that cam that spots towards top mid. Gucci. Let's just jiggle. Find this early contact. Ban should give away that information with his dog, and the stun will come through. Gucci. Molly gets nothing done.
Yeah, although the attacking sided wall went and now they're going to be having to wait to reset that there. Frosty goes for the reload. Negligent discharge, desk pop, force reload once more, but does find himself a kill, and the Vandals really starting to come online here for the Knights. The attacking side, everybody's starting to come online as if that's his second on the round. Pancakes just hoping to do some extra damage, and it's a flawless round in response from the Knights. The Vandals go burr for this squad.
How do you feel about Ziff getting prioritized on the Jet over Ban on this map and flexing him to the sky?
Well, I don't know what Ziff looks like on the sky, so I feel that it's, I don't want to say their only option, but kind of their only option. Ban does look good on the sky. Yeah. Obviously right now it's a pretty rough start, but where we've seen it previously, I really like it on Bind. So coming into this, I like Ziff on the Jet. I think Ziff is an incredible fragger, and I think Ban plays that kind of supportive flex duelist on the sky as well as you could expect somebody to.
Yeah, it surprised me a little bit because Ziff in a previous life, he was always more of a secondary duelist or a supportive element. Jet is relatively a pretty new role to him. He's toyed with Reyna in the past. He's always played some Raze, but for most of his career, it was a lot of like Sentinel, Sage, that kind of stuff that he was flexing on too. So it's interesting to see him being prioritized for this map. But I've liked what we've seen thus far. Let's see if he'll keep it up as it's Frosty instead. Tip of the spear finds the shot onto Pancakes, but Calm finds a trade just as that wall goes on up still. The spike to come on down. And Scuba with plentiful utility in towards this post, and he taps it and waits a moment instead.
I think trying to bait out the orbital strike there.
Yeah, must be.
Yeah, Calm doesn't give it up just yet. What I do love about the Brimstone as well is the smokes last so incredibly long. We've seen these teams get a little too flirty with that clock and let it run down pretty low. We've seen just on the games today teams doing that. So you get a bit extra off the clock playing this Brimstone. We've yet to see the utility really used. It's been more Calm just kind of sticking it to him with his aim game. Now with that spike being planted, clearing out backside with the orbital strike. Doesn't really force anybody into a bad position just yet. Gangsta plays tucked into the cubby. Picks up the first onto Campeki. Recon bolt. Sent on through. Not going to find too much because of the unfortunate timing of that toxic screen. For now, the Knights a player ahead. Although the health bars are low, a crew still need to try and find a way to convert those low health bars into frags, and they're running out of time to do it. I said that the crew maybe chips away at the clock, but instead it's the Knights to do it, and it's the low HP members to stay alive. Now Calm is forced to play containment, forced to play exits. Only good for one as the Knights will tie us up.
I don't know how much I love that setup on the retake, right? It was even man count, I believe, to start, and then you wait for contact to be made until you're ready to commit into the retake to pop down that orbital strike. And I think it was, if anything, a little too early if that's the play, because by the time that orbital strike lets up, and by the time that a push is coming on through towards the site, someone is already reset towards that back castle position, so you really gain nothing out of it. Still, there will be guns for the Knights. They want to keep this momentum going. Just gonna be the Marshals pulled up for the side of a crew. Shorty, the Calm, as he so often has, and tag connecting, no kill. Onto the man out towards Vandy. He's been knocked so low, but a sky heal will right all those wrongs.
Yeah, that's a tough one. They had that double peek with the Marshals, but that wall goes up and it cuts out one of those players. Damage straight onto the opposite end will be healed up as well. So it's almost as if nothing happened. Unfortunately for Ziff, though, and I guess on the opposite side as well for a crew, being armorless means that these weapons do that much more damage. But think about the Marshals and what value they can get with just a body shot. And there it is, Ziff taken down. Calm falls just before. So it's one of your controllers down. Gucci still alive and still looking for more. Scuba holds the flank, but he's doing a pretty good job at doing that. Now corralled out towards the arches are the remaining members of a crew, and it's Knights to close it out and grab themselves a lead.
That it is. Knights able to grab another one here. This one, more of just an anti-eco, more of a formality for them to take, but still, they'll grab that round. I like the adaptation. They take the early damage out towards A and are fine to reset on a bit of a play through mid to set themselves up into that late round. Now the buy will come back through Neon. Yet to find the board, but an operator in his hands. It's the weapon for job is posture towards B. Honestly, a bit of a heavier influence on this B site than we normally see from defensive squads, but it is because that Viper is set up towards A, and they're more comfortable playing the A site retake. And Neon, well, he's not feeling too comfortable whatsoever, at least for his sake. Doesn't have to use the tailwind, so still options surrounding aggression as Calm actually re-clears towards elbow.
Yeah, that operator inside the Jet's hand is really where you want to be for a crew. Unfortunately, in this round, 2 players down is not where you're hoping to find yourself.
Found one.
As that spike is planted for free, the regrowth can help top off the squad. I mean, I've seen the regrowth used more in this map alone. 5 rounds in, now 6. And I think I've seen from a lot of full maps coming out from the sky. So doing their due diligence, making sure that they can keep their team nice and healthy to try and secure these rounds. And meanwhile, a crew just trying to keep themselves alive as they back away. They concede yet another round of the deficit will grow to 2. And it's all about stealing away the weapons. Calm just not holding the right angle. Will be taken down. Information garnered, and Campeki gonna get something back. Poison Cloud goes through. Oh, Campeki gonna push through as well. Diff will fall to the operator, and the weapons are being held on to, and the Knights are slowly being whittled away at. Frosty spotted as well. Gangsta just around the corner from looking to meet this operator. He's spotted on top of it all. Ban the next to fall. Here comes Frosty around the corner. And okay, Knights, I mean, they take the round, but they give away so many weapons there. Sure, they might have the economy to do it, but I don't think that went in their favor, or that went the way they were thinking it did.
Yeah, still, I mean, think about how they've garnered these rounds. It has been a heavy streak of momentum 4 in a row for them, so they have built money that they can give away. I think it's worth taking that risk. Obviously, with the hindsight of how it ended, you don't like it quite as much, but we have to turn our eyes forward here. As the crew will take a tactical timeout called by Mr. Calm. Where do they want to turn the tides here? An op was purchased into a round just previously. They didn't get anything done. It's been a struggling start for Neon. This B site has been a consistent issue, especially with the rounds that kind of focus A initially and then reroute through mid. For a solo controller, the adaptability, especially for a solo controller Viper, the adaptability Knights have shown in the mid round has been really impressive to me. And it just feels like a crew is struggling to deal with that. Usually a team that's so aggressive on these extremities, they've never really been able to garner that space in this map just yet. Every time that they've tried, it has been shot down.
With the weapons saved, it's going to force the hand for the remaining members who perished in that previous round. We'll see what Calm chooses as his weapon of choice, if anything. Okay, Gucci also going to opt into selling that Marshall. Okay, never mind. Picks that one back up, and it's a weapon that usually does well here on this map. Pancake spotted by the cam. Frosty not getting too much done with it just yet. So that spike still inside the spawn, and I mean, this right here is just a night special. At the very least, they also know where that operator is planted for now, as Calm plays inside this cloud smoke or the sky smoke. Frenzy in hand. Nobody gonna push that way just yet. So lots of lurking done thus far. 3 players up towards mid. Calm will eventually fall, pushing a bit too aggressive. It's only a pistol in hand. So see that Viper looking to link up with the team. It's the Hunter. Shuri finds a tag. No frag to be found. Here comes the rotation, and Scuba to be spotted out, taken down. The weapon just a bit too out of range. I'm not too sure if somebody's going to overextend from a crew to try and pick that one up, or if they're just going to work with what they've got. It's another op shot going to go wide. Nice tag there from the Seeker. Zip just runs right on into it, and Kempeki going to punish the Jet, who tries to sneak away into the corner, tries to make himself look small. He's not small enough to survive as the Trailblazer comes through. 49 HP, and the only member directly on top of the spike is Gangsta, but he's just holding it down. Frosty pushes forward to try and help him out in the 2v2, make it a 1v2. Ban has a lot to get done here, and he wants to add to the kill counter, takes care of the dart. And needs to worry about the 2 players inside the smoke. The defuse will come on through, and Pancakes will close out the round. It's a crew to battle back after saving a couple of guns. Now the deficit is only 1.
Only 1 in the deficit department, and honestly, for a defensive side, that's fine. What was really worrisome for me, it wasn't the scoreline, it was just the momentum that Knights was showing, and in being able to shut that down, they set themselves on a better course. Finally, a push towards the extremities finds a little more impact, right? They went 1 for 1, shut down the flank watch, which effectively forced Knights into the meat grinder that was A. They didn't have the space to re-rotate in that round, and in that commitment, they were just dismantled. Neon finally starting to claim the board with that push down holes with the op. The better looks out of this team, but still have a big job to do. It's only been 1 round, of course. That's a great way to get this one started. Neon, easy. No, my God, another dash recovered. That's ridiculous. Out of Neon wants more, but maybe a little overzealous in that department. Gangster will trade things through, and out onto the site comes Frosty, but down he will fall. It's Gucci who deals that job, and with the spike recovered, it's just Scuba. Try and lurk up past Calm, who plays close towards the back castle. A reset in the round.
Right here.
Wow, that's got to be scary for Knights, because you can see that Neon is starting to feel himself. He wants to get back to those confident ways. He wants to take those confident fights. And after the first one, I was thinking, bro, you got to dash away. And then he just refused. Just as the Knights refused to concede this round. It was a 2v4 for a moment. Scuba looks to even the odds. McComb still holding it down. The Boomer Brain, the Zoomer Aim. It pays off here in the Brimstone. Eventually answered. And I mean, dancing between the Molotovs, stuck in a really tough place. Some shots through the half wall. Not enough to take him down. Scuba trying to clutch out the round, but he just can't do it as we are all knotted up. 4-4 is where we find ourselves in map 3.
4-4 indeed. I thought there was a world where he gets that Viper pit down, it extends enough, and he's able to win that round, but they didn't give him enough space to get that done. A crew instead pinching towards the site. Neon was the element that I was waiting to come online, and, well, come online he does. I thought he dashed away from the first kill, to be honest, but no, you're right. He just throws down a cloudburst. Not a care in the world. He's comfortable to continue fighting. Is now we're back to a tied score. A crew, if they can build into a win in this round, they'll reset Knight's economy, and they'll honestly be set up for a super strong defensive half already.
Good flash, good drone to back Neon away. Viper's Pit also going to help keep the attack inside that A main position for now. The Owl drone on the opposite side from Pancakes. Spots out Frosty, but that's nothing new. They know exactly where that Cypher's been looking to play for the majority of this game with that cage up. Some more shots sent out. And it was Scuba to actually link up with Frosty for just a moment as they do back away. The A site less desirable thanks to that pit. Now the B site once more, but the sky smokes. They just last for so darn long. The orbital strike also available for Calm here on the Brimstone as he's the only member directly on the site. The Trailblazer gonna spot him out towards that singular wall. Now he's gonna rotate towards back site. Again, toss out the Molotov, buys more time, still has the ultimate to play with, but here comes the crunch. Up through mid, nobody watching these positions, and Frosty and Ziff are about to get heaps value as they push through the arches.
Oh, that they are. Frosty close on the line. Timing. No, Ziff will save him. Calm takes
Spike
one.
down.
He still holds towards the back lines, but needs more. The ding. No, that's why you buy a Vandal. Doesn't happen on the frag. Now the spike can come down. The Viper's Pit can come up if that's even wished for, if that's even needed. And thus far, it doesn't seem necessitated. The Knights trying to fall away from this one, but Neon is taking a frag onto Scuba, open some doors back in, pop the Blade Storm. With the HP so low, there's a large chance in this retake, but that means getting past Gangsta, and that is a tough, tough challenge. 1 versus 3 for Pancakes. His shock darts, his recon, all past him. The check on the cam will allow Gangsta to swing. You think that Cypher's dying? Nah, he just trusts his team.
That right there, the ball doesn't lie. Ziff just narrowly missed the timing onto Pancakes, and then Pancakes eventually gets timing to buy the cam and swung on. That's just so rough. Gangsta had a huge round though, sitting on 32 HP and finding both of those kills. Sometimes you fall asleep on the angle, and that actually was not the case. Who was trying to play cover and concealment behind the spike. That's not quite how it works. But either way, he was able to stop that momentum of Neon. And now this is kind of bringing me back. Okay, well, Neon taken down early in this round. Gangsta going right back to it. Means no sheriff kills for the Jet. And it's kind of taking me back to that. The operator play out towards mid. I wasn't directly paying attention to the minimap, but it feels like individual plays coming out from Neon. And I'm thinking that there might be a little bit of tilt coming on into the squad for him to feel like he has to do that with nobody really there to bail himself out, right? He doesn't dash away. He's inside the cloud burst. He's looking to make kind of a crazy play. It does work out, but hopefully moving forward, everybody can be on the same page of this Accru squad. This not being that round is Neon taken down early. The rest of the team on the A site falls as well, and Calm continues to try and add to the montage of the shorty frags, but I think this one just might escape him.
You know, I heard a story about 1 versus 4 with the shorty once. It's a pretty cool one. I think it was just a fairy tale. Doesn't seem like that reality will be able to come true. Maybe the real story was the friends we made along the way, or the one shorty kill Calm can get. Nah, it's just the friends. He just wants to make friends, but mean old Gangsta. Let that happen. A cruel, cruel man. It's a cruel world we live in. And Knights, they're coming out on top of that one. A crew still stuck at 4 as Knights. It feels like that momentum is coming back towards their sails. Now 2 on the trot.
2 wins, followed by 4 on the side of Knights, and then 2 to break up that streak, but the Knights steal it right back. And if you keep going like this, you're going to find yourself losing fairly quickly if you are a crew. Fortunately, next couple of rounds, but in this one, they've got 2 to play with. They've got heaps of weaponry to play with as well. Neon, once more, trying to go aggressive here. Holy moly, Pancakes immediately takes down Gangsta. The op shot gonna land as well. No drone means no fishing. The Jet is able to stay in place. Unfortunately, can't answer for the Trailblazer, but with that, 2 quick picks the way of a crew in this round going swimmingly.
Swimmingly, indeed. Start up for Pancakes. He'll just jiggle his way forward with the Odin. Great jump peek. Frosty has shown no lurk for you today, buddy. It's out towards mid Compeki. Ooh, this is dangerous for him. He'll fall away and survive, and while Frosty takes care of Pancakes, the trade is fast. Still, backlines. It's calm anchoring.
Smoke's
I
down.
feel like all we've seen is Calm trying to stay alive on the B site for as long as possible. It's typically your Viper. It looks this much sillier with it being the Brimstone this time around. Through the sky smoke. The flash will go. Ban gonna take Calm down. 3 more players to worry about. One of them being the operator, and he makes quick work of it. Fortunately, Campeki is there to bail his team out, or that would have been a scary one. A few members fall on the side of a crew. They find their 5th, now hoping for their 6th. Meanwhile, the Knights, I mean, they're working with just about every single ultimate in the book.
Every single ultimate, indeed. And Neon, he is such a win factor, right? You were bringing up the fact that you felt like maybe it was a little bit of tilt. I think that there is a pressure factor on him, where when he's not hitting, these rounds are not won. And early on, you could see that effect. When it was that first streak of momentum that Knights were pulling, it was when Neon had 0 kills. Now he's back at it. Now he's starting to find his stride, and the team has looked significantly better. Is the onus on him? Is it on Gucci? Someone will have to step up if they want to keep this even at the half. And the Hunter's Fury, that one will miss its mark for now. Neon, yeah, good on the dash away to keep his HP strong.
And that was... Gangsta just pulled the trigger a little too late on that. Tagged out the Viper and then kind of second guessed. I think wasn't too sure if he wanted to try and send the ultimate there. As we go dash for dash, Hunter's Fury for Hunter's Fury. Campeki unfortunately blinded up and nowhere to go. Van will take him down. Now the B site.
Scout destroyed.
I mean, just make a noise. They're just trying to buy the rotations over. They've done a pretty good job of doing that, but 2 players inside the defender side at spawn. Phantom moment once more. Finds the dink, but won't find the frag. And now a 5v3 as Frosty gets that spike planted. Pancakes on the rotation, but Ban is still here holding it down to the Knights. They're going to make a crew work for it. Calm pushes his way through. Here comes the orbital strike, trying to find anybody. Sneaking away. Scuba takes some damage as he finishes it off with the frag, or with the rifle, excuse me. And now Neon just holding it down. Operator in hand, a 1v2. Takes care of the bird. The guiding light will fall. Now, what else can he get? No Cloudburst to work with. That flick gonna go wide. Zip next on the swing, and they're just toying with him. Vandal in hand. He hops onto the spike, now looking for anything, but the Knights won't give it. The jump peak is there. The frag will follow. Ban with 4. Knights with 7 as we swap sides.
Woo! Ban is looking good on this Sky, man. So many standout moments from him as an individual, and Knights will close out 7-5. Still, it's an attacker-sided half. It's an attacker-sided map, and there's a world where a crew can start to build on through, but some of those big-picture issues that you were bringing up are still going to be a factor. No matter the side. Knights, their composition, honestly, almost favors their setup on the defense. You have 1 hard anchor in that Cypher, 1 into that Viper, and then you have both your Jet in way of Ziff, and you have the Sky and Ban, that dynamic duo that can be so strong together as the aggressive arm for both those early round info pushes and for that retake potential. They've got execution potential. So, in those situations, you see the DMD bot, you're going to see a rock pulls around. You never pick up at least that move to allow pressure onto the site. This is the deep ball. This is the ball that I prefer on this map. There's less VNs, but it gives me more to play with into the post. But like the flank coming through, already 3 fast behind me.
Spike down, post plant now to ensue, and they're ready for the flank. All 5 push this way to answer for it. Ban picks up 1. Sacrifices himself in doing so as another one swings the way of a crew. Ziff just around the corner. Maybe the next to fall. As the incendiary goes over the top, of course, he's got the lineup. Scuba pushing through halls, finds Calm, but unfortunately just can't find the kill. Now Neon next up to bat as the Knights are slowly battling their way back into this one. Gangsta gonna hop onto that spike. Pancakes will take him down, fortunately, but a 2v2 in a situation where I was not expecting it to get this close. Unfortunately, in all of this retake or all of these retake efforts, the clock has since run down. Calm with 3 on the round will go down to the spike, but at the end of the day, it's the attacking side of the crew to pick up the pistol, and it's Calm working a bit closer towards that trusty orbital strike.
Working closer indeed, and the Knights starting to build their way up towards something of a lost lead. As the crew will claim themselves that pistol round and invest on into the next. It's a quick hit over towards the A site that finds success. I love that deep wall because the extension in space it gives an attacking squad like a crew, and the smoke applies so much pressure over towards halls. It's that conditioning factor that the brimstone allows. You smoke there every time. Who knows when a brim is going to be lurking deep? This round, hell yeah, brim's on his way, bud, but, well, stack. It's not quite in the right place. Knights only have one man to hold towards A, and he's on the wrong side of a wall, by possibly the wrong side of history here.
We've seen pretty crazy things with the classic. Frosty trying to add that list of crazy things. As another sky smoke comes down on that triple box. Gucci gonna find Frosty. It's all about where these eco frags go for the most part. We're assuming this round will swing the way of a crew. We'll be all knotted up at 7. They also want to try and get out of this one without taking too much damage, but Scuba, he's not having it. The Sheriff coming online here, but Neon answers right back, says the Marshal is greater than the Sheriff. I'm not too sure if that's how the echelon works, but here in Valorant, that will be the case as Gucci closes us out. Ban, the last one standing. We're all knotted up 7-7. They made it hurt. This bonus round is going to be pretty weak on the side of a crew.
I think they reinvest into it, to be quite honest, right? Buy on through, try and keep this momentum rolling. It's a momentum-based game. In MR12, it's kind of tough to justify letting these rounds slip away, but you can always make that justification. You can argue a case for anything, and that's exactly what a crew is going to do. Look to have money towards the next. As Knights buy, will be stellar. Gangsta on to the Odin. He'll look to find the same span that befell him in the previous half, and he get it done.
The Odin span through shot. Maybe to find something. Oh, there it is. Just narrowly missing, unfortunately. Wide left on the Odin spam through the wall. But the orb has since been picked up. I believe that one going the way of Gucci, which means the Viper's Pit is online. And you can use it here inside A main to creep up to a position to be able to plant that spike, and I'm wondering if that's what we're going to see. The spike is still down in spawn. It's going to be up to either of these controllers to get that scooped up. We'll see who is first to move. It's 3 players out towards the B site. I can't tell which way they're trying to sell the fake here, Mimi.
It's not even a fake just yet. I think just trying to work this default, keep the rotations. I mean, Knights is getting antsy, that's for sure. They have 2 players postured towards spawn that are fine to just swing either way off initial contact, but it looks like it is. Apply some pressure. B, hit this out towards the A side. The brim smokes are queued up for it, but Ziff's in position for it as well.
Oof. There goes the wall across the site. The Neon peaks just a bit too early. The Marshal not able to overcome the Vandal here in this trade. On the opposite side of the screen, they will go. Calm eventually goes down, trying to lurk through halls. Frosty makes quick work of the Brimstone there, but here we go. The Marshal's really starting to come online once more. Now the Odin spam with 14 seconds on the clock. They've got to go for the plant. Frosty is looking to play for the fight on inside the pit, and Gucci, it's your job to stay alive here, buddy. Everything riding here on this one. Has a Spectre inside the pit, and if you're the Knights, you spend too much time in there, that Spectre basically becomes all 5 pieces of Exodia. No snake bites to work with. A poison cloud still available, but I can't imagine that's really going to be a tool looking to be used. Oh no, they're right next to each other. The backstab is there. Scuba just not looking the right way. It was basically a 50-50 on the angle. Now Gangsta forced to back away. Needs to save the Odin. It's just a bit too expensive to try and play the 1v2 with the spike ticking as it is. What a round. A crew are able to steal it away.
Steal it away, they do. I mean, it was just the save coming on through, but one ultimate, that Viper's Pit, completely turns the tides and wins it on out. Gangsta might even be hunted. Gucci will run for the hills, but Hills will be the only thing echoing back at him. A crew in the lead now. His Knight's money is going to be in a very tough spot. And I like the way they play in that mid round, right? Apply a little pressure out towards the A site. Keep the Knights on that pivot. I mean, not a lot of teams hard commit to defaults on this map because it is similar to Icebox where you can just pound a site round after round. But I like when we see a little bit more of that adaptability. Let yourselves play in the mid round. Let your individuals loose to try and find the frags, especially on a bonus round like that. It works. And we saw it off their victory in the previous.
There was a lot of faith from Gangsta. Okay, he eventually finds that frag. Gangsta was holding inside that elbow position. And right next to him is Ziff holding window with a classic. There was so much faith in that classic. All's well that ends well. Fortunately, Knights do eventually find that frags. Calm steals him back out towards mid. Eats a dagger on the way out. A dagger for your thoughts, says Ziff. But has yet to convert that into a kill in a 3v3 situation. The weapons directly, the arsenal is in favor of a crew. But with the knives online, that could prove huge here. Ziff could have a very big round and steal one away just as a crew did in the last. It would be a thrifty victory should they pick this one up, and we'd be all knotted up once more. As an incendiary thrown out nice and early. The cloud burst here for the one-way smoke, but Neon just holding at the angle as Scuba goes on the defuse. Okay, eats too much.
One enemy
Molly.
remaining.
And eventually falls to the incendiary. Calm swings on up, and he's going to finish what he started on the site. The Zip goes through. Gucci's there to answer.
You died.
What?
Breathe when it's over.
What? That's a good
Molly
question.
kill?
The Molly, I mean, he was trying to stick it to half. I think he thought he could get it done because you need to, right? You're playing against the Brim, who off that kill gets an orbital strike, and then you're also playing against a Viper, right? Who has that smoke, pops out. The second that the Molly runs out, he was counting down the time. That it's so cringe, but I love it. It works perfectly. The second that the Molly disappears, the next one is coming in, and an orbital strike is available. This comp is so good in the post, and a crew just showed that.
Yeah. Wow. This is from cringe post plant comp on Haven now to cringe post plant comp here on Breeze. The Brimstone just continues to embrace the cringe, embrace the post plant, and well, in this round it gets a whole lot stronger because of that orbital strike being online. And I mean, you called it out a few rounds ago. Calm just continuing to work this Hall's advantage or try to grab this Hall's advantage. You toss down that smoke, and eventually Brimstone might be inside it. Might get some value. For now, Calm will back away and link up with the team. Gangsta doing a good job with that owl drone, forcing that lurk back to his squad. All five stacked up now, rotating out towards B site, and Frosty is in a pretty tough position. We saw Campecki play this one earlier, and it didn't end well. We'll see if this Cypher here meets that same fate.
He's shown Frosty, how much can you get done? Because there's a bird coming towards your face in just a moment. A pinch from either side. He is so paranoid. And it doesn't even take an Omen to get it done.
30
Brim,
seconds left.
Just say he doesn't have a paranoia of his own. Oh no, that dash. That is not good out of Ziff. But they'll just tuck tail. Run straight back away. The damage is dealt off the Molly, and A is that destination still. There's someone here to deny it. Scuba out mid, but he only gets one. The trades there favor crew, but if Knights can deny this plant, if they can just deny it for a moment, they can win this out, and Ban doesn't get it done. The ult, it'll come down, or the spike rather, and talk of ults, there's one available in the post plant. The Brimstone orbital strike. A Molly apiece for two of the agents left, and with Ziff's off, that's down. It's only one man. How's the flank?
Standing ahead.
Well, unfortunately, Gangsta not able to play the element of surprise. Now the only thing surprising would be the 1v3 finish, the round win. And I like the adjustment. Instead of going to play out towards the post planks, they didn't really have the tools to do so. They just hunker down on the site. Now that they know that somebody coming from the flank, everybody can watch this direction, and you basically get to hold on to everything and secure this round for free. Orbital strike going into the next. The knives still online should you need them. Gucci, okay, is biting off more than he can chew. He has done a pretty good job of closing out rounds. This not gonna be one of them. Gangsta does come out on top here and hangs on to the Vandal, but a crew have grown their lead to 3 and have proved that the attacking side is where you want to be here on Breeze. And fortunately, before things get too out of hand, oh man, I mean, just over the shoulder, because he hadn't stopped moving. No anti-strafe. No counter-strafe.
Yep. All good.
Rip the dream.
All good. Dream dead. It's Frosty calling the attack timeout this time. Not Odig. They want to take a moment to reset. They need it as a team. It's clear. Crew's been building the momentum. This post plan has been so potent. That was a round that they probably should have been able to win. There's 2 players who had a chance to slow things down and caught off a rotation, and neither found their stride. 2 chances to stop the ship from sinking, and below the waves, it does disappear still. There's a chance to resuscitate it before the mass falls below as well. 3 rounds. Only the advantage that the crew has. You win on this rifle and you get things right back towards your advantage, but you lose this rifle round, you're looking at a nearly guaranteed match point.
Yeah, spooky times here for the defense. The Viper's Pit is not online or currently in use, although it is available for Scuba. The Judge is a pretty good weapon to have for it as well, and you can see that they want to mount up that defense a little bit stronger on the opposite side of the map because that pit will be available out towards A. And I said a little bit stronger, but it's actually going to be everybody out towards that B site. And I mean, Scuba, you got a tall task ahead of you. Crew seems like the type of squad that will just disrespect the assault, and they've got heaps of utility still in their favor in order to do so. Neon looking disconnected for just a second. We'll snap back to reality and won't find anything there. Meanwhile, on the flank, Ziff and Gangsta now on the move. Sky Smoke queued up. Not gonna come down for his squad. Barrel spotted, and Calm a little bit too late on the swing there. Gangsta comes out on top in the flank. No way Gucci hits that shot. Ziff falls, which is a classic in hand, so can't expect too much. And with that, the rest of the Knights look to go aggressive. Push on into this crew attacking side, and well, they're punished for it as Pancakes picks up 2 on the round. Now Frosty, Marshall in hand, has a lot to get done, and that's a great way to get started. Neural Theft available should he find a body close enough to get the information. And now in a 1v1, we get it again. Gucci and Gangsta here. Gangsta to come out on top in the last trade. Gucci to right his wrongs and get him back for the previous round in this one. 11 to the good. Now are a crew. And the ults are stacking, and with that, they'll take a timeout themselves just to kind of calm their nerves and say, all right, guys, what is it going to take? 2 more rounds. How do we close this out?
I mean, honestly, there were some issues there in way of shutting down the aggression. Knights pushed on through, and Khan actually let a couple frags slip and opened up a door for that to come back, but regardless, there'll be time to fix all those wrongs and to get set up in towards this next round. Knights, however, they also get to bring their coach into the conversation. They basically get 2 1-minute times out in the span of 2 rounds. It's pretty good for them. But look at the money for them. It's not great. Are they going to elect to force into this one? It's a distinct possibility of trying to make it work, but it's a risk. Because you fully force everything into this round. You try and play to win, and then you lose. The options really get limited from that point forward.
Ziff, the operator. We talked about the weight that Neon was feeling on defense. I would imagine Ziff feeling that same pressure. We can hopefully get quite a bit done for his team here in this. This is a crew. They were leaning out towards the A site at the start of that last round. This time, looking to make plays out towards mid, and there's going to be nobody peeking this way right off the rip. It's free mid control for 4 players. Gonna be Frosty holding down the B site all by himself, and pretty passively in doing so. He's yet to set up that cam. Now does have it down as Cloudburst comes through. Neon looking to go aggressive once more. The Jets, the tip of the spears for these squads. Another Cloudburst to make sure nobody pushes out through Nest. Now those have been expended. A dash available through the cage. He'll go. Neon not gonna get hit. A tripwire is gonna get tagged up there by the camera, so the pings come through. Hunter's Fury from Gangsta trying to stop the attack, but when they can just continue to disrespect, finally that camera back online. We'll look for another ping. Gonna be taken down as if slowly creeps on through. Gucci up towards mid. Oh my goodness, the trigger discipline, but needs to be careful because Zip is up inside heaven, spots them both out, allows Zip to get 1 frag. No way, Gucci lets it slip. He fumbles the bag, and now the Knights have a clear way back into this round.
Player standing.
Oh, but look who's still alive. It's Calm, and honestly, with the time already bought, there's a Molly coming. He needs to use the orbital strike, though. That's queued up. The Molly's there. Can they still get this diffused through? Can they still get this diffused through? I don't know if it's possible because this is buying so much time. Someone has to be that sacrifice. Is it gonna fade? Yes. If that Molly lasts 1 more second, they lose that round. A scary moment. where I thought it might slip away, but not quite. That Brim stays alive, though. They probably lose a 1 versus 5. Good on the flank. Shut it down, and good on Knights to finally take a round back in. Gucci, though.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no.
I didn't want to see it again.
I don't know what's going on, but suddenly there is some Italian cuisine all over my floor. He is absolutely fumbled the bag in that one.
Oh, man. That is so tough. Now, you would absolutely hate to see the Knights come back. 11 is all they get. That right there is such a huge turn in momentum. Fortunately for a crew, they've got the economy behind it. They also still have their ultimates. It was only the Bladestorm used in that last round, so they've got a bit more to this attack. Calm, though, is about to get more than he could bargain for. Ban pushes up. Oh my goodness. Calm looks the wrong way. Damage dealt to Pancakes as well. Ban gets 1.5 there as he backs away.
Neon. Push forward a little bit here as Gucci actually takes down Ban at range. That's a huge shot to find, but it's now Ziff posted on this line out towards the Brown Hall. Falling away, though, is a crew. They'll re-rotate back towards his B side. If they can get out and establish a post plant, the round is all but won. Yes, your Brimstone is dead, but look what's left alive. Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury, Mollies, and Shocks. You have everything. A cocktail. Confection to be gained in this one, but you have to get past Frosty, and his setup, it's a little cheeky, but it doesn't deny a push hard towards the site, only if you go towards that close corner when you fall.
Well, and one of them taken down. Let Frosty know, hey, I should probably shoot through this toxic screen. He does just that, and he finds a frag onto Neon. Here comes that Viper's Pit that you talked about, though, so the post plant a little bit harder to push through here for the Knights, a bit harder to digest, and with the Shock Dart, Hunter's Fury, but only 45 HP. Pancakes does not want to stay around on this site, wants to play so far off of it as Campecchi. Tagged up, pushed to that back of the site, immediately answered. Shock Dart coming through onto the pit. Pancake still has one to play with, looking to find the shots on the diffuser. Unfortunately, can't do it. The body too hidden as the team ace comes through. The Knights will find 9, looking to match the double digits of a crew. And I'm thinking that the buy coming out from this attacking squad might just allow it.
Yeah, there's a chance for it. I want to talk about, though, the pit spread on this map kind of sucks. Like, it is hard to find a good pit, especially on that B site, because you kind of need to position yourself towards back castle and ult from there, because then you can at least roam around the pillar. But when you ult close on that main pillar, you get absolutely nothing, right? Because it's all in the open. There's no cover for you. So if you get pinged out anything, you're just dead. It takes a lot of luck, a little bit of skill to get it right, and, well, gangsta. Is it luck? Is it skill? I don't know. It's a well-timed spray. It's a kill to be found, and it's a man advantage kept. But the Hunter series popped off of that drone tag, still banned. He'll position close in towards this corner, and will elude the tag with the flash. Not so much. Still, the blind dissipates, and he finds one. Gucci's back on the trade, but 1 for 1's good enough, because man advantage still maintains the favor of the Knights.
And the orbital strike still in the back pocket, right? You're playing so much into that post plant with Calm. I don't think you would have had the ult back online in time had he used it in rounds previous. But it's definitely something that I feel it's utility that you have, but you don't really have the way that they've been playing this game. Now, Frosty has since assumed that position that Ban was once in, and I mean, it just continues to go unchecked. A crew not dotting their I's, not crossing their T's. They're dotting their T's and crossing their I's. And well, now got in a 2v4 situation. Make it a 1v4 situation. It's all up to Calm, who's on the wrong side of the map as to where that spike is playing. And has too much to worry about here. An operator directly out towards mid. And sure, he's on the lurk, but Knights seem to be privy to this one, understanding that this Brimstone likes to play through halls. 14 seconds on the clock. Need to try and survive for just a bit longer. We'll take the weapon away from Scuba. A couple of body shots onto Ziff, but one with the operator will be just enough as the Knights will find 10.
Okay, we know the drill.
A crew. This is starting to slip away from them. This is starting to get a little bit dangerous for this squad. The Knights have built up in such a strong way, and it's been the spam for Gangsta now a couple times. Find teeth. And this close angle, I mean, that Viper wall setup is so sneaky because it makes you feel like you're safe, but the second you peek on through, it's an awkward duel to be taken from the man that might be sitting bricks, as well as someone who could be double stack box. And there's so many angles to clear through that position, and none of it really is a good option as B. This time, the choice of a crew, but again, Ala Leaf as a push out towards mid.
Cage triggered. Prepare for hellfire.
Frosty just dancing on in. We finally see that orbital strike used, but it just doesn't get too much as Ziff goes up top with the knives in hand. Now gonna pull out the operator. The two most expensive weapons in the game have made their way onto this B site. And the Odin and the operator. Can they slow things down here on the attacking side? As Konpeki with the Marshall takes down Ban. I mean, quite a bit of damage onto Ziff means a body shot. We'll find that operator flat on the floor. Scuba good on the flank. Picks up one, picks up two. Needs to find more as he leaps out the window. Almost picks up three. Tries to back away. But Calm is there to make sure there's no safe escape. Now the operator in the hands of Gangsta looking to try and find something early. Maybe something through the wall. It's Neon leaping up immediately. Answered as a reposition from Calm out towards tunnel for now. Recon bolt in hand, and the Legolas impression is just not good here for Valorant as a crew find their way to map and series grand final point.
Ooh, a crew, they're working their way forward, right? There was a big shutdown there from Knights where they started to build that momentum towards their favor. Now a crew back in business. It was just a quick hit out towards B, but this time they have a bit of an extension in towards the late round, and that was in the way they were able to control the flank. Yes, someone got through and found a couple frags, but Calm had the trade, and his utility had already been put out to buy time. This Brimstone has been having a standout performance. I mean, we always know Calm to be a big player, but Brimstone has looked good under his command. Is be a flash out towards mid. Where are they going? Trying to go with this one? Maybe deny that aggression that's been coming mid pretty much every round off the back of Ziff, but it's not giving them anything just yet. Dog will force him back, and he'll fall towards the B site as it's dog for dog. In kicks his drone. Shows someone over towards the barn doors.
So tough to be able to take this A site. That pit extending a bit deeper into A main means you can't really push up in some of these positions that are maybe considered safe. Nice shots from Ziff. No operator this time. Instead, the Vandal gonna go to work and find the head of Konpeki. The Knights don't want to give this one up for free. They remember the long game that we played in Breeze when this crew team was easy 5, and they want to try and take us back to it just for the nostalgia, just for the memories. Calm might not allow it. No way. Ban falls off the stairs. There's no reset on the spray. Meanwhile, the spike being planted out towards the B site, and it's all an elaborate ruse. Calm doing a pretty good job. The Sly Fox impression, just buy into the space, buying the time for his team to creep onto this B site. As Gucci gonna get tagged up. Nobody there to answer, fortunately. That trap wire doesn't get too much. Nice shot card as Frosty pushes through, tries to find the answer, but just can't do it. Now we find ourselves in a 3v3, and this one looking pretty dangerous as Scuba refuses to push through, finds the next, and Ban will close us out. Scuba with a huge round here in the retake, as the Knights will take us to the last round of regulation.
You don't see that set up a whole ton with the Viper Wall, but it honestly gives a lot of options for some cheeky rattery, because you make your opponent feel safe to walk out on the site close, and then if you can just hold the line on the backside of that wall towards that B site, you can lock things down quite well. You isolate the Cubby player on top of that, and that's exactly what Scuba got done in the round previous. Now we find ourselves in the final round of regulation, possibly the final round of this game if a crew can manage to close things on out. But despite the damage they've done, closing feels like a hard ask. The Knights have looked so much better in the latter parts of this defensive side, but the ult economy that they had so carefully built up is
Right here.
on thin. Gangsta again with the Odin. This time he won't be given a gift.
Oh, almost. They almost walked back into it thinking they're a bit too safe. Now Gucci, same thing. Picked up the orb as the Viper's Pit. Could look to push out of A main with it. He will be pushing into 3 members of this Knights defense, should that be the case.
Right.
Meanwhile, Calm, the sole member across the map, picking things out for the team. It's not going to mean too much just yet. It's one snake bite used. Poison Cloud as well. The crew not safe to push through A main just yet as we go drone for drone. Not a whole lot garnered by either of these squads. A main seems clear with footsteps heard earlier and nothing out towards the B site just yet. Nothing spotted on cam. You have to assume that they could still be in the area. Now with that toxic screen, you have to assume completely. Here comes the screen. Here comes the push. Oh my God, they just get mowed down. Calm dives out towards mid, and immediately you're into a 1v4 in the
30
Knights.
seconds
They want to take us to overtime. Pancakes needs to have something to say about it, but Scuba has been huge in the last 2 rounds, and here we go. It's
Switching
OT on
sides.
Breeze.
Overtime.
Oh, we're back. We are back. I'm having some flashes to a game previous on this map. 40 rounds? Who knows? Maybe what it will take. However it ends, this map has already been a banger, and these teams look to close through. A crew, they had such a good advantage, but Knights in these latter rounds started to bring themselves back into a much better standing. The spam through the wall in this one, and Scuba on the shutdown looks good now. Crew another chance at the defense. An operator invested. Glass cannon for Neon, but B, that's where the lean is of the Knights.
Man. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is where things get interesting.
Here.
As Calm gonna do his darndest to stay alive on this B site. As the Knights set their eyes that way for just a moment. Trailblazer doesn't get a whole lot. Allows for some room out towards that elbow position. See Ziff taking that spot, making sure nobody creeps this way. Meanwhile, the lurkers, as you usually see here on Breeze, and the Viper and the Cypher, just hanging out towards that spawn. Cam is up, trap wires are up, and it seems like they want to play out towards B. But maybe some noise towards A is on the menu here first.
Spike is headed towards the direction of this B site, but it's 3 postured on this defensive side. A flash through mid will not reveal any information as Ziff keeps his cards close in towards the elbow. It's Scuba instead, working on some space. He has his orb set up for it, but that smoke is just so well timed. 20 more seconds bought. If they want to disrespect it, it's a huge risk, but they've seen where Calm is, so maybe a chance to push it as Konpeki claims ahead. Frosty needs to work on this pinch fast, or Pancakes needs to shut him down. Konpeki is well posted for it. I mean, these sky smokes are so crippling because they force so much time off the clock. Pancakes takes one, and there's still a man holding close on the site, but that's the spike. There's not going to be a rotation. Instead, the spike is trapped out towards mid. Ziff does lock it on down, but the time is so limited. 10 seconds to get it planted, and Neon on the site could deny it all. Ziff holding things down. The dash forward, the shorty there, but the spike makes it. Now it's Scuba. So much ass of this man. A 1 versus 3. The spike planted outside of the realm of possibilities in a crew. A dry streak. And now an Oasis. A round found on the defensive side. They'll take the first match point in overtime.
Was that important?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You know, I would usually say
Switching
the
sides.
team that grabs this round on defense is probably the team that should take this overtime because it's a little bit attacker-sided, but the Knights looked really good on their defense to get us into overtime. Now that a crew is going towards the attack, I don't know what to expect. I'm thinking double overtime, like possibly on the menu, although I know some people are probably ready to head on to bed. These late nights, these long games, but I mean, you couldn't ask for something more. Game 3, grand finals. You've got the returning champs from last week in Knights. You've got a crew who are trying to take them down and steal their crown. And they're now 1 round away from doing it. Neon this time around, not going to be that glass cannon operator on the attacking side. Will be wielding that Phantom. The guiding light out towards mid. Keeps Gangsta's vision this way as well. With that ping on through. And I don't think that's spotted too much. So Pancakes able to avoid the eye line now of Gangsta. But double doors will not be free. And a drone is actually going to be sent this way.
Gangsta. That's such a well-timed cloud burst. He still sees 2 off of it. Gets a tag. Pancakes. I don't think that is well bangable. So the drone is canceled. Nearly a shot to take his head, but it doesn't happen. And on the walk-up, though.
All the way through that guiding light. It gets info out towards mid. But I don't know if they're expecting Neon here on the flank. Ban looks to be coming back around. Swinging rather quick. Nope, knife out. Oh boy, Neon might just do it. No, Ziff sniffs him out. The perfect timing of Ziff. Understanding the space that has been given over to a crew here on their attacking side as the screen goes up. 5v5 as that spike gets planted. Nothing to delay. And here we go. 45 seconds on the clock for the Knights to get onto the site, find the 5 frags, and the defuse. And Scuba creeping up towards mid. Pancake's gonna find the first. Scuba is there to answer. Here comes a toxic screen of their own, trying to cut out this main area. And Neon's just on the other side, pushes forward, takes down Scuba. Now Crew, one player to the good, maybe two, as Gucci will find the next. But Gangsta and Ziff are holding it down on the site. What util does Calm have available? Here comes the Molotov, the incendiary right on top of the spike, and that might just be enough. In terms of the time, chipped away off the clock as Ziff looks to go aggressive, needs to find something. The Knights are on the back foot. They're on their last legs as Gangsta looks to hop onto the spike. They're out of time, and a Crew have done it. They've usurped the throne. They've taken it from the Knights, and they're your Week 6 champions.
A Crew